Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, friends. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining today. It is Friday. This is our Friday Live, where we're going to be going over the latest updates in the Nancy Guthrie case. It's so good to see all of you. This is a live chat reminder, as everybody forgets, and a like button reminder. Go hit that like button right meow, because we came to party.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kathy, Kane, NH Girl, Tempest. Yes, R.I.P. Chuck Norris. This is not a joke. Chuck Norris actually passed away today. Crazy, crazy. 89 years old, R.I.P. Chuck Norris. What's up, Galen? Good morning. Hello, Miss Vogue Mod. Thank you for being here. Hello, Cindy Arnold. Most talkative says bad news all over X about JLR. I have seen, okay? And I just want you guys to know, I'm not ignoring what's being put out. I'm waiting for more. It's very, very unfortunate. I'm very, very disappointed. But I don't think, I'm not going to say someone's lying because I don't know. I'm not saying that. So, anyways, that's all I really have to say on that. And it is very, very unfortunate and very disappointing. Hello, Miss L.I.Z. The phone lines are not open, so she can't prank me this morning. Hope you guys are having a good day. Are you having your coffee? I'm already on the Coke Zero, but it's caffeine free. It's caffeine free Coke Zero. Don't ask me why. If you haven't heard about it, I'm not going to be the one to share the news. There's plenty of creators covering what's going on. All you got to do is do a quick search. I've never been involved in JLR's personal life, and I'm just not. I'm not going there right now. Hi, Auntie Cheryl. Hey, Franny. Belinda Buckner. Oh, I've got some thank yous to give out. Okay, so we have Kari. I hope I'm saying that right. Kari Mick became a lawful listener. Thank you for your support. We have Belinda Buckner celebrating 4 months of membership. And then we had Miss Margaret, kind enough to gift a membership. So thank you so much, you guys, for your support. You're drinking Coke Zero too, Linda Kramer. So let's just keep the JLR chatter to a minimum. I'm not gonna have an opinion on it one way or another right now. I'm not calling anyone a liar. I can tell you that much. I will not be doing that. Flo wants me to lay off the caffeine. No, it's not okay. You're right, KD. It's not okay at all. I would never say that that's okay. The documents are out there. You guys can read them for yourselves. What's up, Daff? JL says the second day in a row I didn't get a notification. What's up, Penny? Jackie Bushable Baked Beans. Whew, so I missed a lot this week. Not really. With you guys, I missed a lot. What's up, Marcy? Good to see you. So today we are talking about Nancy Guthrie, and this is what we're going to get into. You weren't notified either? I swear to God, I am like shadow banned here on YouTube. It is what it is. Cindy Arnold, thank you for 2 months. She said, I'm excited for 2 months. I am too. Thank you so much.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
There's a lot of updates to go over, though. and we have a lot to discuss. Hey, Sparky. Hey, Teresa T said I got a notification. Auntie Cheryl got hers. I know, Cian's funny. Okay, so the first thing we're going to go over is actually from today. 5 hours ago. We've got Hannity and Nancy Grace talking about the sheriff. And we're definitely keeping our eyes on Nanos because, dude, he's got this like fancy convertible. He's going to the gym. It's weird. It's like he does not do his job and he doesn't care. Hey, Tina. And I'm not going to let any of this other stuff overshadow the fact that Nancy Guthrie is still missing either. We can't. All right, so let's hear what they have to say about the sheriff facing recall.
A recall effort over his handling of the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. I get asked about this pretty much every day by somebody. Nobody can put this together. Your thoughts?
Well, as you go to air tonight, Sean, there are 500 volunteers collecting signatures. 120,000 signatures are
There's 500 volunteers out there collecting signatures on this guy.
needed. And from the day this movement commenced, they have 120 days to get those 120,000 signatures.
I wonder who started it.
People have been watching Nanos, and apparently he's been spending more time at the gym hour-wise than he's spending at his desk trying to solve the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. It's not a good look when he races out of his $850,000 home in his brand new Corvette to go to the gym.
For 90
when
minutes.
I try cases, maybe I went overboard. Maybe I was too obsessed.
Thank you, Quinley.
I couldn't even
Welcome.
eat dinner at night during a trial. I was so concerned about what was going to happen the next day in court. What is this man doing?
Yeah, I mean, what is this man doing? We already had him at the basketball game in the beginning, which was weird. Thank you for joining, Quinley, and welcome to the Truth Seekers.
Here's my chief concern, Sean, is if he is facing not only running his reality show, Desert Justice, when the sun goes down, the crime goes up, whatever, when he's not doing that, does his attention need to be divided by a recall effort? We need focus on Nancy Guthrie. The feds can't do it all for him.
Well, as you remember, and I told you first privately because I was asked not to discuss it publicly from a source, they weren't very inviting to federal agents, and that took some time. It basically forced the federal agent.
Oh, damn. Hannity's got a source that he was not going to take public, and he is. Sent email with picture of Tucson home break-in. Look at trailer in background. Tire tracks. Girl, I've got that. I've got that in one of our updates on X. Hey, Aristocratic. Good morning, Justine. Well, I don't know who his wife is. I don't know who he's married to, so I don't know where he gets all that, but where's he getting all this money, right?
To force themselves into the case, which speaks volumes to me.
That's
Nancy,
certainly putting perfume on the pig, Sean Hannity.
I think so. All right.
He didn't know what to say. Perfume on the pig.
Putting perfume on the pig, Sean Hannity.
She is so funny. Look at him. He's like, yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, true crime and other stuff. Dude, this guy is sus. This sheriff. I don't know. Pima County Board of Supervisors is scheduled to meet on Tuesday, March 24th to discuss his work history.
I think so. Force themselves into the case from a source.
So the FBI had to force themselves into the case, according to Sean Hannity's source. And he's like, no, we work hand in hand all the time, huh? And he's out there in his Corvette convertible going to the gym, trying to look good with his nasty earlobes hanging down to his butt. Ever seen that guy's earlobes? Dude, he could lose it all. 500 volunteers, that's a lot of people. Ooh, White Lotus says, could he be the perp? Why, though? He better hire Nash. Hey, Jules. He's already been in hot water, you know? His lobes blowing in the wind. Matt says, Nancy scares me. I instantly go into a rocking fetal position when her nostrils flare. It's good to see you, True Crime and Other Stuff. I'm glad you stopped in. Hi, Colleen.
They weren't very inviting to federal agents, and that took some time. It basically forced the federal agents to force themselves into the case, which speaks volumes to me.
That's
Nancy,
certainly
great
putting
to see
perfume on the pig, Sean Hannity.
I think so. All right. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
The Nanos recall was started, thank you, Miss Margaret, by Daniel Baturez, a Republican candidate for Arizona's 7th Congressional District, filed the recall petition on March 12th, 2026. Wow. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so with that, we're gonna piggyback, since we're on the topic of Nanos. We're gonna go to this one. So this is gonna be Megyn Kelly. We're just gonna kind of segue into these different updates. This one is gonna be Megyn Kelly, and Maureen is on here. Yay, Maureen! We love Maureen. And this is a theory that the sheriff has.
We're talking about the sheriff. So he's changed his messaging again on whether there's a threat to the community in a way that I would argue seems to undermine that this is a stalker, that this is an NBC News stalker or family member. Just to take you back through it, at the beginning of the investigation, the sheriff said this about whether there was a public safety threat. SOT 21.
With this being an active crime scene, is there any threat to the general public?
Trying to figure out my tone. Well, you know...
Huh? Wait, what did he say?
Trying to figure out my tone.
Okay, that's weird.
Is there any threat to the general public?
Trying to figure out my tone. Well, you know...
Was that like a glitch in the Matrix? We do need a Maureen emoji, you're right. You're right. Yes, we will get a Maureen. Dude, what did he say? I'm trying to figure out my phone.
SOT 21.
With this being an active crime scene, is there any threat to the general public?
Trying to figure out my tone. Well, you know, no, I don't think there's an active threat, but I hate to say that because, you know, we're going to canvass that neighborhood and maybe there's a prowler been seen around. There's a lot of work still to do. We don't have any indication that that the public is in danger.
You're not sure if it's targeted. Why do you believe there's no wider threat to the public?
Well, we have crime in Tucson all the time,
Travis.
right? Like any city. And so when you say a threat to the public, is there somebody out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night every night? We've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case.
No threat to the public. Now, here he is in an interview with NBC News just this past Friday, SOT 22.
Do you think that this suspect could strike again, whoever did this?
Well, absolutely. We believe we know why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted, but we're not 100% sure of that. And so it'd be silly to tell people yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. Don't think for a minute that because it happened to the Guthrie family, you're safe. No, keep your wits about you.
What, Maureen?
Well, I think what he's trying to say is, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So if someone is predisposed to doing this type of crime, they may do it again. But the statistics, as he also said, don't support serial offender or people pulling 84-year-old ladies out of their bed. There's just it just happens so rarely. I kind of just stopped listening to him a while ago because he should have hired his PIO. His PIO should have been the person delivering a clear and concise message. They should have been working with the FBI's PIO, and it should have just been delivered regularly in an organized fashion with no back and forth.
It's pretty diametrically opposed to say at the beginning there is no public safety threat, and then now, 44 days in, to say, don't think for a minute that you're safe. And then he also adds, Fitz, we believe we know why she was taken. It was targeted. So what is he trying to tell us here?
Well, he's covering his ass, to be CYA, to be blunt there at the end with those other statements. He wants to make sure if anything by chance does happen, again, something similar, even in some other part of the country that can somehow be linked to this, he doesn't want to be the one that they quote, at least his last quote, that, well, it could never happen anywhere. She was specifically targeted. This is not going to happen in Tucson or elsewhere. So I think he's obviously talked to other people and maybe said, all right, you may want to lighten that up a little bit there. You may have gone a little bit overboard in the beginning. I mean, obviously, it's been 44 days. And as far as we know, there have been no other abductions such as this one. But I think he just wanted to make sure he's kind of buttering his bread on both sides there, and he's covered.
I mean,
if something
saying
bad
though
does
explicitly,
happen.
we believe we know why she was targeted is new.
Well, that's a little. Yeah, I was just saying that's a little bit different.
Why?
And that comes out, and that we've said all along when we were together, Megan with Maureen and others, that the investigators know a lot more than we do.
I don't like that we just heard from Hannity that the FBI had to force themselves into the investigation. I think back on Delphi, and I think about how the FBI was involved. They uncovered things, and then the local PD pushed them out. Why didn't the FBI force themselves into Delphi if they can do that? You know what I mean? If they could force themselves into a situation, why didn't they force themselves into Delphi? Maureen. I love how she's all festive for what was it, St. Patrick's Day?
Megan with Maureen and others, that, the investigators know a lot more than we do. Mm-hmm. And for him to say early on, at least, that they know why she was targeted, that means they have motivation listed. And if they think it was kidnapping earlier for profit, that seems to have been put, off the shelf there. So I would like to hear more about why the person was targeted or why Mrs. Guthrie was targeted, but they're keeping that close to the vest, obviously.
To your point, Maureen, you have to take everything the sheriff says with a grain of salt. But if that's true, that's huge. That's actually a huge development.
It is huge. And it tells us just what Fitz just said. And we all know those investigators know so much more than we do. And they're on to something. They're on to something big. They just may be having a hard time proving it. But if you look at the Corey Richins case, that took over a year and several months before she got arrested, before they were able to really build a case. And building a case is like building a cage. You're doing it link by link by link. And, you have to have a certain sense of confidence. And for him to say, no one's really safe, he may just be saying, hey, we know what the motive is, but we don't know who you are, to give the offender a sense of security or something where he doesn't feel like he's in that cage yet because they want him to trip up. I've always had the feeling since the beginning that they're trying to get him to trip up, and they as far as we know, haven't been able to, but we don't know everything they know. They could have another legitimate ransom note for all we know. And if it went straight to the FBI, we wouldn't know about it.
And we don't know whether his statements suggesting they didn't find anything from the DNA and the backpack investigation didn't go anywhere is true. We don't know whether any of those statements to us are true. He has no obligation to tell us the truth. And they often use the media for subterfuge around what the suspect may be hearing. So everything's got that huge grain of salt. Huge. It's the huge, coarse sea salt grain of salt, not the tiny table salt that you get at the deli. Think about.
Oh, boy. Okay, so I just looked up his salary. The only thing I can find is from 2021, like, without digging deeper. And that man made $100,000 in $100,824 in 2021, according to public payroll data from Pima County. How does he have his wife has got to be working or something is up. Jason says, I think a perp day worker scoping her out as he was there on January 11th and the 24th. I don't know. That's wild. It kind of reminds me of Tommaso being like a part-time teacher and having an $850,000 house. Or $650, sorry. I mean, full-time teachers don't even make enough money that, that they're deserved. But a part-time teacher? Weird. Okay. So we're going to go on. We're going to watch another clip of Megyn Kelly. This one's interesting. Yeah, they just said he has an $850,000 house. And he's got a Corvette, like a brand new Corvette convertible. Kane says, I think Nanos is shady and nasty. Nanos, don't be nasty sometimes.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Right? I mean, teachers don't make nearly enough. But then if you think about a part-time teacher with a child and a wife and a house and all the bills that go along with it, it makes you think. So let's talk about this transnational criminal group theory.
There's a place I'm going with this, and it has to do with your theory, James, about this being potentially a South American, like B&E crew breaking. I'm like in the biz now, a B&E breaking and entering crew, because you've been saying on this program for a couple of weeks now that you'd seen video of like these South American criminals who were breaking into homes. So we finally went and pulled what you were talking about. And this is my new number one theory. You've got me. Now that I see the video of these guys, I totally get it. Will, you've got to look at this. We pulled video of what James is talking about.
Whoa.
We have a few different episodes. Here's one.
Okay, hold on.
That
was not me. That was not me, okay? So they're showing videos from other situations, just to be clear.
Of what James is talking about. We have a few different episodes. Here's one. This is hold on a second. This is video 4, which is San Diego. Okay. For the listening audience, they look a lot like our perp. They have a hoodie sweatshirt on. They have black masks. They have gloves.
Now, mind you, this is 2021. Okay. These are old videos. This is California.
They are pretty much covered head to toe. They're clearly not wanting to be recognized and potentially not wanting DNA. Now, here's another guy. He's got it looks like a balaclava that you'd wear skiing over your head. You can only see the guy's eyes. Now, here's another group sneaking onto somebody's back porch. There's 3 or 4 of them in each of these videos, except, they're together. Now, this guy, look, the backpack, the face covering, and there's another one we're going to show. But I'm going to start with you on it, Will, because it's not your theory. But look at this guy. This is in Tennessee. Yeah. He's got the backpack. He's got the reflective thing on the front of the backpack, or a light. I can't tell which. This almost looks like the actual guy who broke.
And this is in Tennessee. There's no date on this one, but this is in Tennessee. This is terrifying to see these.
Broken into Nancy's. So your thoughts on it, Will?
Okay, so my initial thoughts, and James and we've discussed this at some length, and I think we're going to continue to argue the toss on this one. My gut feeling is it isn't a B&E. The simple reason being is the value of the contents of the house, and secondly, the actual disappearance of Nancy's body itself, her person, it's vanished. And without wishing to sound flippant, in terms of the outfits that these individuals are wearing, it looks like a standard day in London, if I'm absolutely honest with you. We get a lot of people walking around dressed like this. So it's really about the fact, the disappearance of Nancy, which sort of conflicts me to fully buying into the B&E theory.
You're on the Fitz program of victimology is where you start. Like, look at the victim, what happened to her, who would have the motive to hurt her. That's how you solve the crime, as opposed to
and why remove her and why take her away from the property.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Well, I was going to ask Susanna, not having a DNA match so far, and they might have one. Again, they're keeping this very close to the vest, what they do have and what they don't have. But if you came in here on a tourist visa, you flew in from another country, and you came in...
Listen to this part. Listen to this part. And I'm sorry. Sheriff Nanos can say that everyone's cleared all he wants. I don't believe it. Until I hear the FBI say that they're cleared, I don't believe it. I don't believe anything that guy says. But listen to this part.
Through a port of entry, we're not going to have your DNA. If you haven't been arrested in the U.S., we're not going to have your fingerprints. So all this DNA, if they're coming up blank, again, to me, that might point toward this theory of, it was a transnational criminal group, and that's why we're not getting any DNA hits. As far as the body, I'm with Will, I wrestle on that a lot, but I also know that, these guys aren't stupid. And it's very difficult for you as an American to understand, how little human life can be valued. And if you're from another part of the world where, and I've been there and so is Will, human life doesn't mean as much. And, take her, why? Because there's evidence on her. Just as Susanna pointed out, there's trace DNA evidence all over her body. So they took her. That could be a theory that would explain, why they did take the body. But again, it is a theory, but a lot of things seem to, be adding up.
Well, here's the other thing that's interesting about the theory. Jennifer Coffindaffer, she's former FBI, and she's a commentator.
Okay, so this is the one I was talking about last night, where she gives Coffindaffer a shout out. But listen to this, guys.
On News Nation and on X. And she was pointing out, she's a retired FBI special agent, that an FBI spokesperson has said, they said last month, that they're posting billboards in cities throughout Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and California with pictures of Nancy. Call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Now, you could just say those are the states around Arizona and their surrounding states. Or you could draw conclusions from this. And here is what she asked. While law enforcement doesn't have the DNA from Nancy's house entirely sorted out, she writes, do they have a DNA contributor's origin figured out? Kind of like the paraben thing we were discussing. Is the person of Mexican descent? This is why I ask. Billboards in California, Arizona, and Texas, particularly Houston. These are all states, she writes, with large Mexican populations. Just because the DNA has not identified the exact person, has the sex and ethnicity of any of the profiles in the samples been determined? Culturally, many Hispanic men groom their eyebrows like women. That's just a fact, she writes. She continues, I am Hispanic, so I'm very familiar with this. I bet that DNA has already provided some answers. The FBI did not randomly choose where those billboards should go. There was a reason. What do you guys make of that?
I think there's every good chance that they may have some sort of profiling there in terms of ethnicity. I think that's altogether possible. My only concern is, and again, that's from principally working in the shadows as opposed to, say, James and guys in the bureau, is that when you have a call 1-800 FBI, the likelihood of someone who may be connected to the individual or individuals responsible for Nancy's disappearance may feel a little suspicious about calling that line in the event that they could be captured or they could be identified through that process, even though there may be assurances that they wouldn't
but we're
be.
trying to figure out whether there's something to glean from the chosen states, right? That Arizona, Texas, Houston, and New Mexico. Did I say California? Yeah. Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and California. And in particular, concentration around Houston could be interesting news. I don't know. And like the thing about the eyebrows, James, we all talked about that. He does look like he has especially groomed eyebrows, Nancy's perp. Though we've also been debating whether it just looks like that because the ski mask may be cutting off the top bushier half that most men.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you think that's actually a groomed eyebrow? Because I don't. I think you can just see the edge of the eyebrow. I think that if I put one, and maybe I should get one of those masks. It's okay, Caitlin. Hi, Nick. New York Post reports that the car Nanos drives is a 70,000 Chevy Corvette Stingray. Shortcake Girl, thank you for your super chat. We missed you. I missed you too. I think it's the mask. And I think that we're getting ahead of ourselves if we say he has groomed eyebrows, because he could have bushy ass eyebrows. You just can't see them all. There's just something weird about this person, besides the fact of what they're doing, obviously. But there's something weird about the eyes I just can't shake. I just can't shake. It's the outline of these eyes. And I know it has to do with the, infrared, but the outline of those eyes. And then also the mustache. It's just so odd.
Men would have. Most men don't have perfectly groomed eyebrows like this guy appears to, but it could just be they're kind of sliced off by the mask.
Yeah, I remember when I was first with you, I thought it might be a woman just based on the eyebrows. But I think Jennifer is making a good point there. And, the other thing I just wanted to comment on was that I've seen two stories now. The one you just showed about the billboards, which is called this 1-800, general FBI number. And then there was an article in the New York Post this morning about FBI agents, re-canvassing the neighborhood, asking about two particular days. And what I'm not seeing here is any mention of task force. I'm not seeing any mention of Pima County. So you would believe that the FBI alone is working this case, which we know is not the truth. So what is happening? Is the FBI getting information? Pima County is getting information? And then how are we getting this together as a symbiotic or, a task force type of investigation? To me, it still seems bifurcated. It seems like the FBI is over here doing something and Pima County is over here doing something. And I don't like to see that at all. I would have loved to have, seen that, hey, the task force was here, the Nancy Guthrie task force made up of Pima County, FBI, even Arizona State Police, but I'm not seeing any of that. So, I think it's interesting.
Well, what do you make of the fact that the sheriff was out there, Will, a couple days ago saying he thinks he knows the motive in the case and that he's had a strong suspicion about it from the beginning and there's absolutely nothing that steered him off of that suspicion? What? What is it? Like, why wouldn't you be sharing that?
To be honest, the sheriff is beyond comprehension in my book right now, Megan. I mean, I anything that comes out of his mouth is drivel as far as I'm concerned, and there is no substance or credibility. So it's just white noise running in the background. But to go back to your original question, which was about these billboards being put into particular areas, having worked a lot in Latin America and certainly working on missing.
But the billboards we heard are not even in Spanish. So I don't understand that either. Do you?
persons and kidnapping cases. The one thing I do know is in Latin communities, they can be a very close-knit community, as they can be, for example, in Islamic communities in the Middle East. They can be very close-knit. They don't necessarily want to share information with the wider populace. They may know, and they certainly tend to know, a little bit about each other's business. So those locating of those billboards could be very relevant to specific ethnicities and specific communities. But again, there is a suspicion of law enforcement. There's a suspicion of federal agencies. There's a suspicion of the government, which may in itself be counterproductive. Although it's a great gesture, sometimes it can be better to try and disguise these things in a different way, make it slightly less confrontational, to invite people to communicate.
Hey, Megan,
what do you make, Will, of the fact that there's no
sorry,
just a quick point, that there's no picture of the perpetrator on the billboards? Like there's a picture of Nancy. I'm like, okay, great, but like, aren't we actually trying to find somebody who might recognize that guy? I realize it's not exactly like a high school graduation photo, but there is a decent image of him from the video released by the FBI, and it's not on the billboards.
Absolutely. I mean, and again, it's who's serving the purpose here. It's a huge, huge sign. Why isn't there a full-length picture showing his physique, or as far as we can deduct his physique from what he was wearing, the face, the eyes, even the weapon that he was wearing, and the holster that he had that weapon contained within? You know, there's a lot of information about the perpetrator. I mean, in the same way as people will issue, or law enforcement agencies will issue, photo fits, you know, and impressionist drawings of suspects. Again, anybody worth their soul, if they want to know what Nancy Guthrie looks like, then absolutely, yes, it could be useful to have that picture if she may have been seen with other parties. But why not have both?
Yeah, because the odds of this perpetrator, if Nancy is still alive, parading her around in public are probably very slim. But this man is going to have to be out and about, and we presume is out and about right now, walking around living his life. And so
I feel like if we looked at that picture enough, like if you looked at that picture enough, you would, and you saw the person, you'd be like, whoa. Like, I feel like I've looked at that so much that sometimes I look at someone, I'm not going to say who, and I see those eyes. Hey, David Knight. Do you think the suspect is known to the sheriff personally and maybe the family of suspect as well? I don't know. I don't know, like, if he has family. I don't know. All right, let's finish this. Then we're going to X for a minute.
Somebody knows him. Somebody knows him, but not everybody even knows that Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. You know, Jennifer was pointing out, remember there was that pizza delivery guy who showed up to deliver a pizza to one of the independent journalists who was on site, courtesy of, like, I think a viewer, who seemed totally unaware he was walking right into a crime scene. You know, he went up and was like ringing the bell on Nancy's property. He had no idea. You know, most people are not obsessed with the news. A lot of people don't ever watch the news. Those are the happy people in life. And
right,
it's very possible that they don't even know Nancy's missing. But if you put a picture, yes, okay, she could be on it. But if you put a picture of this perpetrator big on a billboard, it's tough to pull your eyes away from, even if you haven't heard about the case. James, your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I think you're exactly right, and I think it's a misstep. But you know, from the FBI.
So the FBI did not put this on the billboards, just Nancy. So what good does that do? Other than tell the perp, hey, we're looking for Nancy. Why wouldn't they put this out there? Does this guy look familiar to you? Oh my God.
Perspective, because to me, missing person doesn't resonate as much as abducted. So if the words on the billboard were abducted and exclamation point, that would get a lot, you know, I mean.
Great point.
Missing, right? Missing person mean, okay, there's a lot of missing people, right? Well, let's say abducted, and then you're right. Let's have a picture. And you just said what all these other experts have been saying since this case started, which was what? Oh, someone knows this guy. And that's why they went up to $1 million. Well, someone knows this guy. Well, guess what? It doesn't look like anybody knows this guy, or they're not talking. And again, the reason you may not know this guy is he's not from here.
International dispute.
He's not from here, but we're hearing it's someone from Tucson. It's crazy. What about the tattoo on his right wrist? Do we even know that that's actually a tattoo? Because I have another thing from Megyn Kelly, and we're gonna do that next. But I want to kind of switch gears over to X for a moment, and I want to finish out this Nanos thing. So this here is. It says, in other news, the corrupt and incompetent Pima County Sheriff is facing a recall election, not just for his disastrous handling of the Guthrie case, but crime overall.
What do you think
Listen to this.
the final straw was for those officers?
The final straw was the false resume. That was the one that caused them to take a vote.
The false resume. He lied on his resume. There was 2 years missing. He fudged it because he got fired from El Paso, Texas, for gambling and something else. I would have to look it up, but he freaking lied. So the resume is what started this whole movement. Let's hear about what else.
I've been watching Nanos for a while because I've been traveling the southern border, and as you know, Pima County borders along the border.
Yes,
and
it does.
For 4 years, drugs had poured across that border by drug runners in backpacks. Mr. Chilton, he's a rancher along that border, has filmed it for 4 years, and he's got images of thousands of drug runners coming across the border, the exact path they take, the exact time of day, and he's given it to law enforcement, and there has been one arrest.
So this is
Whoa, did you hear that? They've given times of day and everything. Not one arrest. Listen to that again.
Resume. That was the one that caused them to take a vote. To me, I've been watching Nanos for a while because I've been traveling the southern border, and as you know, Pima County borders along the border.
Yes,
and
it does.
For 4 years, drugs had poured across that border by drug runners in backpacks. Mr. Chilton, he's a rancher along that border, has filmed it for 4 years, and he's got images of thousands of drug runners coming across the border, the exact path they take, the exact time of day, and he's given it to law enforcement, and there has been one arrest.
So this is about more than, of course, the Nancy Guthrie case. This was just the straw that broke the camel's back, essentially.
Yeah, and Nancy Guthrie was the final thing, and I've been out to Nancy Guthrie's. It's a shame that crime has risen to this point in our community, and I can't blame just Nanos. We have failed leadership in Pima County.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Who additionally is there who should be held accountable for the crime running rampant, as you say?
There's no law enforcement here. They're not holding anybody accountable. And I've been saying for a long time, I'm not a politician. I'm a painting contractor. I got into this race because I have watched the drugs, the homeless crisis grow. I have watched the crime rise in our community. There's just about every day someone's getting stabbed on the city buses. We have machete attacks. You heard about the hatchet attack from the young man that's from New York that stopped here on the bus and they killed him with a hatchet. This is happening every day in Tucson.
That doesn't sound good for Nanos. That does not sound good for Nanos.
What do you think the final straw was?
And by the way, Taz, I'm not responsible for other people's behaviors, okay? So.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
I knew this was going to happen, but.
I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I ain't responsible for other people. So let's see. What else do we have over here? Bear with me while I scroll. So yeah, we already talked about this a little bit. The agenda for the next scheduled meeting, I think, is March 24th, is going to be his stuff. Betty's being paid off to turn an eye, and that's where the money comes from. Hey, Jay, Google Sereno, SUR cartel, big bad Opie. It was sprayed on the paint. It was painted on the house that is under construction in Nancy's neighborhood. Do you have a picture of that? Wake the Bake, I hope you're doing good too. Oh, here. This is why the Nancy Guthrie case remains unsolved. A brief visual breakdown. Look.
To studies and going to school, man, I just fucked up the whole shit so bad I can't even imagine. When it comes to studies and going to school, man, I just fucked up the whole shit so bad I can't even imagine. When it comes to studies and going to school, man,
Look at this idiot. That's him in his car. That's him going to the gym. And him at the basketball game. Look at him with his sweat towels and shit. This guy's a joke. Look at him. Look at him. Hey, Valerie, what's up? What's up, Ostrich? So, let's see what else. This is yesterday or 2 days ago. According to law enforcement, FBI agents were back in the Catalina foothills to speak with people who aren't normally in the area. That was day 46. Oh, hot mics with Billy Bush. Let's listen to this. This is a clip with Brian Ensign. Let's.
You were talking about the sheriff.
Is there anything
This
that's
is 18 hours ago. Hot mics with Billy Bush.
remotely encouraging as a possible lead at this point?
You know, there's this task force that they put together now. I mean, it seems much more, you were talking about the sheriff, it was disorganized in the beginning. When I left, it seems much more organized, and the FBI seems to be more in control of the whole thing. So I think
that's good.
That's encouraging. You know, even yesterday I was talking to the neighbors, and the FBI was back in the neighborhood again. They're asking about like really specific dates, which I think is interesting. They were asking about January 11th, which they've asked about before, but now they're also asking about January 24th, which is the Saturday before Nancy went missing. And they're going to neighbors and asking.
Okay, did you hear that? It's confirmed through Brian Ensign. The 24th as well. The 24th as well. And I said that. Someone said, no, nothing happened on the 24th. They're asking for footage from, let's see, January 11th, which is a Sunday, the 24th, which is a Saturday, and the 31st, which is a Saturday, and obviously February 1st, which is a Sunday.
Really specific dates, which I think is interesting. They were asking about January 11th, which they've asked about before, but now they're also asking about January 24th, which is the Saturday before Nancy went missing. And they're going to neighbors and asking specifically for video from January 24th.
Why? Because of a suspicious person walking in the neighborhood?
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, I don't know exactly why, but I think they have reason to believe that this person or people were casing Nancy's house the weekends before. And the weekend element is interesting. Makes me wonder, does the person have like a day job Monday through Friday?
Right.
Why is it weekends that they're looking into? So that seems to be some progress there.
Even asking that question, Brian, I think you're qualified to be the next sheriff of Pima County.
I don't know if you saw these new photos of him and he's got this really fancy Corvette that he drives to the New York Post got photos of him. He goes to the gym, he drives his Corvette to and from work. And people just, it's
the sheriff does?
Look. Yeah, you got to see these pictures, Billy. The New York Post just put them out. And it's like him and his Corvette going to and from work and working out every day. And it's just not look, whatever, he has a Corvette, that's fine. But it's just not a good look. I mean, when people are already critical of him and think that he's not getting the job done.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's nice there, Sheriff. Driving around in the...
Yeah.
So how much do they pay the sheriff of Pima County? It looks like a fancy car.
Right. That's almost his year's salary. In 2021, he made $100,000.
Right there.
Whew. That's some crazy-ish right there. All right, so we're going to go to... This is a crazy story. Look at this. Bitcoin influencer paid a group of LA cops $20,000 to lure people he had grudges against to California, then plant drugs on them and arrest them. You hear that kind of corruption? They got paid Bitcoin to set up his enemies. Mm-hmm. Hey, Felicia. Yep, a group of LA cops. Crypto moguls payroll. This guy. The hell? This one says the FBI went to the embassy suites on Skyline and Campbell. Remember, we heard they were training, asking about surveillance footage. This is 5 minutes from Nancy's home. Embassy suites, remember? And then Chillinois says they'd be better off asking Fleming's. That's the steakhouse we discussed. And possibly the chiropractor across the street. Unless, because she said she doesn't see any cameras on the outer perimeter of the embassy suites unless they're thinking the suspect stayed there. So here's some photos. And this is surrounding businesses. There's the embassy suites. Hello, Mary J. And then we have, let's go back down here because that kind of coincides with that update. The construction work on North Serrata Chica. And this bounces off of, this is Matt Black, but he shared, Brian, on March 17th, FBI is back in Nancy's neighborhood, asking about neighbors who moved out before Nancy vanished and also interested in a home under construction and the names of all the crew members. So then here's the map. And if you notice, the name of the street struck me because James came out and said he was looking for Chica. I'm looking for the Chica, chicken. Chica. I don't know if he meant this road because he said they went to the wrong house.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Yes, JL, that's the same Embassy Suites. Thank you, Wake and Bake, for the super chat and for sending it. Remember that, though? He was like, I'm looking for the Chica. I'm looking for the chick. Chica. Hello, Lara in Australia. So here's the map. Let's make that bigger. Here's Nancy's house. North Serrata Chica. So this is behind the streamers. And I believe this is the people that had a problem with, what's his name? Thank you, Wake and Bake. I think that Dad's Gone Live had an issue with these guys. And there's a trailer right there. See that trailer? North Serrata Chica. And I just remember James. I was looking for Chica. Happy Friday, Kayla Wayla. A. Higgins says, whatever burden info James is carrying has taken a toll and weighing on him majorly. He may not be crazy after all. You know, a drunk mouth is a sober thought. I've always felt that way. And when I heard Ashley, I think it was Ashley or Megan, one of them said that there was a focus on the billboards in Houston. Have you guys heard that elsewhere? And is there any way we can find out where these billboards are? Like if there's more in Houston. Oh, Roller Coaster Road, that's right by Tommaso and Annie's crimes. FBI billboards, Nancy Guthrie. Hang on, I'm going to do a quick search. Houston. And James has that tie to Houston. Yes, right here, Fox Houston. I found it. Fox Houston did a story on them. Hold on. Watch this.
One of the big questions here, where is Nancy Guthrie and is she still alive? That's a question that is haunting investigators and, of course, her family right now.
The FBI and the Guthrie family are now turning to the public for help after a second deadline from an alleged ransom note came and went last night. Jade Fleury is live from Rosenberg. This is one of the locations where an FBI billboard is now up. Jade, good morning.
One of the locations. So there's more than one location in Houston, or what?
Morning.
Yeah, can you guys see the billboard right here behind me? The Guthrie family really exhausting every available resource to bring home Nancy Guthrie.
Wait, the Guthrie family or the FBI? I thought the FBI put these up. And that's what they look like. What's up, John Reed? What do we need to talk about? No, Junior, I don't. I think they need the FBI anyways.
The Guthrie family really exhausting every available resource to bring home Nancy Guthrie, and that includes using these digital billboards to help spread the word. About every 55 seconds or so, that is when you can see Nancy Guthrie's face or picture pop up on that billboard. And today marks day 10 of the search for her. As of Monday night,
So those were up on day 10. This is from day 10.
Investigators say they still do not have a suspect or person of interest in the case, and the search efforts are intensifying more than a week after police believe that Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother was kidnapped from her home in Tucson, Arizona. Now, in a modern take on the missing person search, the FBI using these high-traffic billboards to spread.
And it's weird, like, where is this? This doesn't even look like a freeway. So weird. And someone in New Mexico said that there was weird spots in New Mexico that they were like, what? You know?
In a modern take on the missing person search, the FBI using these high traffic billboards to spread the word quickly. The agency telling Fox News that they are trying to bring as much public awareness as possible.
Here's one on a freeway right here. I don't know where this is at, but.
Meanwhile, Savannah Guthrie is continuing to ask for the public's help after her mother's disappearance.
Hi,
Jen. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement.
Now, these billboards aren't only in Houston. They've been seen in El Paso, San Antonio, Dallas, California, and of course, Arizona. But in the meantime, the billboards are up and the search continues. Reporting from Rosenberg, Jade Fleury, Fox 26 News.
Interesting. Did you hear all those cities she said?
Billboards aren't only in Houston. They've been seen in El Paso, San Antonio, Dallas, California, and of course, Arizona. But in the meantime, the billboards are up and the search continues. Reporting.
So no other surrounding states but those. Nobody focusing on the copycat break-in not far from Nancy's today. I'm busy, go away. I've heard of it. Nancy doesn't look the same now. Her hair was colored. She would definitely be graying in 7 weeks. For sure. Thank you, Flo, for your super chat. Consider the source, but ChatGPT says there's 15 in Houston. Hey, wind in her eyes. But why aren't the billboards in Spanish? That's kind of weird, too. But if you do look up, I mean, I know we've all done it. If you look up James Feather and you go Houston, Texas, he's got ties there. It says lives in Houston. Look, his LinkedIn. Houston, Texas. You guys think that's weird? He's James Feather the third. Nanos allegedly kicked someone in the head and he was hospitalized. This AM, 3 to 5 miles from Nancy's, broke in. Female found him in her bedroom and called cops. Was he wearing a mask? So just keep that in the back of your head. Guys on the run wearing a backpack. Is that on X anywhere? Just keep that ish in the back of your head. Oh my God, Flo. Do you fly American? Let's see. Let's go back here. So this shows, okay, if the streamers are in front of Nancy's house right here. Okay, if they're right here, then the construction house is behind them. Remember they all parked on this road right here? Well, look at all the neighbors, their houses, their driveways connect with this here. I don't know if this one does. Looks like this one comes out over on El Ganado. But it seems like they're interested in everything I would call in front of her house. I don't know why everybody's saying behind. Because this is clearly the front. Right? Hold on. You guys can't see the whole picture. My bad. Okay, so if you look here, here's Nancy's down here. And this is saying that En Serrata Chica is this road. And this is where the streamers would park. On the side of this little road. And then if you look, all the neighbors from these houses up here, their driveways all go to Chica. Mark was there. 2 cop cars came. Then he droned the area. I saw that. So this isn't behind her, though. Because we're hearing behind her, the cameras shut off. And we're hearing about things behind her as well. The rental is behind her. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I knew something was behind her. But I'm saying this construction thing is in front of her. And now I understand why these people were pissed that they were parking here, because all their freaking driveways connect to this little cul-de-sac. The first FBI search, they knocked on the doors. Nobody answered. Because no one's living there? Wild. And this image is from May 15th of 2024. May 15th of 2024. The rental behind her house is the rental News Nation rented. Do you know that for sure, Jen? Repent. Jesus is coming. Thanks for the reminder.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
I'm confused too. I mean, obviously I haven't been there, so it's like hard for me to visualize as well, but that's where their backs are to all of this when they're out there streaming. Be safe, Vogue. The house up the I don't know. I'm just telling you that's what this is. This is North Serrata Chica. And then we also have more proof. We have permits for North Serrata Chica. See? That is where the construction is. I mean, there might be other construction. But this is all permit details. See, there's their license, Refuge Builders. And they have an inactive license, according to this. He's got a deed or something, so there's one being renovated and one under construction. You should go, Jay, get the lay of the land and do some droning. I haven't ruled it out. I would like to take a couple days and just get the lay of the land because it is very confusing, especially with all these roads in there and they're getting more footage and let's see what else we've got. That one was good though with that hot mics with Billy Bush. I believe the whole thing is on YouTube. Okay, here's more from Nancy. According to Crime Stories investigator Dave McAtack, renters who live in a home near, this is about the renters now, not the construction, this is the renters, who lived in a home near Nancy's residence moved out right after her disappearance. Along with seeking information on the rental home, FBI agents who returned to the neighborhood this week were also investigating nearby construction work and workers. In this one rental home, the neighbors moved out immediately after Nancy's disappearance. Now read into that what you will, but they were there until the kidnapping, then gone. And then we've got a rental home and we got construction work. And then we have the report of January 11th and January 31st. Agents asked neighbors for January 11th between 9 and midnight. And then January 24th is also a date of interest with the neighbor telling NBC News that agents asked for footage from that date. Several other neighbors stated, however, they were not asked for footage from that date. So conflicting. And then homeowners are encouraged to submit relevant security footage through this portal. And if you click on the portal, that's where you see that weird date. Evidence.com portal. And it still says missing endangered adult reported 1/31/2026 at 7 p.m. Report filed. Address, East Skyline Drive, Tucson, Arizona. Why isn't it her house? Why is it East Skyline Drive? Do you guys understand that? The construction foreman down at this house talks to Mark, and he stopped yesterday. He tells them the FBI has been there many times. What do you guys think of that? East Skyline Drive. Why wouldn't it be her road? John Reed, I just texted you. Please read my text message. Where'd you text me? My Google? How'd you text me? My Google Voice? I don't know if they looked into that particular house, but their focus on that one is what Nancy Grace said. You emailed me, MJ? I don't have any texts on my Google since March 11th. So I don't know where you texted me. Or you mean email, John Reed? You got me confused. But yeah, report filed 1/31/2026, 7 p.m. Into the future, they saw, I guess. They were seeing into the future. Okay, so let's see what else. The FBI went to the embassy suites. We covered the embassy suites. This one here. Okay, so here's Adrienne F. on X. She says North Camino Miraval and North Camino Escalante. This is where the G cup was found. Remember the G mug? No, East Skyline is not her address. Hers is like starts with a T. So it says here the G cup, and then up North Camino Escalante, another house under construction, East Camino La Zarella. It is also alleged the FBI were at the embassy suites questioning people. We also know the FBI were speaking with people on North Campbell Road. So here's some maps. This is Camino Miraval, Camino Escalante, which this really doesn't help me much because I'm not that familiar with the area, but seen that assisted living on a lot of these maps. But yeah, this is all. Oh, here's Camino Escalante. That's Nancy's Road. I got a cooter chat.
Hey Jay, just wanted to say a big thank you for keeping us updated on Nancy's case. Red heart emoji, red heart emoji, red heart emoji.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your cooter chat, Carrie Lou. Okay, but look what's on Skyline Drive. The Embassy Suites is on Skyline Drive. You too can also send a cooter chat and bypass YouTube. YouTube keeps 45% of our income. Can you believe that shit? So that's why we have the tip jar. The Embassy Suites is on Skyline Drive. That's the area they are searching in. And then here's Camino Miraval, and then here's Campbell. And here's Camino Real over here down at the bottom, right? That's where they picked up the what looked like the white Forte or whatever it's called, the Kia Forte. Hello, Sherry from St. Armand, Louisiana. Welcome in. Yes, if you send a cooter chat, my friend reads them for me. You sent me a PayPal, Belinda? Oh my gosh, let me check. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. I'll cooter chat $10 if someone sees the toolbox in the perp's hand. Oh my God, Dav is so convinced there's a toolbox in the perp's hand. In the non-face, the one from the 11th. You know what though? Now that you say that, Dav, think about this. We know now that picture was on the 11th. So what does that mean? What does that now mean? Could that person have had a toolbox? Hey, Vodka. Raspberry says, the email I sent is pretty interesting. I definitely will look. Hold on a second. Cooter chat.
Thanks for all your great work, Jay.
Thank you, Sparky. I love the cooter chat. Pull it up. I'll tip the money. You don't have to tip for it. I will pull it up, though. Thank you. Thank you for all of your support today, you guys. I appreciate that a lot. How do you bypass YouTube? You click the tip jar link. Let's look at this last one and then I'll pull it up, Scoots. So here's another map, Camino Miraval. This doesn't look familiar to me because I don't recognize this Zorella Segundo. So the FBI was all down Camino Miraval. They went down East Camina La Zorella. They also spoke with houses here on the corner of Orange Grove and E Camino La Zorella. They also went back down north Via Entrada. And the FBI did go to Via Entrada and then go all the way over to North First. So I love these maps. I wish I was there. I would definitely, be looking at where this stuff is as a whole. But here's First Avenue. We've heard a lot about First Avenue as well. I think that's Oracle. People have been saying that the pic was AI generated because I think you can't see the face because of the light. North Placita Arturo as well. And the place on the corner of Rudisill in North First Ave. The FBI was at Rudisill, then up to Luke Daly's area around North Placida di Rogello, surrounding areas such as North Camino de Michael. They also went over to Annie and Tommaso's home and area and visited some of the businesses there. So that's, hey, Michelle. Yes, we'll pull up the toolbox. Give me 1 second to pull up my email. I'm going to close this. Actually, I don't have to close that. What am I doing? Another Cooter chat. Nick.
Appreciate you, Jay. Yellow heart emoji. Yellow heart emoji.
Thank you, Nick. You're so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you as well. Thank you for being here and hanging out with me and listening to my nonsense. What was I pulling up? Daff. That's right. Daff. Daffy. All right, let's download it. All right, Daff, this is your moment. 1:48:30 on SI video from Boots on the Ground 4 days ago. So you can see the Sir tag. I will look at that offline for sure. I like to look at things first. All right, here is Daff. Thank you, Mary, for your super chat. Thank you so much, you guys. I love when I hear the little Cooter chat. Okay, so while you guys take a look at that, I'm going to go grab a drink and use the restroom real quick. I know it's probably TMI. Probably shouldn't say that. I should probably just say I'm getting a drink. But you guys take a look at this. Do you see toolbox in this person's hand? We can mess with the filters when I get back. 2 minutes.
Cooter break.
Okay. All right. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, Daff, I see something. Can we zoom in? Okay, yes. Now that I'm back, we'll zoom right in. Okay. And Daff has circled. Oh my God, Daff says, I'm so excited. You're so funny. Okay, that. Oh, he is carrying something, Daff, I think. Hold on. Let's use our filters. Let's open up the J for J filters.
Jeepers!
The J for J color correction. Okay, here we go. Ta-da. Ooh, it looks like he's grasping something. Is it the backpack? What is it? Are we sure that's not just the plants behind him? Could that just be the plants? Hold up. Hold up. His fingers are awfully weird. Jay, use the unedited one. But it looks like his hands are grasping something, right? Look at the pants. All right, let me turn that off. What am I looking at on the pants? That's not a dog, is it? Give him the dog. Is that a dog? Is that a fucking dog? What is it? It is. It's in front of the pants. You're right. Right. I see that. And on his right leg. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, John Reed. I will. It does look like an animal. You can see it covering the front of his pants. I see it. I see it. He's definitely gripping onto something. Looks like he's holding Gigi the javelina. AI generated? I don't know. Daft, did you send another one? That's clearer or something? Let me pull up my emails again. Hold on. I'm getting all of your emails. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Keep them coming. Even though I don't respond to most of them, keep them coming. I do read them. No, I only got one from you. This one. The AI overview of our email, Daff says, Daff sent a screenshot of a person holding an item, possibly a toolbox, to the podcast team. J for Justice podcast team acknowledged the image, but questioned if the item was just pixels, not pickles, pixels. And then Daff explained the image quality was due to a quick screenshot and reiterated the items looks like a toolbox or a duffel bag handle. That's Gemini. I want to know what's sticking out of the right side of his mask. Yeah, me too. I want to know what's in his hand. It looks like a javelina. Well, this is not from a video. This is where he's standing still. But I can pull it up on X. Hang on. I can pull up the original that was shared. Let's do that. We'll put Daph's over here, and then we'll try to zoom in on this one. I think I just missed something. Did someone become a member? No, I do notice their hand looks wonky, right? It looks really wonky. But, Hold on, let me get rid of this stuff. We always get in these holes. I try to keep my screen the same. I always end up doing this, but it's all good because that's what we do, right? His hand looks weird. Like he's holding his right hand weird. Like his fingers are all out. You sent the CUDA chat. Was I in the bathroom? Thank you, Daff, for the CUDA chat. Let me see. I feel so unorganized right now. He's built like a brick house and gloves too small. Do you think he's built like a brick house, or do you? Because his legs look skinny. I think he's doubled up in clothing. I don't know why we didn't get a video of this. This is supposed to be Jan 11th. This is supposed to be Jan 11th. Oh, you didn't leave a message, Daff. You just sent $10 cooter chat. Thank you. You should have left a message. And Cindy sent a cooter chat. She said, cooter break. Thank you guys for your support. I'm sorry I missed those. All right, let me put the filter on this and see. No, I'm not so sure. Is it a package? It's definitely in front of his leg, you guys. I can't ignore that. Look. Right here. Whatever this is. Because it's like a cutout of his leg. So whatever is in his hand is in front of him right here. But what the heck is it? Hey, Blue Ivy. If it's not a toolbox, it's a tool bag because you can see the handles. He's definitely holding on to something, I think. What do you guys think? Let's do a poll. That'd be the easiest way to figure it out. Hang on, I want to zoom in on his hand. Because his fingers are in an odd position. See that? There's definitely, I think, something going on there. See, if I turn up the contrast, you can really see his fingers. I've made them very dark. But you can see his fingers. Thank you, White Lotus. Look at the moving video. That whole arm looks weird, like a fake arm. Thank you for your super chat. I'll play that next. The glove looks funky. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And there's something in front of his leg. And if you look, if I zoom back out, here, you can see that what's below him is not plants. This is literally the sidewalk. Like right here, this is where the plants are. This is the sidewalk. There's no plants right here. And then this goes back, this is her driveway. Or that, that little, those steps. I see a man's head to the left of him on the right side. You do? Over here? Could they be holding a package and like pretending to deliver a package? His shoes are similar to tomato shoes. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. And the legs look skinny. He does not have thick legs. I think what's his name? Luke. I think Luke has thick legs. He doesn't look thick here. It could be, Felicia. Grain says the backpack is to his right, leaned up against the plant. Oh, right here? Holy fark. Is that what that is? Hold on. No, I think that's a plant. What is that? Hold on, because this is the one from February the 1st. I think that's like a pot, isn't it? But then here he looks like he has a fat ass. Not fat, but you know what I mean, like a thick ass. Where the grass meets the black. Huh. Over here, you mean? No, that's a pot because you can see it right here. There's pot. Those are just pots. He looks shorter because he's holding it away from his body. The day of the deed, he doubles up, says Clad Queen. Yeah, because this was just a dry run, right? This was a dry run, maybe testing out the doorbell camera to see what it would do. Daff, I think that's a great eye. I think there's definitely something there. Hey, moderator. Yeah, the clothes make them look chubby because they're not chubby here. At all. Their legs are thin. But then if you look at this one, let me zoom out. They're closer to the camera, so the angle's a bit different, right? But if you look at the legs, they look thicker, I think, A, because of the angle, and B, because I think they might be doubled up on clothing. And they're wearing different shoes. They're wearing different shoes, I think. And do you guys think that Pac-Man is involved? Even though they said he's not and blurred his face. I wish Nancy Grace would see it, or Banfield. Well, maybe Banfield can have someone who, you know, she has all these specialists. Maybe she can have someone take a look at that picture and see if maybe he is holding something there. Pretending to deliver a package, perhaps. Valerie says if you look at the picture on the left behind him, someone is in the bush. In the bush. In the bush. In this one? I'll tell you what, tomorrow we will go through your emails live, okay? Read my above. Is that maybe why they went after Carlos? Because that person was holding a package? There's a breast bend in the chest when he walks up the step. I will ask. Ratio, I will ask. Because you know she knows people that can analyze photos. It'd be interesting to get her take on it. At the very least. You see someone behind him. I don't see it. I think it's the same person, different nights. Okay, let's see. When he walks up from getting the flowers, you mean? I don't know where you're seeing a breast bend. I don't see it. But he looks awkward because he looks like he's got too much clothes on. He looks like he's wearing too many clothes. And he can't bend and move well. I know. I appreciate you, Daff. Hey, Ski Utah. How are you?
Ski Utah.
Yep. R.I.P. Chuck Norris for sure. I added some new sound bites too.
You know, the proof is in the pudding, if you will.
They look like birthing hips, but I think he might just have too many clothes on. Because, yeah, the bow-leggedness, like, could be a Tyvek suit underneath. I don't think it's Cameron either. Who thinks it's Cameron?
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Looks like he just holds his right hand curled, even walking up to the door. Cameron is really tall. This person's not really tall. Well, I just remember Luke in that Range Rover when he kept doing his fists like that. I think it looks like a woman's butt because they're wearing double clothes. And this also doesn't remind me of a woman either. Just like Luke in his interview, stuffed sausage. Right. But he doesn't look like a stuffed sausage in the picture. Or here. His legs are actually very lean if you look at that picture. Luke loves to layer his clothing. Who thinks Luke was trying to be set up? I think someone was trying to set Luke up. I don't think this is Luke. Legs are way too thin, man. Luke is like a pork chop. Luke is a pork chop. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that I can describe him as is a pork chop.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
But you can tell in the January 11th picture, the pants are a little bit baggy. They're baggier, right? You can even see in this one, they're bunched up a little bit. They're bunched up at the ankle a little bit. See that? Kels. You think Luke has skinny legs? I think Luke is thick. Here too, you can tell they've got this weird stance, this weird like hunched overness to them. Also, what is this all about? Why is this so long right here? What is that? Looks like someone who has a beard. Look at that. That's weird. It's not even shaped right. Look how long that is. Oh, Nanos' earlobes.
Wow.
Oh, do you like it though, Jen? I hope you like it.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Look at him. Duh. Let me look at these flowers and see if I can't use these flowers. Here you can actually get an outline of the nose. There we see like a chin outline, don't we? That's more defined right there. That's more defined right there. That's where the big ear would be. He's like, oh, what I hear? Is my wife coming? Dude, I hate him too. I hate this guy. Whoever would do this to this 84-year-old woman will rot in hell.
I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Look at those eyes. You talking about this light? I think that's just from a house, you guys. I know some people think it's headlights. I don't. Raz, I will. I'm not just, I can't just put out like random stuff about random people. I'm not looking to get sued, so I will look at it offline for sure. He knew to expect the step. Yep. Ooh, that's where they end it right there. Right where we get like a glimpse of his weird face is where it ends. They abruptly end it. Damn. And that's where they end it. Let me zoom it down a little bit. Now, what is that? I noticed these. I've noticed these, but what is that? Reminder. Isn't Chica, North Chica? Isn't that right here? North Chica? Storm Spotter, thank you for subscribing. What is that? And they cut it off right there. Like, they don't want us to see any more of what was on that film. We don't know, Galen, because it's only a still image. But as he's walking up to this, he pops the light on and sees the step. Oh, that's the sign, the no outlet sign. So that's, okay. Okay, so that's the cul-de-sac up there where all those driveways connect. He's holding the weeds. He just went and picked the flowers. Those are the flowers, and this is where they end the video. His backpack is very light, too, as he bends over. Look at the jacket zipper. One is a half zipper. The other is a full. I think the half zipper is a pullover. I think it's two different people, possibly one female. Okay, that's the sign. I knew there was a sign out there. That makes sense. So what's making the sign reflect? Stupid question. But what's making the sign reflect? Why are we seeing the sign reflect from that far away? It's weird. Hey, aristocrat. And they obviously cut it off there. They didn't want us to see anymore for a reason. Why? See, it looks weird there. Like, what is... We know he's got the thing. That's the light? What is that? Is that the light? Look at him. He looks like he's doing a curtsy. I have pictures of the car in the driveway. Thank you, not Mike from 203. And what's up with the leg position? Right. Is there a vehicle? I know he's ballet. We need to get him some ballet flats. Is this a dancer? See, they skipped that part. So we see him in that last freeze frame. Then the next thing we see is he's holding the flowers in front. So they did not let us see the approach with the flowers. We only saw the initial approach. We didn't see the approach with the flowers because all of a sudden here we are. And he's doing this madness. Higgins, Janice, where were you? Okay, let's zoom in on this. God, this is creepy. I got a couple things to ask you guys. The gloves. Don't the fingers look like they're too big? Don't the fingers look like they're too big for the person? And look how pointy. Look how pointy. Is that like a fingernail? Like, what the heck? Oh, doubled up gloves. I keep seeing pointed nails. Okay, now let's look at the face. Because this is wild. Every time I look at this, I get a different, like, freeze frame of it. That is effed up. I still, like, just... It doesn't look right. The eyes don't look right. I know, me too, Melissa. I feel the same way. Like when I look at the eyes, I see female. But then when I see the whole body, I see male. And I feel, do these eyes look familiar to you? Who the fuck is this person? Oh. Robat. I don't know. On both sides of the head, the mask sticks out. Is that hair under there? I don't know. I think he's double gloved. Is it because we looked at it so many times? It could be. That's what, oh, I had color correction on. Okay, that's without color correction. That's with it. Because, like, what's this? Mustache? And this is crooked. The mask is crooked. It's like over more. It's almost covering up the corner of this person's eye. Yeah, the head does look square. It's funky. It's funky for sure. Hold on. I'm just playing around. I know it's weird, but those eyes are just wild to me. Definitely hooded eyes. And maybe that's what we're seeing, you guys. Could this be a heavily hooded eye that looks like eyeliner in this footage? Is McSpunky here?
I hate you, fuck you.
Whoops. Is McSpunky here? Why are you saying it's time to get funky? Is he?
Don't be nasty sometimes.
If you look at one of the pics, you can clearly see both eyes nearest the nose. It is terrifying. What's our guess on age range? Good question. Like, I think the hooded eye might be mistaken as eyeliner and look feminine in this. You know what I'm saying? Here, let me turn that off altogether. All right, that's the normal image. Hey, Wardam Eagle. Mask is sitting more to one side to make sure that piercing underneath his eye is covered, in my opinion. Ew. Late 20s, early 30s. Someone says 50-ish, under 32. 30 to 40, 35 to 40. How come we haven't gotten that from authorities? How come we haven't gotten that from authorities yet? And there's the image inverted. That's creepy. You can see the shape of the light. You can see that stupid circular thing. God, whoever this is a freaking creep. Thank you for becoming a member, Wardam Eagle. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. Thank you so much. Thanks for your support. Mustache parted in the middle. It is creepy. Hell has officially frozen over. War Eagle, right? Screenshot that shit.
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Yeah, this person has no soul. None. Shark eyes, no soul, soulless, evil. Who would do this to this woman? Okay, let's go ahead and... Whoops. Put this on normal again. Let's go ahead and end this poll and see if you guys... Because I don't want to get too off track with it. So, Daff, 70% agree with you that the porch guy is holding something. That's with 200 votes. Inset eyes. Do you guys think that that's hooded eyes? Or literally eyeliner or something like their eyes? They have a heavy lash line. Can't believe we're knee deep in these again. This was not on my bingo card for today. But that's okay. Good job, Daff. 70% agree with you, man. Ooh, look at that one. That's creepy AF. Oh, God, that's really creepy. Imagine seeing this. Poor Nancy. If she saw this. Good grief. Thank you for subscribing, Margaret. I'm just kind of stopping frame by frame. Where do they end that one? Let's see. They just end it with the flowers. That's where the FBI ends this one. Just with the flowers. Galen says that her security cameras, if you see people's eyes or animals, it does show a heavier lash line. Hey, Becky. I would be inconsolable knowing my mom had woken up to this and not knowing what happened to her. Or a freak that's into granny. That is so disgusting. I know it exists, but oops. It is just something I can't comprehend. Okay, let's watch him walk up here. Let's zoom in on this. I should put these in order. I just can't get over the gate. The gate reminds me of the tomato. And then they stop it there. But there's the initial image coming from this direction. We talked about that. We talked about this stepping stone. Does he have a double chin or is that a beard? Right. I don't know. Do this again. See, right there, he turns the light on because he knows that he's anticipating a step, in my opinion. Jay, you should have us put on our tinfoil hats and look into the mining cartels from Nogales where Enton went. Yeah? That is a whole rabbit hole. No More BS says, I think the perp is high or drunk. Watch how he twists his leg when he gets up from pulling the bush. I did see that. And I didn't know if that was just a, compensation for like a bad knee or a hip. Thank you, Valerie, for your super chat. I sent you an email, Vola415, with pictures. Looks like someone behind him kneeling down. It's circled in red. Thank you, Valerie. So he's anticipating the step and he's got the light on like, oh, I don't want to trip. So somebody knew, in my opinion, knew that this was coming up because look how far away he is. And he's like, oh, I know this step's coming. So I'm going to turn on my little mouth light and drool. Jay, you have the full clip somewhere. Of what? I have the full clip of what? And why does he have such a heavy shadow here? What is the shadow from? Watch Tomato get into the SUV. He puts his right leg up and drags the left one in. Both ladies went left leg first, but Tomato couldn't do it. Tomato couldn't even bend his legs to put the flowers down. Annie squatted like that. She was literally squatted. The full moon. So you don't think there was a light on out here? That's from the moon? That's crazy. And look at that stride. That's definitely a guy. Have you guys hit the like button, by the way? And if you want to put tinfoil hats on today, I do have something to share with you that's effing weird. Like I had double layer tinfoil. Full moon almost straight overhead. That's wild. I mean, look at that stance. Those are wide strides. I don't feel like a woman would have that wide of a stride. You guys, it's really weird though. It's something that popped up in my algorithm that's really weird. And that's where it ends. And then starts over back here. Do you wanna visit the weirdness with me? Because it is weird, but it will get you thinking. I don't know why it was even made, and it's creeping me out, so I want to share it. But see, look, he's like, yep, I got that step. The weirder, the better. Look at that. DeBlanco, it's so good to see you. Look at his foot there. Look at that. Look how his foot is turned out. He's like landing on the heel, or the side rather. He's landing on the side of his foot. That says a lot about how somebody walks, you guys. It's very distinct. It's very hard to... Oh my God, Nick, that's hilarious. It's very hard to fake when you have like certain, a certain gait. In my opinion. We're all going to have to wear our hats for this one, okay? You don't, Jason? You don't believe it's tomato? And that's where they end it. They don't want us to see us. They don't want to let us see him walk too much. That's why we didn't get the other approach after he came back with the flowers. They totally started there and then cut it off right there. Right there is where the last thing we see. And if you look at that, look at the shape of the face, guys. I think it's important to look where the FBI stopped showing us images because they didn't want to show us too much. For some reason. That reason, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't want us to see it, but they aren't letting us see it. Why? That's where it cuts off. Or no, then it picks up here. Sorry. Okay, so they didn't. It cuts off there with his head down, and then the next image we see is this. Right, and then he comes up to the camera. He tries the hand maneuvers. And the hand maneuvers don't work. And then he goes for the flowers. Raspberry says you can see the side frame of the glasses. You think the perp is wearing glasses? That changes something for me. You think the perp is wearing... Do you guys think that? Let me know in chat. Put yes or no. Put yes or no if you think this person's wearing glasses. Do you see outlines of glasses? Because I don't see it. I would think you would see, things sticking out, right? Hold on. We'll look again. not sure if I'm seeing any glasses on this person. I think there'd be a reflection if they were wearing glasses, don't you? I feel like there'd be a reflection. Okay, let me turn off this color correction, and then we're gonna get our tinfoil hats on for this. Oh boy, okay. I don't know how this stuff falls into my lap, but it did, and I have no clue why. But let me get my screen set up, and then we're gonna watch something. You can call me a weirdo after it's over, okay? Hey, Leo. Okay. Hold on. Let me get this. Don't call me a weirdo until you hear me out. Put a 1 in chat if this video popped up for you in your algorithm. You can't call me a weirdo yet. I'll even come on camera so you call me a weirdo to my face. Has this come up for anybody else? Hey, Melanie. I'm putting on my hat because this is weird. Okay. This is... Yes, Sparky. Did this come up for you? So let me show you this. This is from Vengeance Marked. They have 453 subscribers. This has 150 views. No one's seen it. But Sparky got it. It says, my sister-in-law insisted on helping me. Or no, not sister-in-law. My son-in-law insisted on helping me with my medication. The pharmacist took me aside. We've heard of... This is not a true story. I thought it was a true story. This is not a true story. It says, my son-in-law insisted on helping me with my medication. The pharmacist took me aside. Remember the CVS story about Nancy? Remember the CVS clerk said that she would come in with her caregiver? I don't like AI videos or stories. I think it's weird. But this one I listened to and I was like, whoa, this is weird. And it came out on March 18th. Okay, here we go.
My perfect son-in-law, a registered nurse, volunteered to manage all my medications after my heart surgery. For 6 months, I swallowed whatever he handed me. Until the...
Okay, so we have someone with a heart problem taking medications.
pharmacist suddenly grabbed my arm and whispered, I reported this to the FBI. You're in mortal danger. I just nodded. 3 days later, federal agents stormed the house, and my son-in-law turned white as a ghost when he realized his flawless murder scheme had just collapsed. Before continuing, subscribe to our new channel, where we tell stories about men who take revenge on their insolent children, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law. Before continuing, subscribe to our new daughters-in-law. One of those neighborhoods where the Edward Parker, insolent children, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law.
Listen.
My name is Ralph Edward Parker. I'm 68 years old, and I live in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Okay, first of all, this is fictitious. But he lives in Scottsdale, Arizona.
One of those neighborhoods where the houses all look like they cost more than they should, and the landscaping is always perfect. I spent 32 years as a U.S. Marshal, the kind of work that teaches you to read people faster than they can lie to you. Retired 7 years ago. Thought I'd spend my golden years relaxing, maybe finally master long-distance ham radio contacts, enjoy the desert sunsets. Life had other plans. 2 months ago, I had open heart surgery, coronary artery bypass grafting. That's the fancy term for we cut your chest open and reroute your blood flow. The surgery went well, according to Dr. Robert Grant, my cardiologist. But recovery? That's been hell. 6 different medications 3 times a day. Metoprolol for my heart rate, lisinopril for blood pressure, atorvastatin for cholesterol, aspirin to keep my blood thin, clopidogrel for the same reason, and one more I can barely pronounce. The pill organizer on my nightstand looks like a pharmacy exploded. That's when Kevin stepped in. Kevin Larson, my son-in-law, married to my daughter Heather for 5 years now.
Okay, enter the son-in-law. We're already in Arizona. We have heart problems. We have multiple medications, and now enter our son-in-law.
37 years old, works as a registered nurse at Phoenix Heart Center. The irony isn't lost on me. When he offered to take over managing your medications, Dad, I thought it was kindness. I was weak, exhausted, still had staples in my chest that pulled every time I moved. Having someone organize my pills, pick them up from the pharmacy, remind me when to take them, it felt like a blessing.
And this reminded me of the CVS, where the clerk said Nancy's caregiver would come in. Who was the caregiver? According to the drummer in Jimmy Eats World, he said Tommaso and Annie were her daily caregivers. We've never heard they weren't. We've only heard they were from one person.
You just focus on healing, Dad Ralph, Kevin said that first week, his smile bright and professional. I'll handle everything else. I remember nodding, grateful. Stupid old man. Kevin's always been the picture-perfect son-in-law. Always asks about my day. Always offers to help around the house. Always says the right things. But there's something about him that's never quite sat right with me. 32 years of hunting fugitives teaches you to spot the difference between genuine and performance. Kevin never looks you in the eye when he talks. Not really. His gaze slides past you like he's reading a script just over your shoulder. And his concern, it's mechanical, precise, like he practiced it in front of a mirror. Then there's Heather, my daughter, my only child. 34 years old, works in marketing for some tech startup downtown. She used to be so full of life, opinionated, stubborn, laughed like her mother used to. But over the past 5 years since she married Kevin, something changed. She became quieter, nervous. She doesn't argue with him, doesn't disagree, doesn't even seem to have her own thoughts anymore. Just nods along, like a puppet with cut strings.
Now, we don't know anything about the dynamics in the family, unfortunately. But could this have been the dynamics? I don't, it's weird. Who made this video, Kels? Help me. Help me.
I asked her about it once, about 6 months after the wedding. You seem different, sweetheart. Everything okay? I'm fine, Dad, she said, but she wouldn't meet my eyes either. Just adjusting to married life. That should have been my first warning. They moved into my house about 3 years ago. Just temporarily, Kevin said, while we save for our own place. The house is big enough, 4 bedrooms, ranch style, the kind of place I bought back when I thought I'd fill it with grandkids someday. They took the guest wing. I barely noticed them most days. Kevin worked long shifts at the hospital.
I wonder if they ever lived in the guest house at any time. I wonder if they ever lived in her guest house.
Heather worked from home half the time. We coexisted. Then came the surgery. For the first 3 weeks after I got home from the hospital, everything seemed fine. Kevin organized my pills into that 7-day organizer, morning, noon, night compartments all labeled. He'd bring them to me with a glass of water, watch me take them, then clear away the glass. Efficient. Professional. I thought he was being thorough. Then I noticed something odd. It was week 4. I was sitting in my recliner, trying to tune my ham radio. My hands were shaking too much to adjust the fine controls, which frustrated me when Kevin brought my evening pills. I glanced down at the tablets in the little plastic cup he handed me. The metoprolol looked different. Wrong color, different shape. It was supposed to be round and white.
Wait a minute. Why does this... Oh my God. Wait. Kelly, did they AI tomato? Hey, 949 Sherry, you have to wear your tinfoil hat for this one.
This was oval and pink. Kevin, I said, holding up the pill. This doesn't look right. He didn't even hesitate. Oh, the pharmacy switched suppliers. Generic versions. Same active ingredient. Just different manufacturer. Saves money on insurance. Made sense. I'd heard about that happening. I swallowed the pills and didn't think much of it. But that night, something was wrong. I couldn't sleep. Not the normal post-surgery insomnia. This was different. My heart was racing. Pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, hear it in my ears, like I'd just run a marathon. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, feeling my pulse hammer against my ribs. 120 beats per minute. 130. I checked my watch. The numbers glowed in the dark. This isn't normal, I thought. This isn't stress. I got up, walked to the kitchen, drank cold water. Tried breathing exercises. Nothing helped. My heart kept racing. By the time the sun came up, I'd maybe slept 2 hours total. The next morning, Kevin found me at the kitchen table, exhausted. "Rough night, Dad?" he asked, pouring himself coffee. I looked at him. Really looked. His expression was concerned, but his eyes, there was something else there. Something that looked almost like anticipation. "Yeah," I said slowly. Heart wouldn't settle down. "That's normal after surgery," Kevin said, sipping his coffee. "Your body's still adjusting. Give it time." He patted my shoulder and left for work. I sat there for a long time after he was gone, staring at my pill organizer on the counter. Something my old partner used to say echoed in my head. "Trust your gut, Ralph. Your gut knows things your brain hasn't figured out."
Remember, they said, Lizzie, you don't want to know. We are in a rabbit hole with an AI video. It's weird, you guys. Do you guys find this weird? The story so far?
Out yet. My gut was screaming. The next 2 months became a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The insomnia didn't stop. Every night.
And remember her neighbors said that she stopped coming out and they got worried about her? They were like, she used to walk her dog and then her dog died and then they didn't see her anymore.
The same thing. I'd take my evening medications and within an hour my heart would start racing. 2 hours of sleep, maybe 3 on a good night. I'd lie there in the dark, feeling my pulse hammer, counting ceiling tiles until dawn. My hands developed a tremor, not just occasional shaking, constant. I couldn't hold my radio tuning knob steady anymore. Couldn't write without my handwriting looking like a drunk spider had crossed the page. Then came the panic attacks. I'd never had anxiety in my life. I'd faced down armed fugitives, testified against cartel members, walked into situations that would make most people wet themselves. Fear was something I managed, controlled, but these attacks, they came out of nowhere. I'd be sitting in my chair, reading the newspaper, and suddenly my chest would tighten, my vision would tunnel, and I'd be absolutely convinced I was dying. No trigger, no reason, just pure irrational terror flooding through me like ice water. My blood pressure became a roller coaster. One reading would be 160/95.
A roller coaster road.
3 hours later, it had dropped to 90/60. Dr. Grant ran tests. EKG, echocardiogram, stress test, everything he could think of. "I don't see anything alarming, Mr. Parker," he said, reviewing the results in his office. "Your heart is healing well from the surgery. The bypass graphs look good. This might just be post-operative stress. Your body went through major trauma. Sometimes the nervous system takes time to recalibrate." I wanted to believe him, but 32 years of instinct were telling me something different. I started watching Kevin more closely. He never let me handle my own medications. Ever. He'd organize them, bring them to me, watch me take them. If I suggested getting them myself, he'd say, No, Dad, I've got it. You just rest." The pill organizer was always in his and Heather's wing of the house. Never on my nightstand. Never where I could access it without him knowing. One afternoon, while Kevin was at work and Heather was out running errands, I went into their bathroom, told myself I was just looking for aspirin. The medicine cabinet was full of the usual stuff. Tylenol, bandages, Kevin's prescription for seasonal allergies. But in the back, behind the contact lens solution, I found a pharmacy bag. Recent. Dated from the week before. I pulled out the receipt and read the medication names. Adderall, 30 milligram tablets, 90 count bottle. Prescribed to Ralph Parker. My blood went cold. I don't have ADHD. I've never been prescribed Adderall.
Whoa. Okay, so Ralph went to his son-in-law and daughter's house and went into the medicine cabinet and found Adderall prescribed to Ralph using his fucking name.
All in my life.
So what happened? What happened at dinner? What happened over at Tommaso and Annie's at dinner? Did she go in the medicine cabinet and find something? Oh, dude, I'm telling you, Cindy, whoever did this, do they know something?
Kept reading. Alprazolam, generic Xanax, 60 tablets. Also in my name. Also never prescribed to me. And albuterol inhaler for asthma. I don't have asthma. I stood there in their bathroom holding that pharmacy bag and felt the floor drop out from under me. Someone was forging prescriptions, using my name, using my patient ID from the hospital system, and that someone was either Kevin or someone Kevin was working with. I put everything back exactly as I'd found it, walked back to my room, sat on my bed and stared at the wall. The pieces started falling into place. The racing heart, the insomnia, the panic attacks, the tremor. Those were all symptoms of stimulant abuse. Adderall in high doses causes exactly those problems, especially in someone with a compromised cardiovascular system, someone who just had open heart surgery. And the missing medications, the real ones, the metoprolol and lisinopril, that were supposed to be protecting my heart. If Kevin wasn't picking those up, wasn't giving them to me, then my heart had no protection. Add stimulants to an unprotected heart, and what do you get? A heart attack, a stroke, something that would look completely natural for a 68-year-old man recovering from bypass surgery.
Stimulants to cause a heart attack and look natural.
I thought about Heather. Tried to remember when I'd last seen her disagree with Kevin about anything. Couldn't. She just went along with everything he said, everything he wanted. Was she part of this? Did she know? The thought made me sick. I remembered her as a little girl, 7 years old, pigtails, gap-toothed smile. She'd fallen off her bike trying to ride without training wheels, scraped her knees bloody. I'd carried her inside, cleaned the wounds, put on the bandages while she cried. "You're so brave," I'd told her. "Brave girls get back on the bike." She'd hug me so tight. "I love you, Daddy." When did that little girl turn into someone who'd stand by while her husband poisoned her father?
Why hide the body if it looks natural? Maybe something went wrong. I don't know. It's not a real story, but it's interesting, right?
Or maybe she didn't know. Maybe Kevin was doing this alone and she was just oblivious, willfully ignorant. I didn't know which possibility was worse. I couldn't go to the police. Not yet. What did I have? A pharmacy bag with prescriptions in my name.
I couldn't go to the police. Not yet. Not yet.
It was worse. I couldn't go to the police. Not yet. What did I have? A pharmacy bag with prescriptions in my name. Kevin could claim I'd asked him to pick them up, that I was confused from the surgery. The word of a recovering heart patient versus a medical professional? That wouldn't go anywhere. I needed proof. Real, concrete, undeniable proof. And I needed to survive long enough to get it. That night, Kevin brought my evening medications as usual, watched me take them with that same mechanical smile. I swallowed the pills, drinking the entire glass of water, making sure he saw me do it. "Sleep well, Dad," he said, collecting the empty glass. "Thanks, son," I replied. As soon as he left, I went into my bathroom and stuck my finger down my throat, vomited everything up into the toilet, flushed, rinsed my mouth, brushed my teeth twice. I wasn't taking another pill from Kevin's hands. Not one. But I needed to make him think I was. Needed to keep up the act while I figured out how to expose him. 32 years of hunting criminals had taught me patience, taught me how to build a case, gather evidence, wait for the right moment. Kevin thought he was hunting me. Poor bastard had no idea he'd just become the prey. I sat in my bedroom that night, tremor in my hands, heart finally settling into a normal rhythm now that the stimulants were wearing off. Thought about my options. I couldn't trust the local police, not yet, not without evidence, but I knew someone who could help. Gerald.
I couldn't trust the local police. There's another parallel.
Mitchell, the pharmacist who'd been filling my legitimate prescriptions for 15 years. The man who'd know exactly what medications I was actually prescribed and what I wasn't. The man who might have already noticed something was wrong. The next morning, after Kevin left for his shift at the hospital, I got in my car and drove to Mitchell's pharmacy. Time to find out just how deep this went. Mitchell's pharmacy sits on North Hayden Road, a small independent place sandwiched between a Starbucks and a dry cleaner. Not one of those big chain pharmacies where you're just a number in the system.
What's next to CVS? What's next to CVS? What's next to Nancy's CVS where she got her scripts? A fucking Starbucks. Oh my God.
In a Starbucks and a dry cleaner. Not one of those big North Hayden Road, a small independent place sandwiched between a Starbucks and a dry cleaner. Not one of those big chain pharmacies where you're just a number in the system. Gerald Mitchell knows his customers. Remembers their names, their medications, asks about their families. That's why I've been coming here for 15 years. The bell chimed as I walked in. The place smelled like it always did, antiseptic and paper, with a faint chemical undertone. Gerald was behind the counter, sorting through a stack of prescription forms. He looked up, and something flickered across his face. Recognition, yes, but also something else. Concern. "Mr. Parker," he said, setting down the papers. "I wasn't expecting to see you today. Kevin usually picks up your prescriptions." "I know," I said, walking up to the counter. "That's why I'm here. I wanted to check my records personally, make sure everything's in order." Gerald's expression shifted. He glanced toward the back room, then at the empty pharmacy. We were alone except for a teenager stocking shelves in the vitamin aisle, headphones in, oblivious. "Mr. Parker," Gerald said quietly, leaning forward, "I've been hoping you'd come in. We need to talk. Privately." He gestured toward a small consultation room off to the side. the kind they use for flu shots and medication counseling. We went in. He closed the door. Gerald Mitchell is 52, owns this pharmacy, runs it with his wife. Tall guy, graying hair, wire-rimmed glasses that make him look professorial. I've watched him fill my prescriptions for years, always careful, always double-checking. The kind of pharmacist who takes his oath seriously.
Thank you, Safi Reyes. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm just going to call you Saf. That's what I've been calling you. Thank you, Saf. Please send me my Tin Hat membership card. For sure, it's in the mail.
He pulled up his computer system, typed something, turned the monitor toward me. I wanted to talk to you about your son-in-law, he said. Kevin Larson. He's been picking up prescriptions in your name for the past 3 months, but there are some serious discrepancies. He brought up the records. I saw my name, my patient ID, the medications listed. Here's what your cardiologist actually prescribed after your surgery, Gerald said, pointing. Metoprolol, 50 milligrams twice daily. Lisinopril, 20 milligrams once daily. Standard post-bypass protocol. Right, I said. That's what Dr. Grant prescribed. But here's what Kevin's been picking up. He scrolled down. Metoprolol, only 25 milligrams, half the dose, and he hasn't picked up any Lisinopril in 2 months. I stared at the screen. My heart medication. Half dose, and nothing for blood pressure. Then there's these, Gerald continued, pulling up another window. Adderall, 30 milligrams, 90 tablets. First filled 6 weeks ago, refilled 2 weeks ago. Alprazolam, 60 tablets. Albuterol, inhaler. I've never been prescribed any of those, I said. I know. Gerald's expression was grim. I cross-referenced with your medical records in the system. Dr. Grant never ordered them. No doctor did. Someone forged these prescriptions using your patient ID and insurance information. The room felt suddenly cold. Seeing it laid out like this, in black and white on the computer screen, it made it real in a way my suspicions hadn't. I noticed something was wrong about a month ago, Gerald said. Kevin came in to pick up what he claimed was your prescription for Adderall. I asked if you'd changed doctors, if there was a new specialist. He said you'd started seeing a psychiatrist for post-surgical depression. It seemed odd, but not impossible.
Post-surgical depression? No, this is not true. This is AI generated, but it's very scary.
Surgery can affect people that way. But you checked anyway, I said. I checked anyway, because the dose was high and you just had heart surgery. Stimulants and compromised cardiovascular systems don't mix. I called Dr. Grant's office. They had no record of referring you to a psychiatrist. No record of any new prescriptions. Gerald took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes. Mr. Parker, I'm a pharmacist. I'm required by law to report suspected prescription fraud to the authorities. But this isn't just fraud. This is... He paused. Do you understand what these medications would do to someone in your condition? Kill me, I said flatly.
Oh my God. And then we have the DPS card. Don't forget about that. Mandated reporter in this story.
Slowly. Make it look natural. He nodded. The Adderall would stress your heart. Racing pulse, elevated blood pressure, increased risk of arrhythmia or infarction. Without the metoprolol and lisinopril to protect you, your cardiovascular system would be completely vulnerable. For someone recovering from bypass surgery, taking high-dose stimulants while missing their cardiac medications, it's a recipe for a heart attack. I sat there listening to him explain in clinical terms how my son-in-law was trying to murder me. The tremor in my hands had stopped now.
Oh my
I'd
God.
been purging the pills for 2 days, and my system was starting to clear. But the rage...
So this man who's in Arizona, who doesn't trust the local authorities, found out that their son-in-law was trying to kill them.
that replaced it was steady, cold. How long has this been going on? I asked. At least 3 months that I can confirm, possibly longer. I only started paying close attention a month ago when the Adderall prescription seemed suspicious. 3 months. Kevin.
Now, I think in real life, this would have been picked up immediately, like a medication counter, whatever they call that, counter indication or...
Had been systematically poisoning me for 3 months. What are you going to do? Gerald asked. This is attempted murder, Mr. Parker. You need to go to the police. Not the police, I said. FBI. Prescription fraud crosses state lines, uses federal systems. This is their jurisdiction. Gerald blinked, then nodded slowly. You're right. I should have thought of that. You're going to file a report, I told him. Tell them you suspect prescription fraud involving my patient ID. Give them all the records you showed me. But here's the critical part. Don't mention that I know. Don't tell anyone, especially not my family, that I came here today. Why not? Because if Kevin knows I'm onto him, he'll either run or destroy evidence. I need him to think everything's going according to plan. I need him confident, careless, and I need time to build an airtight case. Gerald studied me. You were a U.S. Marshal, weren't you? 32 years. This isn't your first investigation. I smiled, but there was no humor in it. No, but it's the first time the suspect lived under my roof and called me Dad. Gerald was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I'll file the report today. But Ralph, you're in real danger. Real danger. If he thinks you're getting better, if he thinks the plan isn't working, he might escalate. I know, I said. That's why I'm going to keep playing sick. Keep taking his pills, he thinks. Keep deteriorating, he thinks. Let him believe he's winning. And then federal agents will knock on my door with a warrant, and Kevin will learn that trying to kill a federal marshal, even a retired one, is a very bad idea. We shook hands. Gerald promised to contact the FBI that afternoon. I left through the back exit. Didn't want anyone seeing me leave. Got in my car and sat there for a minute, hands on the steering wheel. The hunter had become the prey. Kevin thought he was so clever, so careful. Medical professional, knows how to forge prescriptions, knows what drugs would cause a natural death. But he'd made one critical mistake. He'd underestimated me. That evening I drove home. Kevin was in the kitchen making dinner. Pasta with some kind of cream sauce. The smell made my stomach...
Fuck. Wait a second. Remember the thing where Tommaso says he likes to cook pasta? So this guy goes over for dinner? Or has dinner?
But he'd made one critical mistake. He'd underestimated me. That evening I drove home. Kevin was in the kitchen making dinner. Pasta with some kind of cream sauce. The smell made my stomach turn, but I forced myself to act normal. Hey, Dad, he called out cheerfully. How was your day? Tiring, I said, shuffling to my recliner. Didn't sleep well again last night. That's rough. He came into the living room, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Maybe we should talk to Dr. Grant about adjusting your sleep medication. I looked at him, really looked at him. The concerned expression, the sympathetic tone, all of it performance, all of it lies. Maybe, I said. Dinner's almost ready. I'll bring you your evening meds in a few minutes. Thanks, son. He went back to the kitchen. I sat there, listening to him hum while he cooked. Humming. The man was trying to murder me, and he was humming in my kitchen. 20 minutes later, he brought me a small plastic cup with my medications and a glass of water. Here you go, Dad. Don't forget to take them with food. I took the cup. 3 pills. One was definitely Adderall. I recognized it now from the pharmacy bag I'd seen. The others, who knows? Could be Xanax. Could be something else entirely. Thanks, Kevin. I put the pills in my mouth, took a sip of water, made a show of swallowing. He watched, satisfied. Then he turned away. The moment his back was turned, I shifted the pills to the side of my mouth between my cheek and gum, waited until he was gone, then went to the bathroom, spit them out into the toilet, flushed. Later that night, lying in bed, I thought about Heather. Was she part of this? Did she know what her husband was doing? Tomorrow, I'd find out. Because tomorrow I was going to start really watching both of them, not as a father, not as a victim, as a predator. The next 2 weeks were the longest performance of my life. Every morning I'd shuffle out to the kitchen, moving slow, looking frail. Kevin would bring me breakfast and my morning medications. I'd take them, smile weakly, thank him. The moment he left for work, I'd go to the bathroom and vomit everything up. Rinse, brush, start the day. I couldn't keep doing that forever.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about what you guys just said. Nancy's meds were being monitored if they knew the 10 p.m. dose was missing from the counting. So did that come from Nancy Grace? I can't remember where that came from. I vaguely remember that.
Eventually, the lack of nutrition would actually make me sick. So I called an old colleague, Mark Douglas. We worked together in the Marshal Service back in the 90s, before he transferred to the DEA. He's stationed in Phoenix now, handles major drug trafficking cases. I reached him on his cell. Mark, it's Ralph.
Wait a minute. Did Nancy know William Nash?
Parker. Ralph, haven't heard from you in what, 3 years? How's retirement treating you? I need a favor, a big one, and I need you to keep it completely off the books. The tone in his voice shifted immediately. What's going on? I need you to get me prescriptions. My actual prescriptions from Dr. Robert Grant at Phoenix Heart Center. The real medications. I'll explain later, but right now I need metoprolol and lisinopril. Legitimate pharmacy fills, nothing questionable. There was a pause. Ralph, you're scaring me. What the hell is happening? Later, I said. I promise I'll explain everything. But right now, I need those medications, and I need you not to ask questions. Where do you want me to deliver them? My house. Come by tomorrow morning, 9:30. Kevin will be at work. Come to the side door, not the front. He agreed. True to his word, Mark showed up the next morning at exactly 9:30. I let him in through the garage entrance. He handed me a pharmacy bag.
Okay, so then we have don't come to the front door, and we have Nancy with the nest. Comes in through the garage. Oh, pieces.
These are from my doctor, he said. Same medications you need, same dosages. I told him I was traveling and needed backups. No record connecting them to you. I owe you, I said. You owe me an explanation. What's going on, Ralph? I looked at him, really looked. Mark Douglas is 63 now, gray-haired, carries a few extra pounds around the middle, but he's still sharp. Still has that intensity that made him good at hunting drug traffickers. My son-in-law is trying to kill me, I said. He's been forging prescriptions, giving me stimulants, while withholding my heart medication, trying to trigger a heart attack. Mark's expression went from confused to furious in about 2 seconds. You called the police? FBI, through a pharmacist who noticed the fraud. They're investigating now. But I need to keep playing sick until they build a case. I need these medications so I don't actually die while pretending to be dying. Jesus Christ, Ralph. Yeah. What do you need from me? Your silence, for now. When this goes down, I'll need you to testify about the medications if it comes to that. But until then, nobody can know I'm getting real treatment. Mark nodded slowly. Your son-in-law, the guy who lives with you. Kevin Larson, registered nurse at Phoenix Heart Center, married to my daughter Heather. Does she know? I don't know yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Hey,
Mark
Noel.
was quiet for a moment. Then he gripped my shoulder. You need anything else? Anything at all? You call me. Day or night, understand? I understand. Thanks, Mark. He left the way he came. I went to my bedroom, locked the door, and took my first real dose of metoprolol and lisinopril in 2 months. Within an hour, I could feel the difference. My heart rate slowed, steadied. The constant pressure in my chest eased. Over the next 5 days, my symptoms improved dramatically. The tremor in my hands disappeared. I started sleeping, really sleeping, not the fitful 2-hour stretches I'd been managing. The panic attacks stopped completely. My blood pressure normalized, but I couldn't let Kevin see any of that. So I kept up the act, complained about insomnia, mentioned the tremor. Even though my hands were steady now, I'd make them shake when Kevin was watching. Shuffled when I walked, even though my legs felt strong for the first time in months. Dad, you look exhausted, Kevin said one evening, bringing me my medications. His expression was concerned, but I could see it now. The calculation behind his eyes. The assessment. Is it working yet? Is the old man dying on schedule? I'm exhausted, I told him. Barely slept last night. Heart was racing again. Something flickered in his expression. Disappointment? Frustration? Maybe we should call Dr. Grant, he suggested. No, I'm sure it'll pass. Just takes time to heal. I watched his reaction carefully. He wanted me to see a doctor, but not for treatment. He wanted a doctor to document my deteriorating condition. Wanted medical records showing I was declining. So when I finally had that fatal heart attack, it would look expected. Natural progression. The man was thorough. I'd give him that. While Kevin thought I was dying, I was working. I'd set up a small hidden camera in my bedroom, one of those tiny things you can buy online, disguised as a digital alarm clock. Positioned it perfectly to capture my nightstand, where I kept my medication bottles. Third night after I installed it, I got exactly what I needed. 2 a.m. I was in bed, pretending to sleep. I'd taken my real medications hours earlier, hidden in the bathroom. I heard my bedroom door open quietly. Through barely slitted eyes, I watched Kevin enter. He moved silently, carefully, went straight to my nightstand. The camera was recording everything. He opened the drawer, took out my pill bottles, the ones he thought contained my legitimate medications. I watched him unscrew the cap on the metoprolol bottle, saw him pull something from his pocket, small baggie, pour tablets into the bottle, screw the cap back on, shake it to mix them. Then the lisinopril bottle. Same thing. Add tablets, mix, replace. His face was clearly visible in the dim light from my alarm clock. No masks, no gloves. Just Kevin Larson, registered nurse, systematically tampering with his father-in-law's medications. He put everything back exactly as he'd found it, closed the drawer silently, left the room. I lay there in the dark, listening to his footsteps fade down the hallway. My hands weren't shaking, not anymore, but I was shaking with rage. Watching him do it, seeing it with my own eyes instead of just suspecting, made it real in a visceral way. The next morning, I downloaded the video footage to an encrypted USB drive, hid it in my ham radio equipment in the basement. Kevin never went down there, didn't understand the radio setup. Then I reset the camera to keep recording. That evening, something else happened that answered my biggest question. I was in my study, actually the converted third bedroom, where I keep my radio equipment and some files, when I heard voices from the hallway. Kevin and Heather, talking. Their bedroom door was open and sound carries in this house. How much longer? Heather's voice. Strained, nervous. I don't know. His heart should have given out by now. The Adderall dose alone should be triggering serious arrhythmia. Maybe we should just... Stop. This is taking too long. What if someone notices? My heart, which had been beating steady and calm all day, suddenly felt like it had been dunked in ice water. She knew. Heather knew. Nobody's going to notice, Kevin said. I'm a cardiac nurse. I know what I'm doing. His symptoms all look like normal post-surgical complications.
So did you guys think it was weird that the time, 2 a.m?
And when he finally has the heart attack, it'll be completely expected. Old man, bypass surgery, recovering poorly. It's textbook. But what if... Heather. His voice went hard. We've been over this. The house is worth $847,000. His retirement accounts are over $300,000. Life insurance is another $125,000. Once he's gone, we're set. We can move to California like you wanted. Start fresh. A long pause. Then Heather, quieter. I just wish there was another way. There isn't. He's not going to change his will voluntarily, and we can't wait another 20 years for him to die naturally. We need this now. I stood there in my study, hand on the doorframe to keep myself steady. My daughter. My little girl. The one I'd carried into emergency rooms. The one I'd taught to ride a bike. The one I'd walked down the aisle 5 years ago. She knew her husband was poisoning me, and her only concern was that it was taking too long.
We need our hats.
I wanted to storm into that room, wanted to confront them both, drag them out of my house by their collars. But I didn't, because I needed them confident, needed them careless, needed them to think they were still winning. That night, my ham radio crackled to life with an encrypted signal. I recognized the pattern. Federal frequency. Coded transmission. I grabbed my headset. KE7RPX receiving, I transmitted. Mr. Parker, this is Special Agent Lisa Torres, FBI Phoenix Field Office. Gerald Mitchell filed his report. We verified the prescription fraud. We're opening a formal investigation. What's the timeline? I asked. We need to coordinate with the DEA on controlled substance violations, verify the paper trail, get warrants for the Kevin Larson's phone and computer records. 3 days, maybe 4. Can you hold out that long? I can hold out as long as you need, I said, but I've got additional evidence. Video of him tampering with my medications. Recorded 2 nights ago. Can you get that to us? I'll have it ready when you come. We'll execute the warrant early morning. Be prepared. And Mr. Parker, stay safe. If he suspects anything. He won't, I said. I'm a better actor than he thinks. 3 days. I had to keep up this performance for 3 more days. Then Kevin Larson was going to learn what happens when you hunt a federal marshal. The next morning at breakfast, Kevin smiled at me across the table. Dad, you're looking a little better today. Maybe the medications are finally working. I forced my hands to tremble slightly as I lifted my coffee cup. Still not sleeping well, but maybe you're right. Maybe I'm turning the corner. That's great to hear, he said, and his smile never reached his eyes. 3 more days, I thought. Just 3 more days. The morning after Agent Torres confirmed the FBI would be coming, I made 2 phone calls. The first was to Victor Stewart, an estate attorney whose office sits on 16th Street downtown. I'd never met the man, but he...
So we've got a lawyer downtown.
Came highly recommended by Mark Douglas. If you need to lock down your assets legally, Mark had said, Stewart's your guy. The receptionist tried to schedule me for the following week. I told her it was urgent. She put me on hold, came back 2 minutes later. Mr. Stewart can see you this afternoon at 2. The second call was harder. Sherry Coleman, private investigator, former Phoenix PD detective, runs her own firm now. I'd never worked with her during my marshal days, but I knew her reputation. Thorough, discreet, relentless. I need surveillance on 2 people, I told her, my daughter and her husband. I need to know if they're working together on something. What kind of something? The kind that involves me dying and them inheriting? Brief pause. I'll come by your place this afternoon. 1 o'clock. We'll discuss details. I spent the rest of the morning maintaining my act. Kevin worked the early shift, left the house at 6. Heather was in her room, working remotely. I shuffled around, complained about not sleeping, made myself toast I could barely finish. The perfect picture of a declining old man. At 1 o'clock sharp, Sherry Coleman knocked on my door. She was maybe 45, dark hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, no-nonsense expression that reminded me of every good cop I'd ever worked with. We sat in my study, the room with my radio equipment, where Kevin and Heather never came. I explained everything, the medications, the forged prescriptions, Gerald Mitchell's discovery, the FBI investigation. Then I told her what I'd overheard, Kevin and Heather discussing my death like it was a business transaction. But I need proof, I said. Real proof. Something the FBI can use if they decide to investigate Heather too. Sherry pulled out a small notebook. You want audio surveillance on their private conversations? Yes. That's legally complicated. Arizona's a one-party consent state, which means I can't plant bugs in your house without someone's permission. But I can follow them, observe them in public spaces, record conversations.
That's interesting. So in Arizona, you can't bug someone's house without their permission. Wow. We need to talk to James ASAP. ASAP.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
That's legally complicated. Arizona's a one-party consent state, which means I can't plant bugs in your house without someone's permission, but I can follow them, observe them in public spaces, record conversations they have where there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. Like in a car, if they're driving somewhere? Exactly. She tapped her pen against the notebook. Give me 2 days. I'll stick to them like glue whenever they're together outside the house. What are your rates? $500 a day plus expenses. I nodded. Do it. We shook hands. She left through the back door, same as Mark had. At 2 o'clock, I drove downtown to Victor Stewart's office. The building was one of those modern glass towers, all reflective surfaces and expensive views. Stewart's firm occupied the 8th floor. Victor Stewart himself was 64, gray-haired, wearing a suit that probably cost what I had used to make in a month as a marshal, but his handshake was firm, his eyes sharp. Mr. Parker, he said, gesturing to a leather chair across from his desk, Mark Douglas spoke highly of you.
I hope you love it, Mary Dean. Thank you for your support.
Said you might need some estate planning assistance. That's putting it mildly. I sat down. I need to make sure that when I die, especially if I die under suspicious circumstances, certain people don't inherit a single penny. Stewart's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Interest. Tell me everything. I did. The whole story. He listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes on a yellow legal pad. When I finished, he set down his pen. Mr. Parker, what you're describing is attempted murder. Have you contacted law enforcement? FBI is investigating now. They'll be executing a warrant in less than 48 hours. Good! He leaned back in his chair. But you're right to protect yourself legally. Even with criminal charges, your daughter could potentially claim she had no knowledge of her husband's actions. Without criminal convictions for both of them, she might successfully contest a will that disinherits her. So what do? We create an estate plan that's ironclad. First, a new will. Will include specific language stating you're of sound mind, you understand the consequences of your decisions, and you're deliberately excluding certain individuals. We'll name specific reasons, not just, I don't like them, but concrete actions they've taken. He pulled up a document template on his computer. Second, we'll create a detailed memorandum, not part of the will itself, but a supporting document that explains your reasoning in detail. You'll describe the timeline of events.
Right, but don't you think this is weird? This is set in Arizona, right? The son-in-law is trying to kill, which is the dad. It's like Nick said. It's like they put all the info into AI and generated a possible scenario. Oh my God, Harlow, it's crazy.
The evidence you've gathered, everything. It won't be admissible in criminal court, but it will support the will if contested. What about my assets? The house is worth $847,000. Retirement accounts total about $320,000. Life insurance is $125,000. Stewart typed numbers into a calculator. $1,292,000 total. Significant estate. Here's what I recommend.
Whoa.
We create a new will.
And that's the reward amount, roughly. 1.2 million. Mama, this popped up in my algorithm yesterday. It was the first thing in my algorithm. No, this is an AI video. It only has 150 views, and it was put out on the 18th of March on this channel with only 453 subscribers.
192,000 total. Significant estate. Here's what I recommend. We create a new will leaving everything to a charity, perhaps the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association Foundation. They provide support to families of fallen federal agents, appropriate given your career. And Heather and Kevin, they each receive $1, not $0. That makes the will easier to contest, as they could argue they were accidentally omitted. $1 proves you deliberately considered them and chose to leave them virtually nothing. I like this guy. We spent the next hour drafting documents. Stewart's paralegal brought in a notary. I signed everything, had it witnessed by 2 people I'd never met, Stewart's secretary and an associate attorney. Nobody related to me, nobody who could be accused of undue influence. One more thing, Stewart said as we finished. You mentioned that if you die under suspicious circumstances, you want certain actions taken. I can serve as executor of your estate. That means I control distribution of assets, handle any legal challenges. If your daughter tries to contest the will, she'll be fighting me, not you. How much does this cost? For the will, memorandum, and associated documents, $5,000. Executor fees will be 3% of the estate value, payable only upon your death and only after the estate is settled. I wrote him a check. $5,000 well spent. Before I left, I handed Stewart a sealed envelope. Inside, copies of the video footage showing Kevin tampering with my medications, printouts of the pharmacy records Gerald had given me, my own written timeline of events, and copies of my medical records from Dr. Grant. If something happens to me, I said, that contains everything the FBI and prosecutors will need. Stewart locked it in his office safe.
Prosecutors. Advanced investigator with Adult Protective Services. I don't know.
It'll be here when you need it. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in months. The legal protection was in place. Now I just needed Sherry to confirm what I already suspected about Heather's involvement. That evening, Kevin came home from his shift, made dinner, some kind of chicken dish with rice, brought me my medications. Here you go, Dad, he said, that familiar mechanical smile in place. I took the pills, palmed them like I'd been doing for days now, smiled weakly. Thanks, son. Don't know what I'd do without you. Just get better, okay? We need you around. The hypocrisy was almost impressive. 2 days later, Sherry called my cell. I've got something. Can I come by? Kevin's at work until 6. Heather's out. Salon appointment. Come now. She arrived 20 minutes later, carrying a small digital recorder. They went to lunch yesterday, she said, sitting across from me in my study. Casual place in Tempe. Outdoor patio seating, lots of ambient noise. They thought they had privacy. They didn't. She pressed play. Kevin's voice, clear and unmistakable. How much longer do you think it'll take? Heather, quieter, more nervous. I don't know, Kev. He still looks awful. Maybe it's working. It should have worked by now, the dose I'm giving him. Combined with withholding the real heart meds, his system should be shutting down. Long pause. Then Heather. What if we just stopped? Waited for him to die naturally? Heather, we've been over this. He could live another 10, 15 years. We can't wait that long. The house alone is worth $847,000. Once he's gone and we sell it, we split the money 50-50. Move to California like we planned. Fresh start. Another pause. Heather's voice barely.
Heather now is the daughter of this guy and moved to California. Does somebody want to move to LA?
Audible. I hate that it has to be this way. It doesn't have to be anything. It's just how it is. He's old. He's sick. He's not going to get better. We're just helping nature along. The recording continued for another few minutes. Discussion about which neighborhood in California they wanted to move to, how quickly they could liquidate my assets. Heather never once objected to the plan, never once suggested they stop. Her only concern was that it was taking too long. When the recording ended, I sat there in silence. Sherry watched me carefully. You okay? She asked. My daughter, I said quietly, is discussing selling my house while I'm still alive, planning her new life with money she'll get from my death, and her biggest complaint is that I'm dying too slowly. I'm sorry, Ralph. I looked at her. Don't be. I needed to know. Now I do. She left the recording on a USB drive. I added it to the envelope in Stewart's safe. That night, I sat in my bedroom. My real medications taken hours ago, my health actually improving for the first time in months, and I cried. First time I'd cried since my wife died, 34 years ago. Not for myself, for the daughter I'd...
Wait. The guy's wife died 34 years ago? Wait, a safe? Wait, hold on.
Is that I'm dying too slowly. I'm sorry, Ralph. I looked at her. Don't be. I needed to know. Now I do. She left the recording on a USB drive. I added it to the envelope in Stewart's safe. That night, I sat in my bedroom. My real medications taken hours ago, my health actually improving for the first time in months, and I cried. First time I'd cried since my wife died, 34 years ago. Not for myself, for the daughter I'd raised, the little girl who used to climb into my lap and ask me to read her bedtime stories. That little girl was gone. In her place was a woman who'd chosen money over her own father's life. My phone buzzed. Text from Agent Torres. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Be home. Do not warn them. I deleted the text, went to bed, slept better than I had in months despite everything. Tomorrow, Kevin Larson was going to learn that trying to murder a federal...
Do you think that the card was left on Monday? Do you think she was expecting an investigator on Monday morning? And that's why they came and they left the card? They didn't know she was missing? Because no one really knew at that point when they left the card? Think about it. Think about it. They probably didn't know. Pizza guy didn't know 2 weeks later. Or weeks later.
Marshal, even a retired one, was the worst mistake of his life. The morning started like any other. At least it looked that way. Kevin got up at 7, showered, made coffee. Heather emerged around 7:30, still in her pajamas, yawning. I shuffled into the kitchen at 8, moving slow, playing the role I'd perfected over the past 2 weeks. Morning, Dad, Kevin said cheerfully, pouring me coffee. How'd you sleep? Not great, I mumbled. Heart was racing again around 3. He frowned, all concerned. Maybe we should call Dr. Grant today. Get you checked out? Maybe. I took the coffee cup with deliberately shaking hands. Let me see how I feel later.
Hold on. My heart was racing at what? At 3?
Perfected over the past 2 weeks. Morning, Dad, Kevin said cheerfully, pouring me coffee. How'd you sleep? Not great, I mumbled. Heart was racing again around 3. He frowned, all concerned. Maybe we should call Dr. Grant today. Get you checked out? Maybe. I took the coffee cup with deliberately shaking hands. Let me see how I feel later. Heather was scrolling through her phone, barely paying attention. Kevin started making breakfast. Scrambled eggs, toast. The smell made my stomach turn, but not from illness. From rage. This man was casually making breakfast while planning my death. At 8:45, I excused myself, went to my study, sat in my recliner, pretended to doze. Through barely open eyes, I watched the clock. 8:50, 8:55, 9 o'clock, 9:02, 9:04. Knock at the door, sharp, authoritative. The kind of knock that says, law enforcement. Kevin was in the kitchen, putting dishes in the dishwasher. I'll get it, he called out. I heard him walk to the front door, heard the locks disengage, heard the door open, then silence. Complete, dead silence. I stood up slowly, walked toward the foyer, saw Kevin standing frozen in the doorway, his face absolutely bloodless, white as paper, white as a ghost. On the doorstep stood 4 people in dark suits. The woman in front held up a badge, FBI shield, gleaming in the morning sun. Kevin Oliver Larson? Her voice was professional, neutral. Special Agent Lisa Torres, exactly as I'd imagined her from our radio conversations. Kevin's mouth opened, closed, opened again. No sound came out. FBI, Torres continued. We have a warrant to search this premises in connection with prescription fraud and attempted murder. Are you Kevin Oliver Larson? I don't... Kevin's voice cracked. He swallowed hard, tried again. I don't understand. What prescription fraud? Behind Torres, 3 other agents waited, all business. One of them, a tall man with graying hair, held a folder thick with documents. Mr. Larson, you have the right to remain silent, Torres began, pulling out a card to read from.
But see, this never happened, right? This person ends up busting the person that was drugging them.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. Wait! Kevin's voice went shrill. There's been a mistake. I'm a nurse. I would never. Step aside, please. Torres moved forward and Kevin stumbled backward. That's when Heather appeared from the hallway. What's going on? She saw the agents, saw Kevin's face. Kevin, what's happening? Ma'am, are you Heather Ann Parker Larson? Torres asked. Yes, but we have a warrant to search this residence. Please remain in the living room. Heather's eyes found mine. I was standing in the doorway to my study, watching everything. Her expression went from confused to terrified in seconds. Dad! Her voice was small. Dad, what's happening? I walked forward slowly, looked at Kevin, who was now pressed against the wall, breathing hard, looked at Heather, whose hands were shaking. It's not a mistake, Heather, I said quietly. My voice was calm, cold. Kevin's been forging prescriptions, using my patient ID to get medications I was never prescribed, medications that were killing me. Kevin's face somehow got even paler. That's not... I never... Dad, you have to tell them... Tell them what, Kevin? I turned to face him fully. Tell them about the Adderall, the 90 tablets you picked up using my name, even though I've never been prescribed stimulants.
Could she have confronted them at their house about something like this?
Tell them how you were giving me those instead of my actual heart medication, how you were trying to trigger a heart attack that would look natural. His mouth worked soundlessly, a fish out of water, gasping. Mr. Larson, Torres said, we have records from Mitchell's pharmacy showing multiple fraudulent prescriptions filled using Ralph Parker's patient identification. We have testimony from the pharmacist, Gerald Mitchell, who reported the irregularities. We have medical records proving these medications were never legitimately prescribed. One of the other agents stepped forward. We also have a warrant to seize your computer, your phone, and any electronic devices containing potential evidence. This is insane, Kevin found his voice finally, but it was high-pitched, panicked. I'm a registered nurse. I take care of my father-in-law. I would never... Then you won't mind if we examine your computer, Torres said calmly. Kevin's eyes darted toward his bedroom. Just for a second, but I saw it. So did Torres. Agent Wilson, she said to the tall man behind her, start with the bedroom. The next 3 hours were surreal. Federal agents moved through my house like a surgical team. They photographed everything, bagged evidence, asked questions.
Okay, so we know that happened at Annie's house. They photographed everything. They looked at all the computers, phones, etc.
They found Kevin's computer in his bedroom, a laptop sitting on his desk. When they powered it on, Kevin actually made a noise, a sort of strangled gasp. What's wrong, son? I asked quietly. Something on there you don't want them to see? He didn't answer, just stared at the laptop like it was a snake. Agent Wilson spent 20 minutes examining the computer, while Kevin stood there, sweating visibly now. His shirt collar was dark with moisture. His hands trembled. Agent Torres, Wilson called out. You need to see this. Torres went into the bedroom, came back out 5 minutes later, her expression unchanged but something sharp in her eyes. Mr. Larson, she said, we found PDF templates of prescription forms on your computer. Multiple variations, different doctor signatures, all dated within the past 4 months. Kevin's legs actually buckled slightly. He caught himself on the wall. We've also found internet search history. Torres pulled out her phone, read from it. How much Adderall causes heart attack? Can heart medication be traced? Prescription fraud detection methods, all searched from your IP address. Heather made a sound, a whimper almost. She was standing near the couch, hugging herself, tears streaming down her face. The agents moved to the bathroom next, found my pill organizer, the one Kevin had been filling, opened each compartment, examined the contents. These are Adderall, one agent said, pointing to the morning Monday slot. 30 milligram tablets. Those should be metoprolol, I said, my heart medication. They bagged the entire organizer as evidence. In Kevin's nightstand, they found something even more damning, a pharmacy bag with my name on it. Inside, a bottle labeled metoprolol 50 milligrams, but filled with small orange tablets that were definitely not metoprolol. Empty pill bottles, Torres said, refilled with different medications to make them look legitimate. Kevin was breathing so hard now I thought he might hyperventilate. His face had gone from white to gray to a sickly green color. Kevin Oliver Larson, Torres said, pulling out handcuffs. You're under arrest for prescription fraud, identity theft, and attempted murder. No, the word burst out of him. No, this is wrong. I was trying to help him. I'm a nurse. I take care of people. Torres moved behind him, professionally clicking the cuffs into place. You have the right to remain silent. You should probably exercise that right now. Kevin's eyes found mine. Desperate? Pleading? Dad Ralph, he said, voice breaking. Please, tell them this is a mistake. Tell them I was just trying to help you. Please. I looked at him. Really looked at him. Saw the fear in his eyes, the panic, the realization that his carefully constructed plan had collapsed completely. You were helping me die, I said quietly. There's a difference. He started crying then. Actual tears. I never wanted... It wasn't supposed to. Please, you have to believe me. Take him, Torres said to one of the agents. They led Kevin toward the door. He was sobbing now, stumbling, trying to turn back to look at me. This is a mistake, he shouted. I'm innocent. Dad, please. The door closed behind him. Silence fell over the house. Heather collapsed onto the couch, her whole body shaking. Dad, she whispered. Dad, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know anything about this. I turned to look at her. My daughter, my only child. Then I pulled out my phone. Found the audio file Sherry Coleman had given me. Pressed play. Heather's own voice filled the room. How much longer do you think it'll take? Kevin's response. The dose I'm giving him, combined with withholding the real heart meds, his system should be shutting down. Heather again. What if we just stopped? Kevin. We can't wait that long. The house alone is worth $847,000. I watched Heather's face as she listened to her own voice discussing my death, planning the sale of my house, talking about moving to California with money from my estate. Her face went through
Talking about the sale of my house.
Several shades. Red, white, gray. Her mouth opened,
Hey, Stacy.
closed. No words came out. Still want to tell me you didn't know? I asked. She tried to speak. Failed. Tried again. I wasn't... Agent Torres, who'd been watching this exchange carefully, stepped forward. Ms. Parker Larson, we're going to need you to come downtown for questioning. I want my lawyer, Heather whispered. That's your right. You're not under arrest, yet. But we will be investigating your involvement. Torres and her team finished collecting evidence. Took Kevin's computer, both their phones, the pill organizer, the forged medication bottles, documents from Kevin's desk. Photographed everything, cataloged everything. When they finally left, I stood in my living room, my house that was suddenly very quiet, and felt nothing. No satisfaction. No vindication. Just emptiness. My son-in-law was in handcuffs, facing federal charges. My daughter had just heard herself on recording, discussing my death like it was a business transaction, and I was alive, still breathing, still here. I'd won. So why did it feel like I'd lost everything? The days after Kevin's arrest felt like watching a building collapse in slow motion. You see the cracks spreading, hear the groan of failing supports, but the final crash is inevitable. Kevin was being held in Maricopa County Jail. No bail posted. His parents, decent people who'd raised what they thought was a decent son, refused to help him.
Maricopa County.
I heard through Agent Torres that his mother had said, You dug this hole yourself, Kevin. You lie in it. The federal prosecutor's office moved fast. Within 3 days, Kevin was formally charged with 3 felony counts. First, prescription fraud under federal law. Using interstate computer systems to forge controlled substance prescriptions carries up to 20 years in federal prison. Second, attempted murder under Arizona state law. The prosecution argued that systematically poisoning someone over months showed premeditation, malice, and intent. 25 years maximum. Third, insurance fraud. Turned out Kevin had tried to increase my life insurance policy 2 months ago. Bumped it from $125,000 to $500,000.
Damn, he bumped up the life insurance.
He'd forged my signature on the application. The insurance company had flagged it, called me directly to confirm. I'd said no, thought it was a mistake. Now it made perfect sense. Bail was set at $500,000. Kevin didn't have it. His parents wouldn't pay it. He sat in jail waiting for trial. Meanwhile, Heather was falling apart. The morning after Kevin's arrest, she showed up at my house. I heard her car pull into the driveway around 10. Heard her footsteps on the porch. Then the sound of a key sliding into the lock. It didn't turn. I'd changed the locks that same night.
I got it, Astrid.
Called a 24-hour locksmith. Had every door rekeyed. Cost me $400. Worth every penny. Dad? Her voice came through the door. Dad, why won't my key work? I was in my study drinking coffee, listening to her try the front door, then the side door, then the back. Finally, she started knocking, then pounding. Dad, please, I need to talk to you. I walked to the front door.
Change the lock.
Just stood there, looking at her through the screen door's mesh. She looked terrible. Hair unwashed, eyes puffy and red, wearing the same clothes from yesterday. Heather, I said. Dad. She pressed against the screen. Dad, please let me in. I need to explain. Explain what? About Kevin. About all of this. It's not what you think. I crossed my arms. What do I think? That I knew. But I didn't. I swear I didn't know what he was doing. I pulled out my phone, opened the audio file Sherry Coleman had sent me, pressed play. Heather's voice came out of the phone speaker, tinny but clear. How much longer do you think it'll take? Kevin's response. The dose I'm giving him, combined with withholding the real heart meds, his system should be shutting down. Heather. What if we just stopped? Kevin. We can't wait that long. The house alone is worth $847,000. Once he's gone and we sell it...
They keep repeating that part about the house.
Split the money 50-50. Move to California, like we planned. I watched her face as she listened. Watched the blood drain from it. Watched her mouth open and close without sound. I let the recording play for another 30 seconds. Their discussion of which California neighborhood they preferred, how quickly they could liquidate my retirement accounts, then stopped it. Still want to tell me you didn't know? I asked. She was shaking. That's not... I didn't mean... You didn't mean what? Didn't mean to discuss selling my house while I was still alive? Didn't mean to plan your new life with my money? I was scared. Her voice cracked. Kevin said if I told anyone, if I tried to stop him, he'd leave me. And I'm 34, Dad. Where am I going to find someone else at 34? I stared at her. My daughter, the little girl I'd taught to ride a bike, walked down the aisle at her wedding, held when she cried after her first heartbreak. So you chose a man who was murdering your father, I said quietly, over your father who raised you, because you were afraid of being alone. No, it's not like that. It's exactly like that. You heard the recording, Heather. Your own voice. You knew what Kevin was doing, and your only concern was how long it was taking. She started crying. Big, ugly sobs. I didn't want him to do it. I told him it was wrong. When? When did you tell him it was wrong? She didn't answer. Because in that recording, you never once said stop. You never said this is murder. You never said I'm calling the police. You just asked if maybe you could wait for me to die naturally, as if that was the reasonable compromise. Dad, please. The FBI knows about you, Heather. Agent Torres already has that recording. She's going to call you in for questioning. Her face went white. What? You were part of a conspiracy to commit murder, even if you didn't actively participate.
Oh, you better speak up if you know something. Conspiracy to commit murder.
You had knowledge and didn't report it. That's called being an accessory. You should get a lawyer. But I didn't do anything. It was all Kevin. You did something, I said. You stood by and watched. That's still something. True to my word, Agent Torres called Heather in the next day. I wasn't there for the interrogation, but Torres filled me in afterward. Heather had tried to maintain her innocence at first, said she had no idea what Kevin was doing, but when confronted with the audio recording, she'd broken down. Admitted she'd known for maybe 2 months that Kevin was doing something with my medications. Claimed she thought he was just adjusting doses, making them more effective. Did you believe that? Torres had asked her. Long pause. Then quietly, no. Torres told me they weren't charging Heather. Not enough evidence of active participation. But it was close. Very close. She knew. Torres said to me over the phone. She absolutely knew. But proving she was part of the conspiracy versus just knowing about it? That's a hard line to draw in court. Doesn't matter, I said. I know. That's enough. Because it was. The law might not punish Heather, but I would. Through Victor Stewart, I learned more details of Kevin's plan. Apparently, he'd been researching it for 6 months before my surgery. Had it all mapped out. The forged prescriptions, the dosages, the timeline. 3 to 4 months of systematic poisoning. Then the natural heart attack. After I
What happened to the dog, too? What happened to the dog?
died, he and Heather would inherit everything. House worth $847,000. Retirement accounts totaling $320,000. Life insurance of $125,000, or $500,000 if his forged application had gone through. Total, nearly $1.3 million. They'd planned to sell the house immediately, split the money, move to San Diego, where Heather had always wanted to live. Kevin would get a nursing job at one of the hospitals there. They'd buy a condo overlooking the ocean, start fresh. All it would cost was my life. The thing that got me, really got me, was how casual it had been. Not a crime of passion, not a spontaneous decision. This was planned, calculated, executed over months. Kevin had gone to work every day, come home, made me dinner, asked about my health, all while systematically poisoning me. And Heather had watched, had known, had said nothing. That hurt worse than anything Kevin had done. A week after the arrest, Victor Stewart came to see me at the house. We have a problem, he said, settling into the chair across from my desk. Or rather, you have a problem. Legally speaking, even with Heather's knowledge of the plan, she wasn't charged, which means under Arizona law, she's still your legal heir. If something happens to you, even now, she inherits everything. The will we drew up can be contested. She can argue undue influence, mental incompetence, any number of things. And with her not being criminally charged, she has standing to challenge it. I sat back in my chair. So what do I do? Stewart smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile. It was the smile of a lawyer who'd already thought 3 moves ahead. We remove the assets from your estate, he said. You can't inherit what doesn't exist. Explain. You sell the house, now, while you're alive. Put the proceeds into an irrevocable trust with a named beneficiary that isn't you. You transfer your retirement accounts the same way. You rewrite your will to leave $1 to Heather, not 0, which can be contested as an oversight, but $1 which proves intent. And every
Okay, I think you guys get the gist of it. Okay, I'm not going to finish this because it's getting on my effing nerves. But I want to dive deeper into that channel real quick. And I gave you guys the link. You can watch it there. I want to listen to Nanos. But this channel, let's see when it was made. Vengeance Unmarked. October 6, 2017. 65 videos. The first one was 3 weeks ago. My daughter-in-law demanded $4,000 a month to see my grandchildren. My son-in-law said $50 a week is plenty while seizing my pension. I saw my daughter abandoned at a bus stop with her child and luggage. My son-in-law turned off my TV. Enough of this garbage. Just weird. But that one popped up for me, man. I woke up after a month-long coma and found out my son-in-law had taken over my ranch. Fucking weird, man. And it says true story, but they're not. My daughter-in-law called Adult Protective Services, and a social worker came to see me. What? This was yesterday. What the hell?
My daughter-in-law coldly declared I was mentally incompetent and unable to manage my ranch. She reported me to Adult Protective Services to have me declared incapacitated and steal my 750-acre property. But when the social worker arrived, screamed in panic and nearly collapsed. Now the betrayers will face brutal consequences. Before continuing, subscribe to our new channel, where we tell stories about men who take revenge on their insolent chest. Before that, he married Jennifer 9 years ago, and for the first year or two, everything seemed fine. She was charming at family dinners, always brought homemade desserts, asked thoughtful questions about the Scott. Walter, have you thought about what happens to the ranch when you're gone?
Walter? I can't. The dog was in the Christmas pic with Tommaso, yes. Okay, let's go here.
To you, or
well, yeah, you know, when I think of national media, I think of
established.
There you go. CBS, NBC, ABC,
New York Times,
even CNN and Fox News could be considered that. But you've got a lot of the tabloid. The media is just. I don't know how you do it. I think I've heard from media personalities that look at some of the media in a way that is like they don't have the same code of ethics. They don't have the same education. That's always going to be the case. But to your point, your question, the main media has, and more importantly, my local media, they have been nothing but very professional, very courteous, and respectful. Not just of my time, but my privacy as well. The national media, beyond what we think of as national media, that's a different story.
Okay, here's Tim Steller of The Star.
Well, speaking of that, so the Republic reported recently on your background, said that your resume was not correct and that you had let's put it nicely, say an up and down career at the El Paso Police Department, that you had resigned in lieu of being fired after several suspensions. You at first, I know when they asked you about that, you kind of snapped at them a little bit in email. I can't remember the phrase, but in retrospect, what do you think of that coming out now? And what do you think of people, Matt Hines is one of them, who say basically that means you perpetrated a fraud on Pima County way back when you were hired, because they apparently didn't know that, because you wouldn't have been hired as a correctional officer way back in the 80s.
Wow. So let's talk about the Republic first. Yes, I don't think I snapped at him. I think I was being snarky with him.
Yeah,
said,
okay, let me put it that way.
If you went to my 20th, 50 years back, why didn't you go back 52 years and you'd have said,
right, you said, what about my high school transcripts and what have you? Yeah.
You know, the life experiences are what shape us, right? It's who we are. And I kind of looked at it as, yes, I had a very colorful career in El Paso. I did all kinds of things there. But I also was a very young officer, the first 20-year-old. And as a kid, back then I didn't think of myself as a kid, but now looking back, I go, yeah, I was probably, every piece of discipline I got, whether it was crashing a car or coming into work late, I can't argue with that. It was what it was. Was I insubordinate with the chief and all of those things may have been possible, but for me, it's like...
Were you like a rogue cop?
Absolutely not. In fact, my resume, my background platform says the chief, and I never saw this till just a few weeks ago when they raised this up, because background investigations, they keep kind of quiet, keep secret, because the reason for that is simply this. If you're my employer, my past employer, I may come to you and say, or a company may come to you and say, hey, we want to know about this individual. Yeah. And if I'm going to put it out to the public, it may restrain you from ever wanting to talk to us about that individual or any future hires. So it really is about, look, I submitted a resume to the sheriff's department in 83-ish, 84, my resume. Now, remember, it's a resume. It's not a confession. So it's going to kind of, what we think resumes do, it's going to build up the highlights, right? But when I do that, I don't hide anything. I worked for the El Paso Police Department from 76 to 82, and they get their backgrounds. They contact El Paso. And so I saw for the first time the chief of police in El Paso. Well, he was the interim chief at the time. He wrote a letter to the department, or a background report to the department, that basically said, Chris Nanos is an excellent law enforcement
So he
officer.
gave a supportive letter?
He has great potential. Absolutely. But he ends it with this comment. He says, but he needs to learn to grow up and mature.
Really?
Well, I agree with that. 25 years old, but now we look at it this way. So I come here in 84, so 42 years back, what discipline do I have then? Why are you interested in what happened 50 years ago and not the past 42 years?
So those 2 years, were you
silly.
like looking for a job from 82
No,
to 84?
I had a job.
Okay.
So let's see, 82, August of 82, I left the department.
Okay.
I was hired by a friend of mine, but it's a building company, building construction. They did siding and things like that. So I worked in their office. I'm 25, 26 years old. I know nothing about building, but it was a friend.
So
and
you
he
were
hired me.
employed in that period. You were
up until 83, and then in 83 I moved to Tucson because my wife got graduated and came here for Hughes Aircraft. So I moved here when she
graduated?
did, and that was probably about May of 83, right in that time frame when she graduated. And then in 83, I worked with.
Hey, Crazy K.
Company, a security guard company here in town. Really, we watched bricks. That's they tore down buildings, and I'm sitting there watching a pile of bricks. I worked with them for about 3 months.
watching the nails rust.
Correct.
Okay.
And in 83, I'd applied with the sheriff's department, but they didn't hire me. They told me in September of 83, we're going to hire you. And I went, I think January of 84 is my official start date, even though I had an academy of like 3-4 weeks as corrections, and then went into the academy, the corrections, the jail. It was actually the old jail in 84, maybe February of 84.
So
you're crooked.
It was also brought up in the Republic that, and this is from a lawsuit that was filed against you by Aaron Cross, that you had a deposition in December, and in that deposition you were asked about your past, as people are in depositions. You know, you're asked how long have you worked, and one of the questions was, did you ever receive discipline that rose to the level of suspension? And you answered no.
Yeah.
But in El Paso, you were actually suspended.
So
yeah, what was why did you say no to that?
One is, it is a lawsuit, so I can't really speak too much about it, but I will say this.
Oh, Lord.
Even his attorney, Cross's attorney,
who's that?
This is all out of context, but Cross's
Walter?
attorney, before he asked the question, says, this is not a memory contest. It's going back 50 years. You know, when they asked the question that I'm thinking of right here in Pima County, 42 years back, I can't think of ever being suspended. But I also said throughout the entire interview, because it was 6 hours, throughout the entire deposition, I told them, look, if you're going to use this and you have documentation or you find something, go with that, because that's going to be a lot more accurate than anything I can recall. I guarantee you. And so I think his name's, I don't remember the attorney's name, but he was very polite, and we understood each other that, hey, I'm doing the best I can to memorize or remember or recall things from 50 years ago. It is what it is.
So you're saying, and that's part of the basis of this recall that started, that about that they're contending you lied about your past.
Yeah.
How do you refer to that?
Never did. My files are at our department, and they are there. It shows my resume. It shows the time. First of all, they never said they may have said my resume was wrong. Well, they're wrong, because my resume says exactly right. What they looked at was a bio. I've got bios at the training center, because when they introduced me, I've got bios for the Green Valley substation, and when people write bios. There was an administrative error in that bio that said, I was employed with the El Paso Police Department from 76 to 84. No, it wasn't. It was 76 to 82. When we looked at it, we learned that what happened was I was employed with these are bullet points, right? So we give them bullet points. Employed with El Paso Police Department 76. Employed with the Pima County Sheriff's Department 84. I guess I could have said I was employed with the construction company from May of 83 to September of 80, but we didn't.
Yeah.
And they highlighted it that way.
Yeah. This is the first I haven't followed it that closely, but this is the first I've heard about your construction job, and I didn't know you were briefly a security guard or whatever. So I've learned that today. Tim, where do we go from here? You want to pick up on the recall? Or
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, you've made comments on this, but Dan Gutierrez, who is
now running for a third
time running for Congress in CD7, he has started a recall effort against you. By the rules, it's obviously a difficult push for anyone trying to do this because it means
He's
getting
insulting all of our
120,000
intelligence.
signatures in 3 months. What comment do you have on that?
Well, you know, I'm going to summarize something somebody showed me the other day. And it was, hey, my past is what shapes me. It's who I am today. Don't hold me accountable to my past. Look at who I am and what I'm doing in the future or today and forward. That was from Dan Gutierrez. He put that because he too has a past, and good for him to go beyond that and put himself in a good position. But you know, it does work both ways. You're going to hold me to my past, then why wouldn't you hold yourself to yours? I agree with that assessment. We all have pasts, but you don't live in your past. You learn from it and you move on.
Welcome, MAGA Mama.
And we have. I have. I hope Dan's very proud of what he's become. I am very proud of what I've become. I'm very proud of the things we've accomplished and that I've accomplished. So,
are there also some jail issues in that recall?
That's what they told me.
I think he said. I think what I saw when the recall was crime is up. And the only thing I say to that is this: look, recalls are a part of the American process for the electorate. It is constitutional. It's a good thing. But it becomes kind of problematic when it's used as a tool because you just don't like the outcome of the last election. And that's where I'm at with this. If this was a recall because the sheriff did something wrong, the sheriff is ineffective, whatever it is, then show us where we're wrong. Show us where we're... If it's a recall that, for example, as Mr. Gutierrez pointed out, crime is up. I've got stats that show that that's not the case. And they're on our webpage. Go look at them. Tell me where crime is up, Mr. Gutierrez. Show me your data. Don't just make statements because that's what we see. A lot of statements, a lot of negative commentary, but there's no stats
So do you think your political enemies are actually just using this? They're very upset that they did not
They didn't win the last two elections, and they just won't give up.
One thing keeps coming up. There, a lot of the people criticize you. They say you're ego-driven. Is Chris Nanos ego-driven?
No, you know, Bill, here's what I would say. First of all, that's not a question for me to ask. I do a lot of internalization of my own self through my own life. Lay up at night, whatever. You have your opinions. Tim has his opinion. That's okay. You can have an opinion. But I think I have 250,000 voters who think differently.
Let me ask you about that. Yeah, you did win election, not just this last time, but the time before that. And one thing I've been kind of probing and asking myself is, like, when I look at other people who are in elective office in Tucson or elsewhere, they seem to have a political base. You know, they have a network of supporters or what have you. And I've been poking around, asking around, and I don't find your political base. Or do you have a political base?
No.
Okay.
No, here's my political base. And I understand what you're saying. You know, Regina Romero and Adelita, they have a base, right? A very solid Hispanic base. They're you know,
who is the Chris
base,
Nanos voter? Who is this base?
I hope it's the average Joe citizen. That's really what I hope it's not somebody who says he's a D, I'm voting for a D. I hope it's somebody who says he's an R, he's not an R, I'm not voting for an R. I hope it's everybody. People who know Chris Nanos, who actually know him. Oh, that's why you asked at the start, I think, how this impacts me. You know, I have to, first of all.
Hold on, let me pause this. Gavin Fish is doing an expose on JLR. Look, Gavin Fish, it's like all official. Oh my gosh. This shit is getting real, y'all. Not good. Not good. Wow. Gavin Fish is all over it. He said he was threatened last time he reported on him. Wow. Wow. Nerdy is on a
Steve Christie. Every single one of them. has called me from time to time. Steve Christie called me about the homicides in the Reddington, the horrible ones, and we worked together on that to get some things done.
So is Dr. Hines out for you?
Hang on. The only person on that board who does not take my phone call, who does not take a text, who will not answer an email is Matt Hines.
What's going
He's
on
a
there?
man. He's a grown, educated man. Who does that? If you have something wrong with somebody, if I'm not happy with you, why wouldn't I call you and tell you that? Matt Hines has never, ever been to my office in the 6 years I've been there. Why? I don't know. I have no clue. We've talked 2 times. First week in office, he had some event he hosted up in Dove Mountain. I went, I attended, very cordial, very nice. The next time, I think we met at a board meeting about body-worn cameras. Never talked to me again, never. I don't know what his issues are. I have reached out to him hundreds of times. I tell him today, Matt, I'm here.
Well, if Matt might be listening. I'm sure there are a lot of people.
I hope so.
What would you like to say right now to him?
Matt, sit down with me. Tell me because if I don't know what's wrong, how do I fix it, Matt? If I've done something wrong, Matt, please tell me. Just share it with me.
So I would like to twist this a little bit. Speaking of political issues, ICE has been in the community and has not had much of a showing lately. What is the current status of the degree to which, or the way in which you all hand jail inmates over to immigration authorities? That is, do you do that, or is it under certain circumstances that you do that, or how does that work?
So before all this happened with ICE, when I first came to office in 2021, one of the first things we did was review our policies. The previous administration had ICE housed at the jail. Remember, they also had some challenges with what was the Stone Garden, all those issues. That was Sheriff Napier's challenges. I came in and 1, you're not in my jail, ICE. 2, we looked at our policies and practices. We had when you come into booking, if you, God forbid, if you're being booked in, they ask you, what was your U.S. citizenship? We don't ask that. That's been removed. That was before any of this with Trump. We took care of those problems right away. And why did I do that? Because I'm anti-Trump or I'm no, it was because that's not our role. We are not involved in immigration process. Look, we arrest people. They go into a national database when you're arrested. ICE has access to that database. If ICE wants somebody that's in our custody, we gladly give them over to them, just like we would TPD, Texas Rangers, anybody across this country, if they have a judge-signed warrant.
If not, no way.
No. And we don't hold them for you. We don't do anything for you. I don't hold people for TPD unless they say, hey, Sheriff, here's a warrant. So when you're done with other charges, we want them.
A minute before the next break, quickly, how's everything at the jail?
You know, that jail
It's been so controversial.
I get frustrated with the jail only because it was 5-6 years ago and I said, we need a new jail. Others came in, they've done all kinds of studies, board members, supervisors, consultants. I get it. It's beyond Chris Nanos, but I am so frustrated because we keep pouring money into this black hole every year. They don't budget me for that money, but we find a way. Just as Tim had asked, what are we doing? Because this Guthrie case is really, it's dragging resources. It is. And you know what? We'll still be in budget because we don't put a dollar figure. You don't say, Mr. Buckmaster, I'm sorry your home was burglarized.
Thank you, Miss Margaret.
We've spent too much time here. We've spent too much dollars here. We're out of here. No, we do our job, and that's up to me, the sheriff, to find a way to get things funded, shift costs, whatever it is, use overtime. It's just
what did you mean when you said in budget? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, last year, and I think the year before, you had to come in for additional dollars beyond your budget.
Well, I've always asked for dollars, but they've never given me to. Okay. And so last year we were in the black.
All right,
the year before we were in the black. The one year we were not in the black was when the board gave me a $7.5 million raise for my corrections officer in the middle of the year, and I foolishly thought they were funding it.
All right, we're going to have segment 3. We're going to do all 3 segments today we do 4 segments, but that's Weekend Watch later in the show. Yeah. But we're going to do all 3 of the content, news content with the sheriff today. But before we take the break, how about support comes from the nonprofit group Save the Scenic Santa Ritas. For more than 30 years, Save the Scenic Santa Ritas have protected Tucson's water and rare Sky Island ecology in the Santa Rita Mountains, south of Tucson, from large-scale industrial mining. The Santa Rita Mountains include sacred Native American sites, a crucial Sonoran Desert watershed, and habitat for endangered species, including jaguars and ocelots. To learn more, go to go to ScenicSantaRitas.com.
I can't rewind it. It doesn't allow me to rewind it. Whoa, listen to the music. You want to see something I just found? We'll wait till the commercial's over and we'll go back. I did a search of Nanos and Walter Nash. I got this video, okay? Now, I have no clue what this is about, okay? But it says down here, we're going to look at the description together. Okay? Down here it says, Episode 3, arrested for existing in public. Cops owned. Reluctant Prophet is the channel. And it has the Pima County Sheriff, Pima County Attorney's Office. And then it says, welcome to part 2 of our eye-opening series on Mr. Gold's encounters with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. This video dives deep into the latest drama where Mr. Gold faces a series of bizarre accusations from his neighbors and the questionable actions of law enforcement. Watch as Sergeant Jesse Wayne Camo, channeling his inner cowboy with zero probable cause, orders the arrest of Mr. Gold. We explore how the neighbors have weaponized the system against him, going so far as to hire a private investigator to dig up dirt. Okay? But look down here. It says Michelle Collette, Renee Bennett, Walter Nash, Laura Conover, Sheriff Chris Nanos, Jesse Wayne Camo. I don't think he's in this video, but they put his name in there. Just wondered why. I don't really know what this is about.
Someone reported screaming on his property.
Wait, listen.
Why do you need me to back away? What are you doing? Video it, please.
We are.
He's reaching for his center console.
We are.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
In a democracy, people have the power. And in America, that means you.
Welcome back to part 2. If you missed the first video, the link is in the description. You'll want to catch up. 5 months ago, Mr. Gold had a run-in with 4 neighbors, including one who played a cop, complete with gun and demands. This incident sets the stage for the harassment claims we're about to examine. Let's get started.
Hello? Yes, this is Deputy Avila at the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Is this Michelle?
Yes, it is. I've spoken with you before.
Okay, yeah, I'm heading out to the area, so...
I made an error on my directions. What I was thinking is if you come in east on the street and then make that left on Avenue, he's walking south on Avenue. He won't see you until it's too late.
Okay, so what
If that makes sense, because a lot of times he has security watching and they alert him when things are happening.
Right. So he didn't do anything today, did he?
He didn't, but the other officer said that y'all were trying to catch him off property because he won't let you talk to him.
Right. Well.
And so we told him we could let someone know when he leaves because he's always on. He walks past our cameras.
So I see you called in on what was it, the 10th? So yesterday.
Yeah.
What was he doing yesterday?
Yesterday he was just out wandering his driveway, calling for help, moaning, crying, screaming, his normal thing.
Okay.
And he did walk in front of our cameras because I know that's been a problem in the past is we always had audio but no video, so we did have that, which we submitted.
Okay.
And he did that twice yesterday afternoon, all the night before. We essentially didn't sleep from like 1 a.m. on the 10th all the way through because he had so many outbursts through the night. We called in twice that night also, early morning.
Okay. So you were...
There were 5 incidents total from like 1 a.m.
So yesterday when your peace was disturbed, were you present during him yelling?
Yeah, I was inside my house. We worked from home, and I was in my studio working, and doors and windows were closed, and I heard screaming and yelling, and so I got up and opened the door and walked outside.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so you would say your peace was disturbed?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you were at peace prior to him yelling?
I was at peace.
Okay.
I was tired from his incidents the night before, but...
Okay, all right, sounds good. We'll see if we can make
Welcome,
contact.
MJ.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Sure thing, thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, this is giving us just an insight into Pima County, I guess. So let's keep watching. Welcome,
so let me get
MJ.
this straight. If yelling help in your own driveway is disturbing the peace, then I guess every neighbor in every community should be ready to call the cops whenever someone sneezes too loudly or mows their lawn before 10 a.m. If irritation was a crime, we'd all be serving life sentences. Sounds like a peaceful utopia, don't it?
Thank you. Last night, well, here, before I talk to you, I'm going to read your rights, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say,
Hold on one second,
in the court of law, all right? You have the right to the house presence of an attorney to with you during questioning. Prior to questioning.
Okay, so we're going to go back to to Nanos, but I thought this was interesting, right? Because Walter Nash is tagged in this, along with Nanos. Why did this person, Reluctant Prophet, tag Walter Nash? We need to do some more deep diving on that channel, I think.
Too, I'm not at the office,
Here.
and then I'm at the office too much. So it really is about, for me, Tim, to your point of what my future looks like or what I anticipate doing in the future. I have a very big heart for this community and this department. This department gave me everything. They gave me a second chance. I hope I proved myself to this department. And now it's sometimes I feel like I've got to give back. I'm not going to just turn this department over to somebody who comes in here because they just feel like they deserve to be here. I will turn this department over, if it's my choice, to somebody who I thinks similar to me. That says, you know what, we need this kind of policing, not this kind. We don't need a warrior, we need a guardian.
Okay,
so those
Tim,
are the things I think about, but really that's not my call.
You go
Sure.
ahead,
That's
Tim,
the
then
voters'
I've
call.
got something.
Yeah, so apparently, so to be clear, Matt Hines has asked for your resignation. I don't know if anyone else has. You're not considering that, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
And I was wondering that based on what you're talking about, handing over the department to somebody, you're talking about potentially after your term's up.
Well, I would hope that I've trained and brought people up. Remember when I came in here, all the chiefs were gone, captains were gone. So I have to develop that staff and that leadership. And I think there's some great people within our organization that could run this place and do a good job.
Sheriff,
but it takes time.
Earlier at the beginning of the interview, I asked, is there anything you regret or would you like to do different? What about you being photographed? And I think, again, it was by the New York Post, but it was the picture was like went all over the world, actually. It was the Saturday after the Guthrie kidnapping, and you took a break and you went to the Wildcat basketball game. And that photograph went everywhere.
Yeah.
Did someone advise you not to go?
No. No, what happened was those tickets were given to me by my former dentist from
his dentist?
weeks before.
Oh,
and
my
he had
God.
given them to me. And what
He didn't even buy them.
Miss Guthrie was
what the fuck
happened on basically the 1st of February.
Okay, this is like about a week later.
Oh my God.
This was the 2nd of February. I learned my brother was in the hospital.
Okay. Sorry to hear that.
I believe 3 days later he passed away.
I'm sorry.
And I just needed a break. I'm sorry. And look, yes, this was a horrific crime. It's no more horrific than we have other crimes that are horrific. People lose their lives or a traffic accident, all those things. But life does continue. You can't just live your... I'd be a bat case if I just...
A bat
everything
case?
That's happening around me didn't impact me in some way. So, yes, do I go to the gym? That gym time, that 1 hour, 1.5 is really the only time I am not with my phone. I leave it in my car because I just have to have, I'm sorry, that's who I am. Got to have some time alone sometimes.
Okay.
Sorry to hear about your brother. I didn't know that.
We're sorry about that.
Thank you.
Tim, what else do we have? We've got 1 minute here with the sheriff. You want to wrap it up?
Sure. I mean, is there any way to look ahead? I'm going back to the Guthrie case. I mean, you said it's not a cold case. So is it what how should we expect this to unfold and hopefully be solved?
Tim, I mean, I just can't share everything I know, but I will tell you this. We have some DNA that we think is still workable, and we have to work that. And we know the science, and we know we have some labs around this country who are really working diligently to get there with this. And we also know that we have thousands of video footage that we still have to sort through, but
could there be a breakthrough then at any time?
Absolutely. Well, the real breakthrough is, and we say it every day, somebody out there knows something. Maybe somewhere, someday,
there is a big reward.
Somebody's going to say something. There's a very large reward.
All right, Sheriff Chris Nanos, thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you both.
For
I
coming
appreciate
in.
you guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Tim Steller, thank you very much. We'll look for your column on Sunday.
Yep.
All right.
We missed
have
the beginning.
Weekend Watch coming up with one.
So we missed the very beginning. Let me see. What can I open this up on? I don't even know what that means. It won't let me like rewind it. Yeah, it won't even let me. It won't let me do shit. Just volume.
The Friends of Pima Animal Care Center is...
But I think we get the gist of it. This guy's a joke, dude. He's terrible. Do you think it has to do with his brother dying? I mean, what is going on there? Nah, I'm good, musical. I'll wait till it's uploaded on their site. It's KVOI. I wonder how long before. Let's see. The other thing I was on was their shows. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can rewind on this thing. Because I got the little thingy down at the bottom. Let's see. It's loading or doing something.
White Fox here. The hunt begins.
Oh my god.
White Fox here.
I am so sorry.
The hunt begins.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist.
Oh my god, it's just chock full of ads. I can't. Anyways, I clicked this, but they do have shows. Like, I don't know what it is. But anyways, let me go back. I'm getting myself all confused now. Can you rewind on this player? Oh my god.
White Fox here.
No. F that. You guys are probably screaming at me in chat. Hey, just Alice. So he had a lot of money on that game? Tune in today at noon on the Buckmaster Show. So it's the Buckmaster Show is what I need to be looking for. Shows. Buckmaster. This is who he's talking to, this guy. Bill Buckmaster. Oh, wow. He's a graduate of University of Arizona. It just says on air now. I don't know, guys. I saw it it's on my other computer. I know. Who says, well, he said, what did he say about his resume? What was his saying? I don't like the guy. I think that he doesn't know a thing that they're doing in this investigation. I think it would be safe to say, you guys can tell me if you agree or not. I think it's safe to say that the FBI has completely taken over with his deputy task force, and he's not getting any information. Yeah, it's a resume, not a confession. What a weirdo. Who says that? Who freaking says that? This might have been where I've seen it. Buckmaster. Yeah, it'll be right here. The last one uploaded is the 13th of March, so I'm sure they'll put it up there when it's ready. But I wonder if he talked about Nancy at all. Let's see. Oh, no. Nothing about Nancy until today. Interesting. Anywho, that was interesting. He's full of shit, per usual. Let's finish watching this weird thing about the Pima County Sheriff on too.
Questioning during questioning if you so desire, okay? You can now afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Okay? Do you
Ryan,
understand these
I'm being
rights?
arrested.
You're not being arrested, okay? I'm just talking to you right now. All right, do you understand these rights?
No, I do not.
Okay, let's pause and take a look at what Mr. Gold has been up against. It started with the Pima County Sheriff Department barging in without a permission or a warrant after someone reported screaming on his property. Then he was accused of setting off a car alarm, and one neighbor even hired a private investigator to find out his life story.
Wow.
Next, the neighbors teamed up to confront him, and soon after, he was slapped with 10 counts of disorderly conduct for a 12-second noise at 1 a.m. Now this Karen neighbor is trying to make his life even worse. Let's keep watching and see how it turns out.
Do you want me to read them again?
No.
Hey, Mr. Gold. No.
I'm being arrested. I'm at the corner of it. Get him here fast.
Okay.
He's read me my rights already.
And think about
Well,
it.
I
He's
heard your
got
rights because you're not free to go, and I'm questioning you.
He's got a show
Do you
too.
understand these rights?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, do you want me to read you to them again?
This is an emergency for Tamara. This is an emergency for Tamara.
So
Are you willing to talk to me?
Pima County
An attorney. She said to call her.
Okay.
blurred this whole thing too, it says.
Okay. Well, you are detained. That's for certain. Okay.
There's 2 sheriff's cars here. I need you right here, right away, please. I'm being detained because I've been walking the neighborhood and neighbors are reporting me. I'm walking my dog. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Please come right away. I'm at 5th, and he's back at the house. Courtney's telling him to get here.
This is Sergeant Jesse Wayne Comeau, riding in like he's John Wayne. But instead of law and order, he's got zero probable cause and tells this deputy to arrest Mr. Gold on a whim. Great job, Jesse. Really nailing that Wild West justice.
Can you get the police right away?
I think so, yes, from last night.
Okay.
She called in multiple times, him yelling and screaming.
Okay,
She
yeah,
said
thank
she
you.
wasn't home, she wasn't here, she heard him yelling and screaming.
His neighbors keep calling.
All right.
The neighbors keep calling the police on him.
Who works with me?
Okay, go ahead and stand up for me.
I.
Go ahead and stand up. Okay, you are under arrest for disturbing the peace, okay? Somebody needs you to stand up.
Please tell me how I disturb the peace.
How are you associated with this?
This is my husband.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Mr. Gold's going to be under arrest for disturbing the peace last night, okay? So
Huh?
that's what's going to happen here. I'm glad you're here. That way you can take the dog, okay? Because he's going to wind up coming with us. All right, Mr. Gold, you understand you're under arrest, right?
I'm going to need you to stand up, all right? This is not helping anything, all right? I'm going to need you to stand up.
I was walking my dog.
Okay. Mr. Gold, do us a favor, man. Stand up, okay? Okay? We'll make sure your dog's taken care of, okay?
Thank you. All right.
I need to get my.
We'll call your attorney. Relax. Okay. Go ahead and take your pup. All right, go ahead and hold on to that up for me.
Wow.
Go ahead and 26 him. Control 901 here in a second if we need to. Yep. Nope.
The neighbors called the police and said he was screaming in his yard. They were arresting him the next day. This is Pima County Sheriff. This is a couple years ago, but The reason I'm watching it is because Walter Nash's name is in the description of this video.
Mr. Gold, roll to your side. Okay.
Bring your knees up here.
Sit up for me, Mr. Gold.
Bring your knees up to your chest.
Bring your knees.
Please, bring your knees up to your chest.
I'll start with 901 for you since he's going to play these games. But
I'm good.
Wow.
Mr. Gold, it's not going to change the outcome.
Can you grab my phone?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you for
Did you
being
call
able
for
to
him
come down
already?
here.
I don't have to.
Mr. Gold, do you want me to start an ambulance for you? I'm going to come check you out. What's going to be the reference for you, okay? They got to know why they need to come out here. It can't just be because you're faking fainting and stuff like that, okay?
What?
What else is going on with you? Okay, I'll have them come out and come check you out, but they're going to say that your vitals are fine and you're going to still come with me, okay? Okay, we'll do that.
In the beginning of this video, you heard the neighbor admit he didn't do anything today. Yet here's Sergeant Jesse Wayne with zero probable cause. Instead of just citing and releasing Mr. Gold, he's actually taking him down to jail, adding even more stress to this poor man. Fantastic job, Sergeant.
24.
Can you please sit up so I don't have to hold you?
We're 1026 with 1. However, can you start a 901? Male is just acting and not responding to us.
What?
Mr. Gold, we need to have you sit up, okay? So we're going to do that. If I need you, I'll help you bend your knees, okay? Don't kick me, though, okay? I don't want you to get charged with aggravated assault or anything like that.
Go ahead and sit up.
Sit up, bud.
I am represented by an attorney.
I
She
get
said
that.
not to talk to you.
All right, here, you know what? If you just want to lay on your side, then lay on your side, okay? Either way, we're going to pick you up and we're going to put you in a car here in a little bit, okay?
This guy looks older, too.
A couple phone calls.
I'm good.
Can I help you out, sir?
You guys need help?
No, we're okay.
Well, I live right here, so I need to get by at
Okay.
some point. Should I go another way?
Well, if you can. If not, I mean, it's best to be safer if you could go another way. That'd be greatly
I'll just
appreciated.
back up and go the other way.
I
'cause I'm
appreciate
right
that.
Store here.
Okay, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you, sir. Hey, man. Sorry to bug you when you're off, but we're out with Mr. Gold, and he's 26, in references to a case from yesterday on a disturbing the peace call. So it's a new PC. You know, he's doing his thing where he's acting like he's fainting and that he doesn't want to respond, but
Oh my God. Is this guy an elderly guy? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy crap. Audio muted by deputy.
you got everyone.
Her neighbors, Camaro. Yeah, but where's alcohol?
Okay. What medicine is he on?
Sorry, my
Oh my God. His poor wife is like, freaking out.
I'm a little flustered. I'll have to get a list, to be honest. I'd have to get a list.
Okay. So we have an ambulance coming. They're going to come talk to him and check his
Do you have a
vitals.
specific incident? Because
I do.
it was last night?
Yeah, it was last night. So it'll take me a second to get it, but I do have another incident.
Like-
and it's new in addition to the other stuff that's ongoing. So this has nothing to do with the criminal summons he's already received. These are new cases that is going on with Mr. Gold.
Wait, what? I have to go get it?
Okay.
Yeah, so there was something last night?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know the time? It would be great if we can pull our records for the time.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, if you give me the time, that would be great.
I can do all of those things.
I have not walked my dog in this neighborhood for 6 months because my neighbor got an IAH against me. The court dismissed that. I could walk the dog
I'll try to get you that information if I can.
with security because I don't want the neighbors to call things in on me that I am not doing. And I probably should not be saying all this, but I don't think there's anything illegal saying that.
I'm
I don't think it's going to hurt me because it's the
If you're good,
truth.
I'm going to call Miss. You want me to get another unit over here to help you?
Another unit? What?
I think we'll be all right.
Okay. Okay. I know if we get a bunch of people over here. Don't worry.
No, this is 2024.
Do you understand what I said?
I understand.
So,
I am so scared. Why am I paying them to protect me?
So he had what? Paid security?
We've had 24-hour security. Can you tell my wife what happened last night so she knows? You tell so he knows that if I'm doing stuff that I don't know, he needs to know that. If I'm doing things wrong that I don't remember, I need to know that.
I understand. I understand.
I just want to walk my dogs around the neighborhood. That's why I've been here. That's all I want to do. I'm not trying to be difficult, but my attorney told me I shouldn't say anything or do anything if anything happens to me. But I thought in good faith I should tell you that. I am very scared right now. Could you call Dr. please?
Yeah, do you know his number?
Well, this is part 2 of something that they're following on this Mr. Gold. And if you rewind to the beginning of the video, the guy broke down part 1. Nothing. The neighbors band up against him, I guess. I don't know.
To Ryan, please.
Hold on.
Okay, so I don't have a time yet, but it's case number. You want me to write it down or something?
I don't have a time.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah, I can do that.
If you're gonna give me a case number, do you want to tell me what was the incident?
Like I said, it was a disturbing peace call.
Okay.
Yeah. You have a gun on you?
I do.
Are you Tigger? What's your name, dude?
Ryan.
Ryan what?
Ryan.
Okay. So, what do you need, man?
So I was working security for them up until 02, and there was nothing going on property. So you have no idea when this happened. I got relieved by a guy.
I personally don't, but I can find time for you.
So apparently this guy was being harassed and he hired 24-hour security.
Okay. Like I said, so the way it works is I get a case number, I get told it's probable cause, and so that's why he's under arrest right now. We'll have medical staff evaluate to make sure that he's okay.
The neighbor called in and said he was in his driveway saying help. And they called in and said he was disturbing the peace. So he's being arrested the next day. This is Pima County Sheriff Department.
Can I get your guys' badge number, please?
I'll give you mine. I'm the supervisor. It's Sergeant Camo. It's COMEAU. My badge number is 6560. And who is this?
This is the supervisor for the security team.
All right. Well, I appreciate your information, and give us a few minutes, and I'll get that information from you. Okay? If I could add to.
If you need me to respond, I'm only about 20 minutes away. I can be there.
I don't need to respond. We have enough people here, and your information over the phone.
Okay, so his security person wants to respond. His wife wants to know what time this incident was at. They won't give her the time.
We'll do just fine, and I understand you guys also have security cameras, and I imagine it has audio on it. So if you guys have security cameras with audio, you guys will have a great defense. Either way, it sounds with him throwing himself on the ground and stuff like that, it's at least. So either way, Mr. Gold's going to come with us, but I appreciate you guys' availability. So give us a few minutes, okay?
Wow.
I appreciate you.
All right, well, I really appreciate you trying to educate me on how the law works, sir. And duly noted, okay? Thank you. So the security guys were saying they were around all night, so I'll get their information and stuff like that. Ryan, yeah, you said you were with them until 2 o'clock in the morning, right?
02, yes.
Okay, because that's what they're saying. They said from 10 o'clock to 10 p.m. last night, so 1 a.m. is when they were hearing all this. Him out there yelling again, screaming for help.
You're on.
2200 hours on 010924 to 01 hours on 011024. Yes. No, not this morning. The day before then. So it started the night prior to this morning. Into the morning.
So we had agents that did property all of those times.
Okay. All right, here, give this truck a second to go by me, and after that I'll get you guys this information. Your agents that were with him yesterday, so at this point we may not charge him for the new charge, but he's going to go for the...
This is crazy.
Okay. No, that's your prerogative. Obviously, I can't stop you from your job, I understand. But I can definitely show documentation on against what, these things.
Okay, that'd be great. What is your name, sir?
My name's David.
David what? And what's a good phone number for you, David? And is that a good number where I can send you an evidence.com link to your phone and you can upload that,
right,
that video
Trisha?
evidence that you guys have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I talk to my wife in private for a second? I know you have to watch me, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you're being detained, like, I'll step back a little bit, and if you want, I think I know what you're trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is my attorney has told me maybe she was about not my attorney.
So I know you have an attorney, and I know and has been in contact with too. I know that all of those things have been happening. And Mr. Gold, what I think you're trying to say is that by us taking you that we're violating your rights. Am I understanding that correctly?
I wonder what his first name is.
Attorney, right?
My attorney knows that. I'd like my attorney to talk to you.
Okay, it's not going to change. You understand? Your attorney talking to me is not going to change anything.
Just don't say anything, okay?
Okay, well, the reason I'm watching this is because Walter Nash is named in the video description. And I'm wondering why.
We're going to get a...
That correctly? And that's what you want relayed to your attorney, right?
My attorney knows that. I'd like my attorney to talk to you.
Okay. It's not
Or
going to change.
whoever.
You understand your attorney talking to me is not going to change anything.
Just don't say anything, okay? Let's just... We're going to get a hold of Tamara. She will do all the talking, okay?
It doesn't sound like we're going to arrest you for the disturbing the peace part, okay? Because what you're...
Okay, she says we'll get a hold of Tamara. There's no Tamara down here. I'm assuming Tamara is probably his lawyer. Why is Walter Nash listed down here?
Security guards are telling me, and what we're hearing right now, without seeing tangible evidence of something, okay? I'm going to just document everything that everyone's saying, but because of your activity, while we were talking to you, you're trying to hurt yourself, okay? That's why we're going to talk.
I'm not trying to hurt
Oh my God.
It's not aimed at hurting myself or anyone else. I will fall. I will. You know this because people have experienced before. I don't want to. I'm not doing anything illegal, but it's a health condition. It's documented. The sheriff's department's aware of it.
Yes, Mr. Gold, they're absolutely aware and have weaponized it against you.
Okay. You're on speaker.
Hello?
Hey, officer.
You can come closer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
She's friendly.
Yeah. I'm not worried about your dog. I love dogs. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you ever ask my client if he had probable cause to hurt himself or others?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Did you ask the client if he had probable cause to hurt himself or others, which would be deemed probable to take him?
Well, we're going to work on getting a doctor's transport order in references to the behavior that we saw.
What?
What was exactly saw, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay. I'm assuming you're the attorney, right?
This is still
I'm not the
security.
attorney, however, I'm the CEO of the company.
Okay. I appreciate your information, sir, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not going to have a legal debate with you.
I mean,
You can request a copy of our reports, and when you get a copy of those reports, you can go through that. And
You're a
do what
mental
you
health
would like.
professional, correct?
Yes, I am.
Right, but unfortunately, you don't work for Pima County, and I don't deal with the opinions of outside medical professionals.
Dr. Pine?
Deal with your opinions. That's really questionable.
I tried and it disconnected. I'll take you guys back off the speaker, but let me take a number down first. Do you want to try and give me the number again?
And I'm a little perplexed about what's going on, because when I had a conversation with Deputy Nosek back in mid-November, we both agreed that because he is, in order to be taken in, he has to be unwilling or unable to get treatment. And because he is under the care of a doctor and complying, he's outside of the statute. We agreed that taking him in under those circumstances would violate the statute, be unlawful. So I guess I'm a little perplexed about how we got here, considering that the county attorney, the supervisor, as well as Deputy Nosek, I've communicated with both of them. They have the copy of Soccer letter. I'm trying to figure out why we're here.
Okay, I can probably answer that question. My name is Sergeant Kamal. I'm the sergeant out here and supervisor of the Rincon District. We were following up on a criminal investigation, and then we observed Mr. Gold. So that's why we're here. Now, the criminal investigation part, in references to the disturbing the peace that occurred on the 9th into the 10th, he's not being charged for those criminal charges right now. It sounds like the security company may have evidence, and if the reporting party doesn't have evidence of what's going on, I mean, that's obviously going to change the outcome of that investigation entirely. Now, the crisis part... Go ahead.
May I inquire who the reporting party is? Because another aspect of this is I represent regarding some injunctions against harassment. Catherine Coombs, the neighbor, obtained an injunction against harassment. We went to basically trial on that. Judge Wade vacated that injunction. They no longer have a valid injunction because they couldn't prove the behavior, and it was out. They couldn't meet their burden, and it didn't happen.
Understood.
We had a number of witnesses lined up.
It's not reporting. It's entirely different neighbors altogether.
Okay,
So,
and if it's the Colettes, they showed up as a witness to support the Combses.
Okay.
So that's why I need you guys to be aware of potential bias in reporting
I
that you
appreciate
might
that.
be
I think
receiving.
I expressed that he's not under arrest in references to this new case right now. So the reason he's still detained is because the behavior that we observed exhibited that he was in crisis. And so what I'm doing now...
Oh my God, in crisis?
This is actually the doctor now. Whether or not we're going to take Mr. Gold.
He was walking his freaking dog.
Okay, so I'm going to step away. Hello, this is Sergeant Kamal. Here's kind of where I'm at right now. They really put the ball in my court with you. And it's caretaking really for you.
Yeah, you have to. And
So at this point, we're going to take you out of handcuffs. Okay, we're going to let you go home. All right, I want you to have a good night, but I want you to get on your new medication, and I want you to follow up with your doctors, okay? I want you to get better. That way this stuff doesn't keep going on, okay?
You got that right. They let Mr. Gold go with 0 charges. And you won't believe what's coming next. I've got exclusive footage from the perpetrator's own cell phones showing them harassing Mr. Gold on a public road. You don't want to miss this. Here's a sneak peek of what's coming up.
Why do you need me to back away? What are you doing? Video it, please.
We are.
Reaching for a center console.
We are.
I just want to talk to you. I just want to see what you're doing and why you're sitting over here. Please put your hands in the air. Can you put your hands on the steering wheel, please? I don't like your hands down there. It makes me nervous.
I think it's time for this country to take back our country. This is
Damn, that is effed up. Let's check out this channel. It's called Reluctant Profit. Exposing how billion-dollar developers and corrupt officials in Pima County crush the little guy. Showing what happens when you fight back. This is where property rights, government accountability, and old school resistance collide. The Reluctant Prophet. Oh my God. Whew. This is a lot. This is all Pima County. He says, time for nanos to go. Let me know if you'd like to sign the petition. Oh, what's this? Oh, shit. This is 2 days ago. 1982. Police officer Chris Nanos has received a 15-day suspension from duty for allegedly clubbing a prisoner. Oh, this person's got the tea. Oh my God, my dog even agrees. Nanos had been suspended indefinitely on March 23rd when one of the 3 men was sent to a hospital after his arrest on a robbery charge. Rodriguez said the 15-day suspension covered the period Nanos was off duty without pay. Oh, shit. Here's his record. Whoa. Violated department orders. Use of siren on PD vehicle. Wait. Civil suit against city. Auto accident. Abusive language. Off-duty conduct. Threats. Tardy. Shot fired. Brutality. Off-duty conduct. Gambling. Oh, gambling? Shots fired. Failure to report for duty. Oh my God, failed to report for duty? Holy shit. Whoa, and he downplayed all that shit today. A resume isn't a confession. Holy crap. Holy. This guy's dangerous. Oh, there's more. Unnecessary force, violating rules and regulations, suspended 10 days, tardiness, dereliction of duty, violation of rules, 1 day suspension, 3 day suspension, off-duty incident, excessive force, habitual tardiness, excessive force, violation in regulations. He got counseling, habitual tardiness, 2 day suspension. What a loser. Oh my God, here's another thing. Officer Chris Nanos was relieved of duty without pay for an indefinite period resulting of a criminal investigation. He would not reveal details, but police sources said Urias was apparently struck with a flashlight. Holy shit. Okay, listen to this. Police officials today suspended an officer from duty after a robbery suspect was hospitalized with a head injury suffered when he allegedly resisted arrest. The suspect, Carlos Castillo Urias, 34, of Canatillo, was described in serious but not critical condition. Deputy Police Chief Al Castro said Officer Chris Nanos was relieved of duty without pay for an indefinite period resulting pending results of a criminal investigation. He would not reveal details, but police sources said Urias was apparently struck with a flashlight. Lindsay, are you here listening? Sometimes Lindsay has me in her ear. That is brutal, dude. Hitting someone with a flashlight? Ugh. Says he got a 15-day suspension. Patrolman Chris Nanos, 26. A 6-year veteran was relieved of duty without pay several hours after the March 22nd incident. The penalty was handed down by a 5-man administrative review board. And then the person that was hurt did not want to pursue criminal charges. This is crazy. Oh, he filed a complaint. Hold on, let me read this. Okay, so Urias told robbery detective Ed Uribe he was cussed at, kicked in the legs, and struck in the head by an officer after he and 2 others were stopped on the 3500 block of Donovan. The report, which listed the charge as felony aggravated assault, did not name an officer, but described the suspect as a white man, 25 to 28 years old, short with a slender build, a thin mustache, and wearing a police uniform. That's our friend Nanos. Holy crap. How did he get voted in? Corruption. Okay, this channel has a lot of stuff. I'm going to subscribe and I'm going to share with you guys so you can go check it out. It looks like they have a lot of content. Yeah, he's probably scared, and now he's being sued by Live with my kidnapper. What's that mean? Streamed 5 months ago? Okay, they're in court here. They have a lot of videos. Who is this person? Let's see what their very first video is. 2021. It doesn't look like all of this is Pima. Oh, yeah, it is. This person has a whole history with Pima County. I don't know. I don't know why that... Do they have that Nash in every video description? Let's see. Wait, who is this guy? Is this him? Who is this? They had a lot of things on there. Like one thing said, Mr. Gold, all charges dismissed. Do you want me to watch the live with my kidnapper? That must be one of the officers. What is this? What is this? Who was that guy? Who is that?
All right, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another episode of Terry the Tooth.
All right, some of you may remember this video a while back when the sheriff's department came over to my house and said that I was driving dangerously past this lady going over 75. It gets even worse than that.
Wait
till you hear the 911 call.
Is that a white van?
And imagine if I didn't take video this day or wanted to tell my side of the story, how they would have been able to spin this. You may not like me passing you, but I'm not doing anything wrong. You, on the other hand, swerving at me, blocking the road, or going home and calling 911 and making the claims that you're making is wholly inappropriate, dangerous for me, and probably sets her up for some legal action. You guys check it out. Let me know what you think. Let me know what would have happened had I not had video this day.
How can I help you? Yeah, I need to report my neighbor, Mark. He likes to, excuse my French, haul ass down a dirt road that's only 15 miles an hour. And I'm coming down the dirt road, and my son... Put you on another... Okay, now I forgot it. What's Mark's address? I don't have it on hand, but he lives up 3 doors down from me. My address is... Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say 3 houses down, is that north, south, east, or west of you?
Oh, I don't know. Well, I'm south, so it'd probably be...
Is it like down towards... Or is it up north? Like,
yes, okay. Yeah. If they come to my house, I can show them exactly where they're at.
Wait, he says Michelle from New Mexico lives here? What is this?
I am tired of him. I want to press charges because I'm done. He flies up and down these roads constantly at 85 miles an hour, thinks he owns the roads, passing people. He flew by me when it's only 15 miles an hour, and then my son is also driving in front of me in his Nissan Altima, and he flew by them, and they got a 2-year-old in the car.
And what's your name, ma'am?
Teresa Walker.
Phone number, any idea? Is that a good phone number?
Yeah. Okay. And I stopped when he got to his house to get out of the car to open the gate, and I told him, I'm calling the cops on you because I'm tired of this. And he had a camera out, waving the camera at me because I was in my vehicle telling him what I was going to do. Everybody's had problems with him in the past, including the new housing development, and I'm done. He's going to cause an accident with somebody.
Okay. And besides the camera, he didn't have like any weapons on him or anything?
No.
Okay. You don't know Mark's last name either?
No, I don't.
Okay, I will go ahead and put a call in place, and then I'll have a deputy first go to your house, and then they'll go ahead and you can point to it.
Dude, the people in Tucson are wild. You hear me? Wild.
No, I don't.
Okay, I will go ahead and put a call in place, and then I'll have a deputy first go to your house, and then they'll go ahead and you can point to it, whichever direction his house is, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, hold on. We're going in. We're going in, guys. Neighbor calls 911 on me. Is that his neighbor? Where's the live? Let's go live with my kidnapper. Let's do that. I want to see what this is all about. This was a live stream.
What's going on, everybody? We're over here at Richmond Seasons at Old Vale. There's some criminals right there.
What?
There's the criminals. There's some more criminals right there. Escalante Concrete.
What?
What's up? The infamous Gina Lumia, my kidnapper.
Hey, Remy. What is going on here?
What's going on? I can't see the chat right now. Here we go. Here's the kidnapper.
What?
Deputy, what's up? Will you come kidnap me or what?
Why would I do that?
Because you're a piece of shit. That's why. Yeah, you too, you kidnapping piece of shit. We'll be talking soon. Yeah, we'll be talking soon. Your deposition's coming up.
I can't wait to see you. You have a good day, sir.
You have a horrible day. Yep.
God damn.
Bitch. You're a piece of shit, yeah.
Oh my God.
Glad I finally got your ugly fucking mug on camera, you dumb bitch.
Whoa,
Glad I finally got your
whoa.
ugly dumb mug on camera. You're a bitch. You fucking kidnapped me, and then you think you can trespass me from neighborhoods? You don't even know what the fuck you're doing, you dumb fucking cunt.
Oh my God. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy.
You're working with a criminal, man. You're working with a criminal. She kidnaps people. Nice to meet you. Do you kidnap people? Gotcha. It smells like your radiator got a hole in it. I can smell some antifreeze. You might want to get it into the service. See, that's me helping you out. And me helping you out, letting you know you're with a dangerous individual. Did you see that she was shooting at somebody in a traffic stop and she was under investigation? Man, you should check that out. She's a fucking piece of shit criminal. What was your name? Deputy, what's your badge number? Wells, yeah? Gotcha. Do you know my name? Yeah, Mark. Yeah, did she tell you?
No, we all know.
We all know, huh? And what have I done? Have I ever been convicted of a crime?
That's my knowledge.
Nah, crazy, isn't it? It's crazy, isn't it? Wells, I appreciate you. I just got to come out whenever this piece of shit is out here. I haven't seen her in a long time. We're still got a lawsuit together. So I'm going to be deposing her here pretty quick. So, hey, you too, buddy.
Okay, this is someone who lives in Pima County who hates the sheriff's department. That's who he's calling his kidnapper because they must have detained him or something. Yeah, this is wild. But that one video that I found, it had the tag of Mark or whatever his name is. Who's this guy? Hold on. Who's this?
And make videos like, yeah, but I'm not invested. Like, I'm not out there causing problems for people. I'm sitting in my car making YouTube videos, giving my take on what's going on, not egging anybody on to commit, to break the law or to run up someone's prison time. I'm not showing up at the courthouse. And I'm not saying showing up at the courthouse is bad, but like Reluctant Prophet, I think it was Reluctant Prophet was present and he was trying to video record the sentencing and was arguing with the judge. It's like this is one of the guys. This is one of the guys that's causing the problem. And look, he's here in court causing the problem. And
Jesus Christ, they have a lot of politics. What a mess that county is. This must be him right here. This must be him. This is the Reluctant Prophet right here. This dude. 9 months ago? What is this?
Authorities arrested Chris DeFrenchie on Monday for last week's deadly shooting on the Southeast Side, but 13 News learned just a few weeks before he fell through the cracks of the system when he was in jail on a previous offense.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
A man gave deputies a fake name. They booked him anyway. They fingerprinted him, confirmed his real identity, and still released him under the alias.
Oh my God.
A few days later, he was murdered, a father of 4.
What?
In public, broad daylight. And the system that let him walk said nothing. I've been working on this video since before the last election, but I wasn't sure if anyone would care. Until a 20-year veteran of the Sheriff's Department stood up at a Board of Supervisors meeting and said what insiders already know.
Nails went on to interfere in the election process with an eye-rolling action against his opponent. He has bred many like-minded sycophants, continuing his reign of retribution and path of destruction in the department. This command staff operates on the premise of self-preservation over effective law enforcement, politics over safety.
He even mentioned the sheriff placing his opponent on administrative leave during the race. But there was one thing he didn't say. He didn't mention Chris DeFrenchie. He didn't mention the murder. And he didn't mention how a department that claims to keep the public safe couldn't even keep track of a violent felon.
Hi, sir. What's your full name?
Joel E. Lopez.
Right, sir. Sorry, you're here because you've been charged with theft of means of transportation, burglary in the 3rd degree, possession of a dangerous drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Pretrial services tells me that you are in the lowest possible risk category for nonviolent felony offenses. Notably, you have no criminal history whatsoever, at least no felony criminal history. I don't believe there's any criminal history. The state is asking that I release you to pretrial services. Sir, frankly, I'm going to ask you a question if your attorney doesn't mind, and I'll say the question before she can tell you whether to answer it or not. I'm inclined to release you on your own signature because you are literally in the lowest risk category. But if you think that getting an occasional reminder from pretrial services about your court dates is going to be helpful to you, I'm happy to release you to pretrial so that you get that. So why don't you talk to your attorney? Talk to your attorney really quick, just for one moment, and then she'll let me know what her response.
No, I'm all right.
All right, sir. Oh, you want to be released on your own signature?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, sir, my understanding of pretrial services, the way they supervise someone in your risk category is almost nothing. They basically give a court reminder. Given your risk category, I don't find that that's necessary. So I'm releasing you on your own signature. I am going to order that you do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, that you do not have any contact with the alleged victim, and you do not go to that person's residence or workplace. I'm going to set a preliminary hearing on September 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Sir, that court date is very likely to change. So you need to stay in touch with the pretrial services and with your lawyer's office to make sure that they can tell you when your court, no, sorry, you're not releasing your pretrial services. You need to stay in touch with your attorney. The only way you're going to know if your court date changes is if you're in touch with them so they can tell you. If you miss that hearing, you will get a warrant, okay? Do you have any questions about your release conditions?
No.
All right, good luck, sir.
In 2024, Pima County held a sheriff's election. The incumbent, Chris Nanos. His challenger, Heather Lappin, a department employee just like him. Mid-campaign, Lappin was placed on administrative leave for allegedly violating internal rules about campaigning while on duty. Not by an oversight committee, not by a judge, but by her opponent, current Sheriff Chris Nanos.
Oh, that reminds me.
While the department was busy managing the optics of a political race, a much more dangerous situation was playing out at the jail. Chris DeFrenchie, a man with an extensive criminal record, was arrested. He gave deputies a false name, they booked him, they fingerprinted him, and they confirmed who he really was, and then they took him to court, using the fake name.
Hi, sir. What's your full name?
Joel E. Lopez.
The judge saw no criminal history.
Notably, you have no criminal history whatsoever. At least no felony criminal history. I don't believe there's any criminal history.
Because under that name, there wasn't one. He was then released.
Do you have any questions about your release conditions?
No.
All right, good luck, sir.
And days later, Chris DeFrenchie murdered a man, a father of four in public. No statement about how he got out. No explanation for the failure to flag him. No accountability for the decision to treat a violent felon like a first-time offender.
This is Chris DeFrenchie, but on August 14th, after being arrested, he told police his name was Joel Lopez.
There should have been a detection point right then.
The only public comment came from Sheriff Nanos, who told the media he would take responsibility.
At both junctures, the booking and the release, we missed that. So we're going to look into that, and we are looking into it.
As far as I know, that was the last time he spoke about it. At the time of DeFrenchie's release, jail intake was overseen by none other than Heather Lappin, as her name appears on the org chart. No one asked her what went wrong. No questions from the press. No follow-up from the department. No answers from anyone. And here's the part that sticks with me. Chris DeFrenchie gave a fake name and walked free. They didn't know who he was, but they've always known who I am. I've never been convicted of a crime. And neither has Mr. Gold. But we were placed on the Sheriff's Department's whiteboard. The Community Problems Unit tracks people like us. And by their own admission, it doesn't matter the where or the why, as long as we know the who. They knew who we were. They still do.
So we do different things where he gets monitored to make sure, and then obviously because he's laughing about that. But as far as the people that are involved with YouTubers, we know what's happening with their channels. The channels are being monitored.
But they didn't know Chris DeFrenchie until after the murder?
Hello, sir. What's your name? Chris Lee DeFrenchie. Okay, say again. Chris DeFrenchie.
Wow.
Your Honor, we just lost your video. Oh, we got it.
Well, you may have me back, but I haven't gotten you back.
Uh-oh.
There you go. All right.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. All right. So you have been charged with theft of means of transportation, committed on August 14th. Theft committed on August 19th. Theft of means of transportation, June 10th. Theft of means of transportation, June 11th. And that does it. County attorney's recommending that I hold you on a $15,000 bond. We will hear from defense counsel.
Your Honor, Mr. DeFrenchie is being held on several matters and multiple bonds, the highest being $1 million bond.
Oh my God.
I just asked that.
Oh my God. This guy's being held on $1 million bond for several things, and he got through with a fake name and they knew who he was?
You set nominal bonds on all 4 interim complaints so that he can earn time. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victims, stay away from each of the locations, no firearms or other weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Bond is set at $10,000, and your next court date is November 12th at 1:30, and you'll be represented by the county public defender. Is there any way I can get a paper with all the charges I've been charged with right now? Or
oh my God.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're excused.
Your Honor, may I ask something, please?
Just a minute. What is this? Somebody dropped this. You want to ask something?
Yes, please, Judge. So I see there were 4 separate interim complaints. So the court just set a $10,000 bond. I was just wondering if it was concurrent as to all 4. I guess the state is planning on consolidating everything into one indictment.
Is what I understand.
And no, your eyes are not playing tricks on you. This man committed several felonies, gets arrested, gives a fake name, gets
homicide. $1 million bond for homicide.
booked into jail, goes to court, they release him, he murders a father of 4, and then they still give him bond. Yet Lane Myers rots in jail. This wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a paperwork error. It was a pattern. 2 candidates, 1 silenced, 1 protected. And in the middle of it all, a man got out. A family was shattered, and no one said a word. If we had done what they did, we'd be in prison. But when it's the system that fails, no one even gets demoted. This is real.
Reality hits you hard, bro.
And as you can see from this article, it's still happening today. The election wasn't about change. It was a smokescreen to return to the status quo. Self-preservation.
I think it's time for this country to take back our country.
Damn, dude. I had no idea how deep this stuff ran. No idea. Let's see if this person has... Excuse me. Surprisingly, they haven't posted anything since Nancy. Well, yeah, they did. They did right here. He posted the petition. He posted the beating. He's posting about ICE. He's He's got that meme. Chris the Chaotic. Looks like more people are realizing this man is an incompetent fool. What's this? What's going on in Tucson? Tucson Police Chief Chad Kazmar retires to take job with Pima County. I don't know. They just busted the sheriff down here. What county is that again? Just he was running illegal casinos and shit. The county where Madeline Soto was. MJ, who's spamming? What are you talking about? I don't have anybody spamming. Nothing else about Nancy, though. They said this flew over Tucson 2 months ago. What is that thing? Oh, they were probably training. I don't know. This person seems like they're a little paranoid, too. I don't even know if it's paranoia anymore, you guys. Checkpoints cleared. Blockades are gone. Judge was killed in a motorcycle accident. Something's brewing. Oh, what's this he posted? Let's watch this. Training. We're just doing training.
You will learn real quick that our deputies.
This is cold news. Let's see the date. Damn it, I'm freezing up. God, is he wearing the same shirt he was wearing in those interviews? Dude, button your shirt. You are not sexy. Oh my God. January 6th. This is Pima County Sheriff's Department featured in new TV series. Here we go.
Our staff are human beings too.
Welcome back to 13 News on Fox 11. I'm Mary Coleman. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is going to be highlighted in a new 10-episode limited series called Desert Law by A&E Television. The first episode will be released this Wednesday. 13 News reporter Renee Romo joins us live outside of a PCSD station now. And Renee, you spoke with Sheriff Chris Nanos about the show. What can we expect to see?
Well, Mary, from deputy ride-alongs to glimpses inside the jail and the dispatch center, viewers will have the chance to get an inside look at everything that has to do with the department.
Every corner of this department they were allowed access to, and I think you'll see that.
Sheriff Chris Nanos tells me the department has previously worked with A&E, so when the network approached them with the opportunity to be the focus of this first season, they said yes. Filming happened during the spring and summer and went into early fall.
You get to sit there front row seat and watch and see.
Cameramen had the chance to follow patrol deputies, the DUI unit, night detectives, search and rescue, and much more. And beyond the transparency the show will offer the community, Nanos tells me he hopes with it being shown nationally, it'll help the department with recruitment.
This shows you the challenges that the young men and women in the field face from day to day, and that it's just there's such a variety.
Along with the challenges, Desert Law will show the rewards of modern law enforcement, which Nanos stresses that not all law enforcement deals with enforcing laws.
It's not every day bad guy after bad guy we're arresting and chasing down, and it really isn't.
And with PCSD covering over 9,000 square miles, viewers will get to see the various scenarios they deal with.
They go from the urban environment, downtown Tucson, all over, and all the way out even to the 3 Points, Ajo areas.
Nanos tells me you'll of course see serious situations, but there will also be a bit of comedy. And after seeing some of the shots, Nanos says he's hopeful the show will boost tourism.
It's so Tucson. It was so cool.
Oh my God, that is so cheesy.
Boost tourism.
It's so Tucson. It was so cool.
You are not cool. You're the furthest thing from cool, dude.
The show will boost tourism.
It's so Tucson. It was so cool.
He is so full of himself. Ugh. Weird. Who would trust him? Who would trust him? And I feel bad for all the deputies that work under him. I just want to see if there's anything. I just still want to know why this person, maybe I should comment on the video and ask them why they tagged Nash. You know what I mean? Why would Nash, like, does Nash support Nanos? Like, I was trying to figure that out. Like, Attorney Walter Nash, Sheriff Nanos. Like, this is all I can find is the stuff about James. And then his website. This is him. But I was trying to see if there was some kind of a connection. Oh, wait. Like, I wonder if it's him or does he have a son that's like got the same name? Because when people search your name, that video would be related. Right, but why would they put Walter Nash? Why would they put his name? There was 5 names listed. Why was his one of the 5 in that video? I mean, there's got to be a reason. Why were they trying to get his attention, or why would he be searched? You know, that's my question. And I was trying to see if, like, maybe he contributed to the campaign for Nanos or something like that. I don't know anything about that, Stacy. That's a good question, but I would not know. Here, he's in this article here, behind a paywall. I just can't find much about him. Aren't you guys curious about him? Criminal law, DUI, and DWI. So this is him right here. You know how sometimes you can see if they like contributed money or something? I don't know. Literally, you look up him and this is who comes up is James. You couldn't find much either, JL? Right. And then you got the senator involved. Like, this whole thing is so weird. Yeah, look, you see it, and it's like you get James and CN and Mark, and then Cash. Where's this? Isn't it strange? You can't find much about him. He's practiced for 50 some years. I would love to see how I can find the cases that he's defended and see those, you know? Or if he was ever a lawyer in another state, was he always Tucson? Yeah, now I'm just getting out of the realm of anything. Call his office for what, though? And say what? Like, hey, this guy came to Nancy Guthrie's house talking about you. That's Walter Nash. James, are you watching? James, if you're watching. I don't know how to do that, MJ. If someone knows how to check the state bar. About? Oh, he has his resume. Looks like it's just Arizona. He's an adjunct professor of law at the university, or was. Didn't Nancy work at the University of Arizona in the 90s too? While Savannah was going to college? Who's Steve Nash? Crosby, Stills, and Nash? Do you think that she knew him? Boo-hoo! She's so funny. When attorneys become witnesses, the application of attorney-client privilege. United States versus Padilla. United States versus Johns, Gonzalez, Padilla. Gasciola, Castillo, Padilla. Dominguez, Vila. He does. He represents probably drug dealers. Look at stingrays and other electronic surveillance. Wiretaps. Wow, this dude's done a lot. Holy shit. Rumor is he's corrupt. So he's tagged because it's about corruption. He's corrupt. Dude. Was James just using maybe Nancy's case to talk about him? So people would talk about him? Hang on, I'm just seeing what this is. This is 1987. Wow. Here it is, Walter Nash. Okay, so it says here in reference of grand jury subpoenas, I, Walter B. Nash III, say, one, that I was the attorney of record in the criminal case which underlies this grand jury's proceedings for Guillermo Soto Leal, that I received some funds from William Walker in conjunction with this representation. I told Mr. Walker I felt our conversation and acts were covered by attorney-client privilege. Three, that any and all other individuals that I met with and conversed with regarding fees or anything received for fees in this matter were clearly informed at the beginning of any such conversation that I considered myself to be their attorney for those matters, and that any and all discussions that we had and other activities that we engaged in other than future criminal conduct would be covered by attorney-client privilege. I don't know what this all means. Grand jury subpoenas. Yeah, I don't know. Now my mind is like, did this man know Nancy? you know? Oh, my hair is sticking up. James is handing out laced toffee pop. Oh, on American Airlines. I know I'm going to jump out of this. Is so weird, right? Bacon, eggs, and hash. So anyway, yeah, that was my find. Is there anything that we haven't covered today? It's like going on 5 o'clock here. I don't think so. You have the same tank top? I love this tank top. We kind of got in that hole with that AI video. Oh, okay. Let's switch gears. We're going to go to this. I thought this was super interesting. I think my camera's crooked.
Yeah,
I look like I'm on. I look like I'm leaning. Have you guys watched this or do you remember this? Hold on. This was an interesting interview. Oh, you want to watch James? Okay, I'll pull that up first. Oh, Mark the Shark is live. Oh, I don't have the whole video of him. I just have the shorts.
We gotta look.
How's your dad doing?
My dad's at the car right now. I gotta get him home.
Oh, going back to work?
Yeah, dude. No, he ain't going back to work.
You work today?
He's 80 years old.
No, you. When you go back to work?
2 days.
A couple of days off?
Yeah, that's it. We'll catch a flight up to Phoenix and, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Walter Nash is a disgusting fucking drug dealer. And that's exactly who knows something about this.
You think Walter knows something about this? Aren't you worried about being sued by Walter?
Well, not exactly being sued. He can come find me.
He could come find you any time he wants you, right? See ya, James. Be safe. All right, James. Enjoy your sucker.
Mark says, enjoy your sucker.
He's not driving. He's drinking. He's definitely drinking, dude. He got alcohol over his breath. He said he worked for American Airlines.
Dad, will you take me over to the dance?
All right. Well, he's back. How's your dad doing?
My dad's at the car right now. I gotta get him home.
Oh, going back to work?
Yeah, dude. No, he ain't going back to work.
You work?
No, dude, he ain't going back to work. Where's the first visit? Here it is. I think we have seen a lot of weird characters in this. You know that? We could literally just do a day and go through all of this stuff. I mean, if you look at these videos, look at how far this has come. This is where I started, right here. My first one. This got me interested when they took Annie's car. That was my first video. And then we got that Friday the 13th weirdness. The sheriff saying it'll take a year to find her. The media getting mad. This other video. Luke. Then we have the Derek Kalila character. Carlos. James. Here he is. Here's the first. This is the second visit.
For some reason.
Second visit.
Okay, there we go. Hold on. Oh, there's party guy.
He did. He said that his party guy. Here, I'm going to put the captions on so you guys can read it too. He said there's party guy.
Oh, shoot. Guys, party guy's here. What up, boss? How you doing, boss?
Wes, find me Brian Guthrie.
Well, who?
Brian Guthrie. He's out here somewhere. I'm gonna solve this fucking crime tonight.
Let's go.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
I need him.
How do I get a hold of him? I mean,
He's somewhere here.
let me make some calls.
I'll wait for a minute. I'm here.
Okay. Let me make a call.
I could have brought some food over here too, if you asked.
Let me see if I got a
I
snack.
could have brought some food here too if you ask. I didn't catch that the first time. Oh my God.
Something. Thank you.
I know exactly where this guy's at, dude.
Yeah?
100%.
Dang.
Because they're not looking for the right people. They're looking for children.
Whoa.
That's why they can't find them. Because they're kids.
Youth. Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit. Where's Brian at?
Well, I'm gonna make some meat.
Okay. Dad right here, man. We gotta look. I only have a minute.
You do?
My ADD is running really, really quick. Find him.
You got his number? Who? Brian Guthrie's? Yeah.
He's here somewhere. I just saw him on.
You saw my video?
Yeah.
Wait, the way that Mark says Brian Guthrie's. Wait. He's got his eye down there. I don't think he heard JLR like yell and he's like, He keeps eyeing that house too, man. I'm looking for Chica. That was the first visit, Chica.
Find him.
You got his number? Who? Brian Guthrie's?
Guthrie.
Yeah.
He's here somewhere. I just saw him on.
You saw my video?
Yeah.
I know he looks the closest to me like the masked porch guy. As far as looking at eyes and lips.
I don't even
Let me
know
take
what
a
Brian
look.
Yeah, look, yeah.
He walks down. What is he doing? Showing us that he doesn't.
No, I mean he's shouting. He's out here.
It's like he's showing us, I don't walk like the perp. Look. I don't walk like the perp. Watch me.
Did you see him?
No, I mean he's shouting. He's out here like I just saw him surviving the Survivor. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's here somewhere.
Let me go check over there.
I need him to go hunt someone. Okay. Let me go check it.
Wait, just
go hunt someone. Okay. Let me go check.
I need him to go hunt someone, okay? He needs Brian Guthrie to go hunt someone.
check over there.
I need him to go hunt someone. Okay.
I'd be like, who do you need him to go hunt?
Let me go check it.
Wait, just
Let me go check. And then he starts walking over by the house.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
That isn't my problem.
No, I know. I just don't want you to get in trouble.
How would you go into there? Come down off this mountain.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can go in there.
Since they're fucking kids. Yeah, I know. You did like camera. I don't give a shit.
No, yeah, I know you don't care. Oh, let me get out of the way. This guy came to party.
I got a fucking good attorney right now.
Oh, right now?
To save some woman's life.
Oh, right now?
Wait.
I got a fucking good attorney right now.
Oh, right now?
to save some woman's life. Okay?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's who I came to party with.
Walter Nash. You said Walter Nash.
Yes, this dirtbag fucking attorney.
Why do you think he's involved? Like Walter?
I think that they just went to the wrong house. You know what I'm saying?
Did authorities ever speak to you?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
About anything?
Oh, they didn't catch up with you that day? You came?
Look, Walter Nash is a dirtbag fucking cartel drug dealer. Okay? Period. The period. You got it on pin. You know what I'm saying?
He meant to say you got it on film and it's you got it on their film. Wow.
You got it on pin.
You got it on film. Here, you got it on film.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
You got it on film.
Period. The period. You got it on pin. You know what I'm saying? Find him. He's easy to locate down there in town. All his clients are fucking drug dealers. He's easy to locate down there in town. All his clients are fucking drug dealers. They fucking poison the fucking Tucson community. All of them are. Period. And his house is located up here somewhere.
Oh, shit. His house is located up here somewhere. Wait a minute. Was he up there looking for Walter Nash? In a mask? Did he go to the wrong house? His house is up here somewhere. And then in the previous video, he's asking CN, he's like, I'm looking for Chica. I'm looking for Chica. That road next to Nancy's is something Chica.
Period. And his house is located up here somewhere.
Oh, he lives around here?
Mm-hmm.
What's your name?
My name is James.
Hi, James. I'm JLR.
James, I got my dad in the, listen.
Your dad driving?
Yeah, Walter Nash is a cartel attorney. Why would you come over here and knock around an 80-year-old woman when you could knock that fucking head of the fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I think.
I put Walter's wife in prison? Did he think Nancy was Walter's wife? Hold on. I wonder if Walter's married. Did he think that was Walter's wife? I'm being real.
Why would you come over here and knock around an 80-year-old woman when you could knock that fucking head of the fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I think they're here somewhere. This is my idea. You got my fucking name. I don't give a shit.
What you do for a living?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, see, he said, this is my idea. What's your idea? Who gives a damn what he does for a living? I want to hear his idea.
No, it's pretty normal. I'm a flight attendant.
You're a flight attendant?
Yeah.
For who?
American.
You work for American Airlines?
Yeah.
Oh boy. How's life working at American?
You know where the green electrical box that was broken into?
It's fun games, never done. You know what I'm saying? I love it though. I got my wings. You know.
How long have you been working with them for?
I get to see the file. I get to see. I got a friend in Miami's. I got a friend here. I
get to see the file. What file?
They see the file. I get this.
What does that mean? His wife is Isabel Nash, 72. What file? The fuck's he talking about? Isabel. How did you find that out? Wow, she went to the University of Arizona too. Oh my goodness. This is probably an older picture because I would imagine he's older too. Could she be mistaken for Nancy? Ugh. Hold on a second. Hang on a second. Look at this. This is her, but imagine if she was older. Because she started this in 07. So let's say she put this picture on there in 07. I mean, I'm not going to lie. She kind of resembles Nancy a little bit. If that picture's from 07, that would be 20 years old. She's 72. I mean, could it be mistaken identity, guys? If you glance at her, it's like, whoa. Yeah, she resembles Nancy.
See, I got a friend in Miami. I got a friend here. I live here. I got a friend in Miami. Friend there. We fly the whole country. We see everything.
Really? You've been everywhere.
Singapore.
You been to Singapore?
Yeah. Hey, is that?
I've been to Singapore. That always bothered me too.
Is that laced?
Oh, thank you so much. You're welcome.
He said, hey, is that laced?
Hey, is that laced?
Oh, thank you so much. You're welcome.
They're delicious. They're addictive and delicious.
The thing I said.
You want to say hi on the camera?
Thank you so
You
much.
want to say hi on the
They
camera?
last longer than chocolate, which is gone in 6
This nice, kind person brought lollipops. What are these? Like, where are they?
C's suckers.
Sea suckers.
Yeah, but what I also brought for what company are you with?
JLR Investigate, YouTube. We're on YouTube.
Oh,
right now.
YouTube.
Yeah, we're YouTube
Well-
live. Look, we got 24,000 people watching live.
Watching live. I brought this for Liz.
Oh, wow.
And I
Truffles.
brought another one for the News Nation. But they're not here at the moment.
But it's
So I'm
showing
not sure.
support for people that are covering this case and bringing attention to Nancy, right?
Absolutely, Lord.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure how to get it to her.
Mhm.
I took a picture of this, send in the reinforcements.
Oh, can I
which
show
is-
that? Send in the reinforcements. It's backwards, but it says send in the reinforcements.
And that's one of them among a multitude is me.
Man, where are you at? Where
Here you go.
are you looking for?
I'm gonna put this back here.
What am I looking for? Yes. And then Miracle.
LIZ.
Very good.
Well, I was looking for Liz and the News Nation. Do you work? Are you one of the workers for them?
No,
with
I
this
don't.
group?
I don't.
Okay, I am so sorry to have you watch these two men eat these suckers, but I only brought 4, and I wanted to give it to the 4 workers.
Oh, I got plenty of suckers in my hand.
Where'd the other one go? I haven't.
That beeping
Where'd the
sound.
other one go? Wait a minute.
Oh, that's my drone, yeah.
I don't know, but these things are absolutely delicious and addictive.
Come over here.
I bought 6.
I think he's trying to remember how the fuck he got in over there. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be dead ass serious right now. He just said, how would you get over there? How would you get over there? Did he possibly, was he there trying to figure out how he got to the wrong house? Think about it. How would you get over there? And remember, you guys said the person was tipsy. You guys said when he walked, he looked like he was drunk.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's my drone, yeah.
I don't know, but these things are absolutely delicious and addictive.
Come over here.
I bought 6.
Where do you get these things at?
C's candy. Where are you
C's
from?
candy.
6.
Delicious and addictive.
Come over here.
I bought 6.
Where do you get these things at?
C's candy. Where are you
C's
from?
candy. I'm from Florida.
I can't hear what he's saying. I'm trying to hear him. And all I can hear is this woman in this bag of candy.
Local. They have C's. I had 6.
I mean, these things are actually, they're like Werther's. Like Werther's original.
Guess what?
There you go,
I
James.
had more than I thought.
James, you want a sucker?
Which one do you have?
I got the caramel one.
James got a sucker.
Butterscotch.
Candy.
Butterscotch.
I love that one too.
Look at that smile.
There you go, James.
You know, look.
Sometimes that's all we need. You know, a little.
We're all
treat.
doing a little.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Positive.
Yeah.
Seems like you're a little better today. Last time you were kind of like mad and irate at Walter Nash.
Oh, I hate that motherfucker.
You just despise this guy, right?
I do. I put his wife in prison.
You put his wife in prison?
Correct.
For what?
Selling drugs to people.
So your beef is he's involved with drugs, or you're just an anti-drugs and community type of guy?
I would say, if you could say this, I despise drugs, period. Okay? Marijuana, that may be one other thing, okay? I despise. You see these people walking the streets have been destroyed by this fucking person. That attorney destroyed so many fucking lives. Period. You just heard it. Okay? Period. People. They're going out here, walking around, well, you know what I'm saying? Not this. Getting their lives killed by fucking drugs. That's why I don't like it.
I can tell. What's your dad's name?
Well, the same name as mine.
Oh, James.
Yeah.
How's your dad doing?
My dad's at the car right now. I gotta get him home.
Oh, going back to work?
Yeah, dude. No, he ain't going back to work.
No work today?
He's 80 years old.
No, you.
Me?
When you go back to work?
2 days.
A couple of days off.
Yeah, that's it. We'll catch a flight up to Phoenix and, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Walter Nash is a disgusting fucking drug dealer. And that's exactly who knows something about this.
You think Walter knows something about this? Aren't you worried about being sued by Walter?
Well, not exactly being sued. He can come find me.
He could come find you anytime he wants you, right? See ya, James. Be safe. All right, James.
Enjoy your sucker.
Okay, I'm looking for scooters. I don't see an email from you. Thank you. I got something from Nick. Car in driveway from Kelvin. I don't want to say names, but I don't see your pictures, or I would share it, unless it's you sold it a long time or sent it a long time ago. Can you resend it, forward it to me? Yeah, please resend it. Yeah, when did you put his wife in prison?
He's not driving. He's drinking. He's definitely drinking, dude. He got alcohol over his breath.
Probably called someone.
He said he worked for American Airlines.
And there he goes. He said the law enforcement never talked to him. He looks the closest, though, to the masked guy to me than anybody. Where can I find that first interaction? James, Nancy, Guthrie. Mine is the only video that comes up, and I don't know. Is this the first visit? Hold on.
Save some woman's life.
No.
Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Shoot, man. I don't know. I'm not able to find it. I just have the short. Of the first one. Hang on. I think it's wild that his wife kind of resembles. Okay, post it on your wall, Scoots.
Fucking drug dealers, man. You know what I'm saying? He don't work for the government. He fucking takes money from people.
So how about this, James? So look, if he did it, what was his motive to get Nancy? What's his motive? Like, if you know he's a piece of shit, he's a drug dealer, what would be his motive to take Nancy?
Because one of them owed him money.
What, a family member or something? Maybe?
Someone owed him money.
Someone owed him money.
I live in this fucking place, man.
Yeah.
This is my town. You know what I mean? I mean, who can figure it out? You know, like, you got my dad over there, all right? You know what I'm saying?
You
we're
and your
trying
dad?
to we're trying to
That's
figure.
awesome.
We're trying to figure.
So that's what we're doing too. I'm a local. We're just trying to find her.
You can say that too, man. I hate that piece of shit.
What did he do to you? Like, how do you know him?
Yeah, what did he do to you, man?
Like, what's
Tell us
going on?
You know what I don't like about him?
Huh.
Because he poisons people.
How? With the
drugs.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think you should go to the police with this information. If they don't know. You said they know?
He thinks they know. I think you should probably share that.
I think we're just coming out here. Look, I brought my dad out of here. Or like I was trying to find the reporter.
I feel sick.
Talking about Brian
No, fuck that guy, man. He's a fucking cartel fucking drug dealer, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know? I mean, that's where if anybody knows, that's who knows.
You know anybody who has any...
Who are you here with? Are you driving?
His dad. No.
Your dad's driving?
I would have said something.
Right here is where it gets me. I got your email, Scooters. Thank you. Right here is where he really gets me.
Driving?
I can just see him grabbing flowers.
I would have said something. So your dad, huh?
And my dad doesn't know nothing. Been in federal prison for like 20 years.
Hey, life happens, right?
You know what I'm saying? Life happens and shit, and I know exactly. If anybody in this town knows who did it.
Is it maybe because you have a grudge on him? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe you could say.
Okay. You know what? I can see how that could be.
Maybe you could say. Maybe you could say that. But, no. But if anybody in this town knows where she's at,
he would not.
That's exactly no. That's exactly. How do we reach him? Call his fucking phone number.
So someone said, how do we approach him? He said, call his fucking phone number.
Was he like your attorney one time or something?
No, actually not. I don't fucking have piece of shit attorneys like him. You know
Was he
what I'm
your, so how did you meet?
fucking drug dealers, man. You know what I'm saying? He don't work for the government. He fucking takes money from people.
So that's so.
I can't really pick up like why he's so angry. Like I'm failing to understand. All right, Scooters, you are up. Scooter McBooters. This is their rendition of James with the Mask. Let's take a look. Ooh. If he was tweaking, what do you guys think? When he looks directly at the camera, I think it's more noticeable. I feel sick.
No, fuck that guy, man. He's a fucking cartel fucking drug dealer.
Someone owed him money.
I live in this fucking place, man.
Yeah.
This is my town. You know what I mean? I mean, who can figure it out? You know, like, you got my dad over there, all right? You know what I'm saying?
We're
trying to
That's
figure.
awesome.
We're trying to figure.
So that's what we're doing too.
Him and his dad were trying to figure this out, he says. Here, this one. Look at this. Right there. I'm not convinced that the perp has a tattoo. I'm just not. The woman on the short, what woman? Looks like an angry man. What do you guys think? Something's really on James's mind. I mean, that's for sure. And he was desperately trying to figure out how do you get up there? How do you get up there? Ties to Houston. Oh, remember that one image? You guys were like, what's sticking out? Hold on. Let's go back to X. Oh my God. Oh my God. Los Angeles authorities are potentially carrying out the largest animal rescue operation in U.S. history. LA officials are reportedly removing an estimated 700 dogs and cats from a property in Antelope Valley. Oh my God. According to investigators, the animals were in the care of Christine DeAnda of Rock and Paws Animal Rescue. 400 dogs, 300 cats. Oh my God, I can't even. I can't even. They have video of them. I can't look at that. Shame on people. Which picture was it where you... Oh, right here. It was this one. Hang on. I know, it makes me sick. I hope they all get healthy and all get adopted to very, very good homes. That's my wish. Is that hair? Remember you guys, this right here? What would that be? Yeah, I can't watch that either. But then we got Weirdo over here with his hair. No love? What? What's a weird picture? I'm confused. Maybe it's a light source? Is it something behind them? Maybe? Hold on. I think it might be something behind them. I don't think it's hair. All right, enough with X. I'm done with that. James. What's today? Friday? You're not convinced that the walk is the same? Was he deliberately walking different because he knew everybody was focused on how he walks? I mean, he's been watching Surviving the Survivor. Did he go to the wrong house and then come out there to be like, it wasn't me? Wouldn't be the first time. I'm not throwing it in the basket yet. Can he get sober enough to pull off something like this? I don't know. Hi, Blockbuster. That's a good question. Did he pull anything off, though? Is he actually pulling it off? Is he actually someone who murdered someone? I don't know. Thank you, Saf, for being here. Well, like Maureen said.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
He's an angry man. Those eyes say anger. Time to go for a walk, Lacey. Well, we have another oddity, though, that there is a slight resemblance to Isabel. So we'll definitely keep that in the back of our minds, right? She does web design. So I don't think he put his wife in jail. Website, web design, graphics. Went to the University of Arizona. She could have known Nancy. Her website doesn't work. Handydogs.org. That. Handy Dogs Tucson. That's what her website goes to. Assistance dogs. Right here, Handy Dogs. Service and assistant dog training for people with disabilities. See, handydogs.org. But when you go to it, oh, there it is. So this is Nash's wife, I guess. She runs this service dog thing. I don't know. Assistance dogs. Interesting. She's also an artist. I don't know. Was her dog like a specialty, like trained dog? I don't know. Is Walter's wife James' mom? Why would you think that? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I was going to play this. Let's listen to this really quick.
When you talk about your parents, I think that's one reason so many people are so invested in this story.
Yeah.
Because they think about their own parents.
Yeah.
And you're always worried about your parents when they get old and people taking advantage, and you hear about all the scams today. You know what I mean? I think this resonates with people for that reason.
I think it does, and I think people. I am sure it's caused people to look at.
This
their
is
own
another
parents'
neighbor.
living situation. I mean, my dad used to live right there, and this you can see in that building attached to my house, and you know, safety. We moved him there. That was one of the reasons, for his own safety. And so you think about your parents all the time. And I'm sure.
I said Isabel has a. Yeah, Isabel and Nancy have a resemblance.
You don't want hindsight to be 20/20, but unfortunately, that's when you start looking at things like many of us have. We started examining our own homes and situations, and what else are we secure? Is there something more we can do? Can I have a brighter camera? Do I need more cameras?
So are you going to make changes for yourself, you think?
Yeah, without disclosing.
Yeah, I understand. But it's actually making you do things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would too.
Yeah.
You're so close to Nancy's house, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think
all these women look the same too, all these neighbors.
For the most part, most people, I think, are kind of reconsidering their own situations and looking for vulnerabilities. In fact, I know the sheriff's department, I think they have a corps, like a volunteer corps, that will do security inspections for your home and look for vulnerabilities. And so I became aware of that, and I've been sharing that information with people who I happen to talk to.
Has the FBI...
Oh, this is not Nash's wife. Nash's wife was in the LinkedIn. This is a neighbor of Nancy's.
Or detectives, have they come here at all?
Yeah, I think the sheriff's deputies were here twice. FBI was here probably 3 times, including last Friday. They, of course, you get a knock at the front door. I'm like, And I can see, I've got the big window there. I can see who's there, and I made him flash his badge before I opened the door, which I wouldn't have done before, to be honest. And so they came. They had more dates they wanted to look at, and we sat and looked through my cameras.
Oh, specific dates?
Yeah.
Do you mind saying what dates those were? I mean, I know January 11th has been a big one with the other name. Did that one come up?
Yeah, we went back through, and I don't know if there was more to why they asked, because I've already gone through my cameras and.
Hey, IAG.
And really, there was nothing on there but wildlife. And the other date was the 24th.
The 24th of January. They were interested in. Mm-hmm. Do your cameras face like all over the sides of the house, or what?
I'd rather not say exactly where they face.
Yeah, I understand.
But the one that did record a series around that date were just picking up animals.
Animals. Yeah. Okay, but they had specific dates they were interested in.
Yeah.
Did they see anything else they asked you that sort of stood out?
No, I think they just wanted to, maybe it was a different group of people, I'm not sure. I mean, it wasn't the same guys who came, but they just basically asked the same questions that I'd been asked before. We spent about maybe 25 minutes together. And that was it. We went through. I think in some part they want to make sure that people understand how to look through their cameras, and they're looking, and of course I do.
Yeah.
It's just I don't really have anything to show them, unfortunately. There's nothing on there. But I think in part they wanted to make sure that people, you know, were accurately looking through their footage.
Yeah.
And I think in some cases
I hope the people that are coming back are showing them real badges. I wouldn't even trust this shit. If I lived there, I don't even know how. I wouldn't. Would you trust it? I'd be like, no, I don't trust that your badge is real. How do you know if it's a real FBI badge? How do you, like, how would you even verify that? I would trust it. I wouldn't let nobody in. You can have me come down to the FBI office. You're not coming in my house.
I do know of some people that just turned over their footage and said, you know, you can, here's all these dates, please take a look. Mine aren't really worth doing that because there's not much on there.
Has there been anything that stood out to you since you lived here for more than a decade? Like anything strange that's ever happened? Well, I'll ask you that first,
yeah, one time I had some friends who were here. I was out, they were staying here, and they told me, hey, just let you know there were some people that walked up to the front of your house and they were just taking a bunch of pictures of your house from the front. And I was just, you know, I didn't hire anybody to do any work. And I didn't give any permission to take pictures of the front of my house. And if you can see, you can't see the front of my house from the street.
Right.
You have to walk up my driveway. And so that was alarming. And I thought about that the other day. But this was 3 or 4 years ago. I'm just going to assume that they liked.
They wanted to take pictures of your house. That's sus. They wanted to look for cameras, probably.
The look of my house.
Well, you do have a very nice house. So.
I just want to assume that maybe they liked the way it looked. But that was a little, uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because I'd never seen that before.
Well, and like you said, your house is like you really have to come up to it.
Yeah.
It's not anywhere near the road. One thing I've heard a lot from neighbors is, and even from some of my sources, is like there's a thought that one possibility is the person who did this could be close by, just because, you know, they haven't been able to track the cell phone from what we know from outside. You know what I mean? Like,
That's weird to me. I don't. And they did actually check. Actually, one more question that they did ask me last Friday is whether my internet went down that night. And I said if it did, I was asleep, and it probably came up the next day. And plus, I have new internet service from that time. 2 weeks ago, I had to change internet service. So, but I looked back on my Xfinity account to see if it cut out, but I didn't find anything.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then I mean that's, you know, it's entirely possible. But I kind of know who's in these, and they're all like me. You know, they're all they're all kind of normal people.
Yep.
I did, you know, notify my
define normal, lady.
Day 1 or 2 or 3, notify I got a call with, I think it was a special agent, I think it was FBI, that there was a recent turnover, and there's not that many rentals around here, but there was a rental nearby, and whoever lived there had moved out within a few days of this happening. They had moved out a few days before because the cars were gone. So I just became, you know, see something, say something. So I thought it's probably nothing, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna call. I'm gonna talk to them.
So couldn't this be settled? Okay, if we found out it was either an Airbnb or like a yearly rental, okay? If it was an Airbnb and it was a planned trip and they were supposed to leave then, who cares, right? If it was their yearly lease was up because Nancy went missing on the 1st, maybe their yearly lease was up. And they were planned the move. Can't we just easily find out if the move was planned? How hard would that be? Talk to the fucking homeowner. Who's the homeowner? Why are we all putting all this out there until we've spoken with the homeowner and gotten the scoop? Because it could be totally innocent. It could have nothing to do with it. But she's calling police and they're going searching around. It's like, what? Can they not get a hold of the homeowner?
And just let them know that there was somebody living there and they're not there anymore. And so I confirmed with a couple of the neighbors, did in fact you see those cars aren't there? He said, yeah, they just moved out.
Yeah.
And these neighbors that I spoke with didn't have any footage of it because they're stopped at their driveway.
Well, that's the thing people don't get is the footage here. People's houses are set back.
Yeah.
It's not like footage from the front door is gonna get people out on the street or
Well, and I think in neighborhoods where it's just a regular neighborhood, houses are closer together, and they're not set back behind, greenery, trees, shrubs. It wouldn't be that out of ordinary to catch cars passing by. I know in California, my house did. Every time I got in my car in the driveway, my neighbor's lights would go on from across the street.
Yeah.
I didn't like it, but I realized it's probably a good thing,
Right.
that anytime there's motion in my driveway, his cameras pick up every movement. So this is just not the kind of neighborhood where there are those kind of people. I pretty much know in all those houses, I know who lives in all those houses around the corner. I'm not going to stay at the street, but around the corner. Yeah. I know her next door neighbor. I know the people up the cul-de-sac. I know who everybody is. So it's, they're kind of all.
What's the mood among the neighbors? I mean, you seem pretty calm.
It varies. I mean, I'm always pretty calm, because the wheels just start spinning, and I want to go and find out what's going on. I'm not the person who goes and tries to pretend like it's not happening, or I want to know what's going on. And I went out and talked to neighbors. I checked on some of my older neighbors to make sure they were okay within days of that happening.
Scary,
I hadn't seen my one neighbor walking his dog, and I kept going to his house to see if he was there. So that's, I kind of within days of that happening, because I hadn't seen my one neighbor walking his dog, and I kept going to his house to see if he was there. So that's, I kind of, you see there's quite a few older folks in the neighborhood, and I like to consider I'm not one of the oldest in the neighborhood. Yeah. So I kind of felt like I have the bandwidth to go and check on a couple of neighbors, and like the people right across her on the cul-de-sac, So I think people have different, there are people who don't want to they try to stay as far away from this as possible. They know what's going on, but they don't want to obviously talk to reporters, and I understand that for sure. They don't want to, but everybody's still, I talked to some neighbors a couple of days ago, and everybody's still, pretty broken up about it.
Yeah, most of the neighbors.
Some people are still pretty traumatized.
I think so.
The ones who are more of her peers have known her for a long time.
And most of the neighbors have been like, "Oh, we're happy it's still on the news.
Yeah.
You guys should stick around. Like, we want them to find Nancy." There's been a few who have said, "Get out of here. It's time. You're vultures." It's been kind of a mix. But most people, I think, want it to stay kind of top of mind in some ways.
Yeah, I probably would put myself in that group because, and it's helpful to the Guthries. The more it stays in the news,
I wouldn't want it open-ended.
The more people, the chips are probably slowing down, right? And the more it stays in the news, the more people say, "Oh, that's right. Whatever happened with that case?" So it keeps it top of mind, and I'm sure that it's helpful to law enforcement to keep it out there versus people forgetting about it. I think for me personally, I don't mind it, but then again, I don't live right next door.
Right. Yeah. I won't say where you are, but you're close.
I'm close.
Yeah.
Backyards.
Yeah.
But I know that there was somebody poking around in my neighbor's backyard at 3 a.m. last week, and he wasn't like one of you kind of media guys. He was a new media guy, like a YouTube media.
And the night you said?
YouTube guy. 3 a.m. She happened to be out with her dogs, letting her dogs out. She's like, "Who are you? What are you doing?"
On her property?
Well, her property, the neighbor's property comes up to her wall, and they were on the other side. So it was technically her neighbor, but she was out in her yard. It's like, you'd like be seeing somebody on the other side of my wall there. And she went and talked to him. It's like, you can't be there. You're trespassing on somebody's property. And people have guns around here.
Wait a minute. So a YouTuber was on her neighbor's property, and she went over and talked to him? They weren't even on her property?
On the other side of my wall there. And
thank you, Nick.
She went and talked to him. It's like, you can't be there. You're trespassing on somebody's property. And people have guns.
Why would she go confront him? I mean, he's a new media guy.
And the night you said?
Guy. 3 a.m. She happened to be out with her dogs, letting her dogs out. She's like, "Who are you? What are you doing?"
On her property?
Well, her property, the neighbor's property comes up to her wall, and they were on the other side. So it was technically her neighbor, but she was out in her yard. It's like, you'd like be seeing somebody on the other side of my wall there.
Who was that?
And she went and talked to him. It's like, you can't be there. You're trespassing on somebody's property. And people have guns around here.
Yeah.
Some people have guns, and some people are more than happy to, you know.
Also in the middle of the night like that. I mean,
3 in the morning,
yeah.
and he came up and talked to her, but that's still not okay. I mean,
Yeah, that's really
No,
scary.
it's not.
So I think people see all this open space, and
But I damn sure wouldn't be confronting him. I would not be confronting him.
I think well, I'm going to find her. I'm going to claim that money, and I want to be the one to find her. And so I'm going to step over there because there's no houses and there's all this open land, but it's actually somebody's property. You can see back here, there's 2 or 3 acres back here, and it belongs to someone, right?
2 or 3 acres out here, it belongs to someone. How do we know it was actually a YouTuber? Call the frigging police, people.
So,
oh God,
that's the sort of thing people don't like.
Yeah, that's understandable.
They probably don't even trust the police at this time, at this juncture.
To step over the line,
yeah.
And for the most part, the media, people like yourself, understand. You have to. To get information, you have to be able to be assertive. And you have to be able to go up to people, and you have to, and that's for the most part, people understand that, and they'll say yes or no. I don't want to talk, or I do want to talk. But it's these other people.
It was
that aren't
Alex.
media
He did a
trained,
live.
They don't know what the rules are, the laws are. That I think has, for some people, has been a nuisance.
Have you had any frustrations with law enforcement? I mean, we've heard so much about the sheriff since we got here.
No, my first thought was hearing him talk. It was a little cringeworthy. Because I thought, oh man, that was not probably the best thing to say. But I can't say that he's not doing his job because I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Maybe he's not as well media trained. I don't know. But so I can't criticize what he's doing because I don't know what's happening, and that's okay. We should not know everything that's happening. It's really if it in any way impacts the investigation, if it negatively impacts the investigation, or it's giving too much information, just because people want to know doesn't mean they should. So I'm not gonna. I don't know which way. I don't know if he's doing a good job or bad job. I just know that it's not necessarily my business, and if I don't like it, then there's the next election.
Right, right.
But I think it's just he caught off guard with the media, and I understand that there was some things going on there too with his personal life. So,
anything else
Beyond
that you
that.
think is important?
No, other
Anything
than
that
that,
hasn't been reported or that people should know?
No, I just hope that people keep thinking about this case. I hope that people will continue to keep especially people in southern Arizona, keep their eyes open. I can tell you, every time I go out in public, I am looking. It's like I've got Google glasses on, and I'm putting my little AI on faces to see because I feel like I know what this person looks like. As soon as we saw the image, I said, this is how tall he is, this is how much he weighs, he's got bow legs, he's got lady hips. I know exactly what I was like, okay, I know who this person, I don't know him, but I know what this person looks like. And I think a lot of people kind of figured out, some people thought it was a woman, I don't think so. And so, keep your eyes open, and probably nothing that the sheriff hasn't already said to people, but I personally am always, kind of scanning when I go out, to be honest. It's something that will probably stop. I'll start forgetting, but for now.
Probably smart to do that, yeah.
Yeah, and you can. Anybody walking up my driveway is gonna, I'll probably put up signs, no trespassing signs.
Yeah.
Myself, so that I don't have to get into a situation where, I have. It's a terrible thing. Because at one point in our, history over the 30 years, it'd be fine for somebody to come to your front door. And they still do here, believe it or not. I have people coming trying to sell me things to my front door.
Well, I was kind of nervous coming to your front door, just because it's a walk up, and I'm like, gosh, I feel like people are on edge here. So for a guy to walk up, I'm just like,
Well, I knew who you were, though. But no, it's, my dogs always tell me when somebody's coming up the driveway.
Yeah,
so
well, you have big dogs, too, so.
Yeah, and I knew.
See, and Nancy didn't have that dog to tell her someone was coming up.
I recognized you. But, it's, you can see in my house, and I can see who's coming up the driveway from over that corner and that corner. So I'm not overly worried, but I am probably a little bit more aware, because the person coming to your house, it says they're trying to sell you their truckload of asphalt, or they see that I could use a yard service, or I could use a new roof. Maybe that's not really what they're selling.
Yeah.
Maybe they just want to come up to the door and see who's here.
Just my last thing, a lot of people have brought up like contractors. I guess that's a thing here, where there's just kind of, I hate to say shady contractors, but some people have told me that. Like, there's people coming around, let me clean your windows, let me look at your roof,
Well, there's a lot. You can see, you've probably heard some of it going on. Just right near her house, there was a new roof. Somebody got a new roof the last 2 days in the cul-de-sac over there. He moved He's moving. He moved to San Diego. He was planning on it already. So there were people there, and
He moved to San Diego. He was planning it already. She knows that he was planning it, but we don't know if the other people also planned it. She just happens to know that person.
He's moving. He moved.
Hey,
He was
Tato.
planning on it already. So there were people there, and I was watching because I could see from my back of my house who was up there. Over there, construction. There's always construction. You know, somebody's doing something to their house. You know, they're doing an addition or doing a new roof or something, remodeling. And so there's people around. And so I had said that previously to someone that at any given point there are a lot of vehicles around. Most of the time you see what the name of the construction company is. But there are a lot of them. And I can tell when I was standing on her street talking to a neighbor a couple weeks ago about something else, I could tell there were cars driving by, and I was just talking to her. I said, look, they don't live here, they don't live here, they don't live. I can tell who lives here because you see them around, and they have Arizona plates usually when they live here. You know, they don't have plates from a rental car, you know, rental company. So when trucks come around, to be honest, now I'm probably gonna, if there's unmarked vehicles, trucks, you know, vans, trucks, service vehicles, I'm gonna be looking a little bit harder, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I hate that I have to do that, but I just, for now, you know, feel compelled to be looking over our shoulders a little bit more, especially since the sheriff said it's targeted, we think, and everybody should be on alert, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you very much for talking to me. Appreciate it. Thank you. Really appreciate Laura for.
Wow. She knows everything going on in that neighborhood, don't she? All right, guys, we have been going on almost 6 hours. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out with me today. I'm going to wrap this one up. Of course, if anything else breaks, we got Mark live over here. Let's see what's going down with Mark. If anything breaks, of course, I'll be back. Oh, we got drone. Oh, we may not go nowhere just yet.
Really? The one with the tarp is an Airbnb?
I want to see this drone. Hold on. You know I love the drone. We got to slow him down a little bit.
They're saying it's the Airbnb. Yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I don't know.
No, that's not. 100% no.
No.
Who's that girl?
Independent media on YouTube. Check me out, Mark the Shark.
Last Mohicans.
Mark the Shark.
Oh, cool.
On YouTube.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that you?
I'm new to YouTube.
Yeah, check me out.
Mark
Yeah.
the Shark.
Mark the Shark. You'll see me. There's a picture of a shark.
It's freaking hot up here.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Okay. Well, you're a trooper. Okay, let's see. How do you go under YouTube? Hang on.
Yeah.
I know I have the app.
Yeah.
Okay, is that how you do it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do I just type it in?
Yeah, just type it in. You'll see a picture of a shark.
Just say YouTube. Oh, whoops. I think I did this wrong. Oh, click on it. And then where do I go? Here?
Yeah, on the search button, on the search bar.
Mark. 2 words?
Just 1 word.
Has anybody driven back by Annie and Tommaso's since Mark had the interaction? I don't know who no, I think it's just some lady that drove by, guys.
I know you.
I'll be back in a minute. We'll watch his drone. He said he's gonna go by the
I'm Arizona Searcher, so I do
rental.
tracking. I do.
I'll be right back.
Search and rescue, recovery.
Oh yeah, with the flight, with the what was it called? The detector.
Alex did the detector that day.
Yeah, I did see you because I'm like, I knew you looked familiar, or I met you up here.
Yeah.
So you guys are the last ones. Okay, Mark the Shark.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Now, where do you?
It's that down there.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you. You subscribe. Thank you. Okay, so go back. Okay.
Live right now. Let's say hi. Want to say hi to the chat?
Okay, Cool. Oh my God, you got. I love this because you know this is great.
Yeah.
I was up here because I used to know back in the day. I knew her family.
Oh, really?
Long before she was in law school.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And people I know that know her mom, and it's like, oh my God, that's where your bite is. These kids, I call them kids, anyone's kids. But I was here at the very beginning where everybody was up here coming down the mountain trying to get someone. So what's that little thing? How do you go live?
It's just live, like on YouTube. Got the drone up right now. Right above your head. See? Right there. Cool.
Well, have a good day, you guys. And
Yeah,
thanks
it's
for
nice
what
to
you're
meet
doing,
you.
Because you know what? Something's going to come of it.
I hope so.
We do too. I think everybody does. It's like,
What do you think happened?
I think it's, I don't know. I just feel sad.
Yeah.
Because you know what? That's somebody's mother. Everything about it. It's just, it makes me sad because she was out from day one. So, all right, you guys have one. Oh my God, drones. I gotta catch the drone. So you just fly it up, fly it down. Oh, that's what you're monitoring.
That's the porch right there.
What do you got? Oh, what the? Your drone gets that.
Well, because we can't walk onto the property.
Oh, sure. I just saw that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just gonna drive up there. Why? Who comes out? Who's gonna come after you?
I don't know. I don't see
Probably
nothing.
Pima County they might send Pima County out and say.
Well, they'll ask you to just.
Just to leave?
Yeah.
What are they gonna arrest you? But again, I think for me, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Just Sue Ellen.
No parking. Oh no. She said it's no parking. No parking. I understand. I'm not parking now. You're blocking my way. Okay, well then let me pull over real quick. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really not trying to. You don't know why I'm here. Yeah. You don't know why I'm here. I'm sure you have. I'm sorry. I'm not those people. So I'm not with them. I'm asking. They're trying to help me. What do you mean stop? They're trying to help me get out of here. You're funny. This one lady threatened me today down there, and I stood there. I said, "Man, what's your problem?" And she goes, "Get the fuck out of here." I said, "I'll pray for you." And I stood there just like this. "I'll pray for you." I said, "Why are you so angry?"
Well, that's something for here. So.
Yeah, just yeah, if you want to, keep maybe on this side or something. I didn't mean to block her way or anything. Or we didn't mean to. Yeah.
I'm asking them for directions. No one's trying to get.
I know.
Listen.
Okay, I am back. What's happening? What did I miss?
Yeah.
I got a bag of chips.
I gotta get the drone back.
Yeah.
I'm starving, Valerie. Oh, you're talking about him? Rewind? What happened? What happened?
We can't walk onto the property.
Oh, sure. I just saw that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just gonna drive up there. Why? Who comes out? Who's gonna come after you?
I don't know. I don't see
Probably
nothing.
Pima County they might send Pima County out and say.
Well, they'll ask you to just.
Just to leave?
Yeah.
What are they gonna arrest you?
Sue Ellen came in hot.
I think for me, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Just Sue Ellen.
No parking. Oh no. She said it's no parking. No parking. I understand. I'm not parking now. You're blocking my way. Okay, well then let me pull over real quick. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really not trying to. You don't know why I'm here. Yeah. You don't know why I'm here. I'm sure you have. I'm sorry. I'm not those people. So I'm not with them. I'm asking. So they're trying to help me. What do you mean stop? They're trying to help me get out of here. This one lady threatened me today down there, and I stood there. I said, "Man, what's your problem?"
I missed it. I got up.
Get the fuck out of here. I said.
So she doesn't get a ticket. I don't want her getting a ticket.
She spun out. She did too much. Watch her pull away. Wait, I'll boost the audio. Hold on.
Your drone gets that. Just
Hold on.
drive up there.
I don't know. I don't. Just.
I'll boost
yeah.
the audio. Hold on.
Sue Ellen?
Someone the Sue Ellen.
Just to leave?
Yeah.
What are they going to arrest you?
Listen.
But again, I think for me, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Just Sue Ellen?
Listen.
No parking. Oh no. Is this? She said it's no parking. No parking. I understand. I'm not parking, ma'am.
You're blocking my way.
Okay, well then let me pull over real quick. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really not trying to. You don't know why I'm here. Yeah. You don't know why I'm here. I'm sure you have. I'm sorry. I'm not those people. So I'm not with them. I'm asking them. So they're trying to help me. What do you mean stop? They're trying to help me get out of here. This one lady threatened me down there, and I stood there. I said, "Hey, what's your problem?"
The way she drove, boy. Her little white car.
They're trying to help me get out of here. You're funny. This one help me get out of here.
She says I'm not like them. I'm not with them.
What do you mean stop? They're trying to help me get out of here. You're funny. This one lady threatened me down there, and I stood there. I said, "Ma'am, what's your problem?" And she goes, "Get the fuck out of here." I said, "I'll pray for you." And I stood there just like this. "I'll pray for you." I said, "Why are you so angry?"
Well, that's something for here, so.
Yeah, just yeah, if you want.
Sue Ellen told her to get the fuck out of here. Oh shit.
That sign means it's time to let the family bring them home.
No, it just means like they're home. Not like it's already gone long enough.
Yeah.
I think we need to watch
Even
Nancy
if-
Grace.
And I'll be honest with you, like, I couldn't imagine this happening, but I feel like even if they found her and she was okay and we moved on, I don't feel like they would bring her here.
Mesera, thank you for 15 months. Leadfoot Sue Ellen. Vroom, vroom, baby. Thank you for your support.
Della Dank. What's up? You're live.
Oh, what's up, chat? How's it going?
Who's he talking to?
Call.
Okay, I'm muting that. He's making a phone call to somebody who I don't know. Let me pull up.
Impacting the ground. You see,
We're gonna watch Nancy Grace because people are saying she's on fire today. Miss Nancy Grace, the queen of true crime. Here we go. Day 48. We need a James appearance, says Sparky. Thank you for being a member for a month. I appreciate you. I appreciate you much. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on Nancy's, and we'll just put Nancy Grace down here. And if I need to blow it up, I will. Okay? Here we go.
Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, missing day 48. This, as we learn, that construction site dumps are being searched.
Oh.
For what?
What?
We also learn more about the
construction site dumps, guys. Construction site dumps.
process that Nanos and the FBI is employing to get a DNA match. Is it possible? Also tonight, careful analysis of blood on Nancy Guthrie's porch is telling us a very different story. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you. Asking now for footage of vehicles in the neighborhood. Why?
if they can tie that back to
Now to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. We know that the feds are now trying to question work crews on a construction site, one in particular, and maybe more in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. We now know that dump sites used by construction crews are being searched. What do you know? What can you tell me?
We know that the investigation has really gotten into these construction sites, Nancy, to identify all personnel, including daily contractors who have come in. They're trying to identify not just people, but you mentioned the trash. They're trying to determine where trash is being taken. Where are the dump sites for these individual homes that are being under construction? Is there one place in particular that it's being taken, or are there multiple? They're identifying places that they can look into dump sites from the construction sites.
Okay, that is a very, very difficult task. I have worked on dump site searches. You have to break it down into grid searches. It's really, really hard to do. With me, Professor.
Looks like a mouse got to her top. Look at her. Would you want to be on her bad side? Oh, hells no. Hells no.
Forensics, Jacksonville State University.
Yes. Our man, the man, author of Blood Beneath My Feet.
Joseph Scott Morgan, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon and star of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. But more important, death investigator with over 10,000 death inquiries under his belt. A dump site, grid search. I'm not saying we're looking for Nancy Guthrie's body. That's not what I'm saying. I think they're looking for something else. How do you go about a grid search if they are looking at construction crew dump sites?
Okay, understand this. When you're talking about searching any kind of landfill, all right, and it all works on the same principle, whether it's household debris or whether it is construction. People just don't go in there and randomly dump stuff. They do have the thing broken up into grids. And Nancy, here's something else. And this is always a clue that we look for when we're searching these kinds of locations. Did you know that those grids have specific dates? Like when these things would have been picked up, where they were deposited, because you cannot continue to deposit things in the same location over and over again. It has to be organized in order to facilitate this. The one difficult part that I have always found in any of these things I've ever searched is that you have equipment that runs over the stuff to kind of pack it down. And that creates an absolute nightmare for investigators when they go out there to begin to search.
Well, there's all sorts of issues with a construction site search. I'm curious about what they could be looking for. When you hear a search of a dump or a landfill, you immediately think they're looking for a body. That is not necessarily true, Joe Scott.
No, it's not. And, listen, if somebody has been involved in some kind of nefarious activity and they have one of these big dumpsters, all right, that you see at construction sites, and they're putting things in there specifically. And look, it could be biological material, something organic that's going to break down. That's one of the problems that you run into with these sites is because this is an aerobic environment, which means it's oxygenated. And that means that anything that's in there that is organic breaks down very, very quickly, and it compromises evidence. But if there's other things, say, for instance, if there's any kind of tools, any bits of wood that may have been associated with something that was involved in a crime, that's going to be there as well. And here's one of the problems that you run into. It's something called co-mingling. So you get evidence that's kind of tied up together, and it can come from other sites, because on the day that a specific grid has stuff dumped from location A and B and C, you're confined to that spot, but that stuff gets commingled, mashed down, and
this picture is so sad. Look at all of them, so happy.
Kind of turned around.
Joining us an all-star panel, in addition to Joseph Scott Morgan, joining us from Jacksonville State University, Brian Fitzgibbons is with us, Director Operations, USPA Nationwide Security, leading a team of experts to find missing people around the world. Former Marine Iraqi war vet, now at USPA Nationwide Security. The search of landfills, it's horrible. Very often the searchers have to use hazmat outfits. They can be out there in the sun, sweating, sweltering in those hazmat outfits. What could they be searching for? And one of the reasons, Brian, I say, I don't think it's a search for her body.
Damn. Thank you for subscribing, Beverly and Drifter, C Justice, and Kaylin K. We just got like 4 subscribers right in a row. Thank you so much, guys.
Is because we've heard nothing about the use of cadaver dogs.
Yeah, spot on. I believe here that they'd be searching for any pieces of physical evidence that could have been removed from the scene. And what's important to remember about these landfill searches is that authorities will have a very good idea from the landfill on where this trash was deposited based on a specific timeline. So as they're going around looking at these contractor bins, they're going to have to research that differently than residential service. So they're going to
Thank you so much for subscribing, Kim. Wow.
find, what contractors had large trash receptacles in the area, what the schedule was for pickup, where they were bringing them, and that could vary. It may not be the same location, the same transfer centers that the residential trash would be going.
What a whole nother rabbit hole.
Dave Mack, another theory emerging, and
right.
I just want to bat this down immediately, that Nancy Guthrie is missing because Savannah Guthrie had a stalker. Okay, so what is the report on Savannah Guthrie's stalker? Did she?
Oh, Savannah's stalker. Thank you for subscribing, Diane.
Have a stalker. What do we know?
No, there is no confirmed idea that Savannah Guthrie has or had a stalker. This is another part of the armchair detectives that are prevalent when a main story like this goes out and people try to find a working idea of how it could be solved and what could have been the motive. But no, this is not something that has been brought about by a legitimate investigation.
Okay, the question is being bandied about. Could Nancy Guthrie have been targeted by a Savannah Guthrie stalker? I find that extremely fantastical. I want to go out to Scott Eicher, founding member of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey team. He was in robbery homicide over a decade in Norfolk, Virginia PD. He is now with Precision Cellular Analysis. Scott, fantastical? No. Again, my favorite phrase, sounds like a fifth grade girl's novel. When you have a stalker, they go after you. They don't find your 84-year-old grandma in the middle of the desert and cart her away in the middle of the night. That's not how stalkers operate. And in my mind, throwing out theories like this and calling them into the 911 tip line is wasting valuable time, Eicher.
I agree that's wasting time to an extent. As we know, stalkers, they want to be seen by the person they're stalking, right? They want the attention by that person. So in that vein, there might be an indication that, hey, if I mess with the family, I'll get the attention. But you hardly ever see that happening. It's usually against the primary victim, in this case.
Actually, Maureen is the one that confirmed that Savannah had a stalker who was a female. And she said, I think something like, those pesky little stalkers don't go away. Something like that. Remember that?
Don't be nasty sometimes.
If she had a stalker, it would be Savannah. If we had information, concrete information about a stalker, I'm sure we would have heard about it by now.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Have you looked at your credit card?
No, I have not. But I'm making nachos tonight, you guys. What's for dinner? Let me know what's for dinner.
You find 8 Nancy Ash nobody knows about, and they carried through that Savannah had a stalker that nobody knows about, and they carried through their twisted ideas and then executed them upon her mother. Okay, Karen Stark joining us. You know her well. Forensic psychologist, renowned TV radio trauma expert at KarenStark.com. That's Karen with a C. You and I have had to deal with a lot of stalkers, with all of your patients, with cases that I prosecuted with my own stalkers. This is not how they operate, Karen Stark.
Definitely not, Nancy, and it just doesn't make sense to me that there would actually be a stalker who's after Savannah, and somehow they wind up with Nancy. I mean, there have been so many theories that have been thrown out that, to me, this just looks like one more. Stalkers do not behave like this. They follow the person that they're interested in, and it's endless and difficult to catch them actually doing it. But this is not that kind of a case. This is her mother. I really believe that whatever this was about, it's about Nancy Guthrie, not Savannah.
A lot happening in the search.
Okay, do you guys think that this is about Savannah or this is about Nancy? I don't think it's about Savannah.
Search for Nancy Guthrie as construction site dumps are being reviewed. the stalker theory emerging. In addition to all of that,
I have a question. This might sound really stupid. Does the person on that video blink? Because I just thought of something. What if that entire face is a mask? You know how they have those realistic, like, masks? I mean, does this person blink their eyes? I just thought of that. Is that what's weird about them? They don't blink?
a careful analysis of Nancy Guthrie's porch, when you pull back and look at it, is very revealing. Take a look at this, Joe Scott Morgan. The video you're seeing now from our friends at Fox News, very revealing. Take a look at this, Joe Scott.
Yeah, take a look at this. Look at the labels all effed up. See this? I know that happens in shipment sometimes, but this happens to be a shipment that Nancy got. Look at the labels all effed up. I wonder what was in that. What was being delivered, I wonder. You thought the same thing, Felicia? I mean, they're just, yeah, the eyes are weird. It's like they don't blink, they don't move, they don't squint, they do nothing. And you would think you would have, like, there's no face, like, hold on. I need to go back to it for a second. Because there's no, like, let me come on camera and explain what I'm saying. You guys probably understand, but I want to show you. So, like, if you're trying to, here, I'll come down here. So if you're trying to, like, take shit, my hair's all fucked up. But if you're trying to take shit and put it over a camera, like, aren't you going to be, like, looking, like, squint a little bit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not just going to be like, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you're tweaking, but they're trying to, like, remove something. There's no expression whatsoever. You know, if you think about it, there's just always been something weird. I just have to look at it again. I'm sorry if you don't want to see it again, but I have to. Because there's just something that bugs me. And it's like they don't blink. And I don't know if we see them long enough to see if they blink. I mean, look, it's like they just stay the same. Who can do that? Like, who can do that right there and just never change? You know? Just never change. You're just like a mask. It's weird, right? Like, no blinks, no squinting, just. But then again, those pupils are reflecting. Unless they're completely tweaking. Oh, wait. I might see a blink right there. Hold on. Oops. Let's blow this up a little bit. Okay, watch him. I'm going to slow it down. I know this is crazy, but tell me if you see him blink. Okay, ready? Here we go. I think I saw a blink right there. Because you see that pupil go away. Watch. Did you see it? Just very strange. This just bugs me so much. It bugs me so much. Saw a blink. But maybe because they're so fixated on it, they're not blinking. You know what I mean? He blinks right before it. Yeah. Okay, let's go back.
Scott Morgan, the video you're seeing now from our friends at Fox News gives us a better look than just a few drops at the very beginning. You're seeing right now why a cast mold was not possible with the walkway, but we're seeing a longer stretch. More information about the blood trail. What do you see, Joe Scott Morgan?
Well, I see what I would interpret as passive blood deposition. And what that means is we're talking about gravitational blood drop where it falls to the earth. You don't have any projected blood. Okay. So with projected blood, you'll see these little tails that come off of the actual blood droplet itself as it's flying through the air, and it gives you an idea of direction. Nancy, this is something, these blood droplets that you're seeing here are something that probably have fallen down, right? From a reasonable height, maybe in the 3-foot range, and they're dropping straight down and impacting the ground. Do you see this area right here that we're looking at right now with this walkway? Those blood droplets appear very uneven. Those can be easily misinterpreted. Well, the reason they're uneven is because that's not a smooth surface, but you get up onto the stoop there and you've got this area where you have this kind of ceramic tile where it's a very kind of even surface. There's a lot to be interpreted here. So we know that that's her blood. They've commented on that. So what would have to happen is she must be moving, all right, or her body, her person is being moved. Let me rephrase that, at least a 3-foot height. And this blood is free flowing through the air. That's what
at least 3 feet. Okay, hold on.
Happen is she must be moving, all right, or her body, her person is being moved. Let me rephrase that, at least a 3-foot height. And this blood is free flowing through the air. That's what we call gravitational drop, and it's deposited right there. This is not like when we think about classic blood spatter. You know, you and I have talked extensively about things like cast off and all these things. It's dynamic. That's not what you're seeing here. This is not something that has tremendous velocity behind it. This is something that is issuing forth from an injury. I still hold, based upon some of those blood droplets that I saw, particularly adjacent to the doorway.
Hold on,
Yeah, sure.
hold on, Joe Scott. Guys, the video you were seeing was from Fox News, but I want to put up the still so our viewers can see what Joe Scott is talking about, because as you look at it, what he's saying makes a lot of sense. The video doesn't really show it as well as the still photo of that blood.
So as you see it right here, it's depositing in kind of a linear fashion here. And you can't really interpret which way movement is going. Are they moving toward the door, away from the door? All we know is that there's blood deposition. Now you can look at the margins of it to say, okay, it never extended beyond about 2 or 3 feet in width.
So if we really look at this from this angle, I don't know how well you guys can see, but there's like a trail here, and then there's that the cough or the sneeze, and then there's that weird mark, and then there's another trail here.
So you can kind of superimpose a path over that, if you will, but directionality is very hard to determine with this because you don't.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Remember we saw those track marks? Hold on, something just came to me. Hold on. I need to get my drawing tool. Okay, I need my drawing tool. There it is. Okay. Remember we saw the tracks? Could this be like one track and this be another track? Because there's that weird track mark that we thought was like a shoe. What really is that? Did they like set something down right there? Do you know what I'm saying? And it was like dripping. Hold on, let me erase that. See, now look at it.
Superimpose a path over that, if you will, but directionality is very hard to determine with this because you don't have any indication of flight of the blood. You know that it's dropping straight down, okay? And these don't really vary in height, Nancy. So the higher the blood, the greater the deposition of blood, or when.
So like 3 feet above the ground, he says. And then if we go back in that drone footage, I just want to see. I think it's this one. Mm-hmm. Shoot, that's when they're in the back. Can we see it on this one? I might just have to go to X because that's when they put the tent up. It was long gone. I want to see those track marks again. This is weird. Ugh. Okay, track marks. I'm trying to stay on track here. Oh, whoa. Yeah, I don't know.
Blood found on Nancy Guthrie's doorstep was confirmed to be hers. We also know foreign DNA that does not match Nancy's, was found in the 84-year-old's home. Blood found on Nancy.
And look at, there's a whole bunch all together right here. That's not what I wanted. I hate when this happens. I wish I had shit at my fingertips. Right here. All right, we found it. So if we look at this image, right, and we see those, we don't know what these marks are. Then we go back here and look at that. See how it kind of goes in the, I don't know, maybe not.
But directionality is very hard to determine with this because you don't have any indication of flight of the blood. You know that it's dropping straight down, okay? And these don't really vary in height, Nancy. So the higher the blood, the greater the deposition of blood, or when that's spherical, because blood, people don't know this, blood actually falls through the air in a perfect sphere. Many people don't understand that. And as it strikes, that dynamicism of it kind of spreads it out. Well, these are not spread like greatly. Like if you're talking about blood dropping from, I don't know, a height of like 10 feet, the droplets are going to look different than that. That's why I'm saying this is within about a 3-foot range, maybe 4 feet. It's dropping straight down. So what could happen? Is she being carried at this point in time? And a lot of people have talked about, was she wrapped in anything? I think that she's bleeding rather significantly here. But if she was wrapped in anything, Nancy...
Well, hold on. You're saying she's bleeding significantly. And just recently, another forensic scientist has thrown out the theory that she was, quote, it doesn't really sound scientific, but I get what the expert is saying, was, quote, bleeding pretty badly.
Yeah.
But earlier, you had told me you thought this looked as if it were a nosebleed, and there's a little bit
aerated.
of aspiration either from the nose or the mouth.
Yeah, yeah. I did.
Well, if she was over someone's shoulder, like some think, then maybe her head would be at that height, around 3 feet. What height would she be sitting? If you're 5'5", I mean, I'm 5'6" So if I'm sitting on my walker seat thingy, just speculating, how tall am I if I'm bleeding? I don't know.
And when you see the tiny little droplets contained in there, there's one cluster shot that they have there.
Mm-hmm.
These tiny little droplets that looks like it's called expirated blood because you're expirating it. Think Travis Alexander. Okay, so that's expirated blood. You don't see that in any of these other droplets. That deposition that's like where we're looking at, like the 1 o'clock position in that's almost like a sneeze or a cough or something, and then it's moving away.
Right.
And Nancy, do you see those little white areas in the larger droplets?
Yeah, I do.
That implies to me, Nancy, that this is aerated blood. In other words, it's coming from the nasopharynx area. Okay, so if you've got some kind of trauma to your nose, your mouth, that sort of thing, it's got air in it. It's just not. It's not like cutting a wrist.
It's more like a mist.
Yeah, it
a
is.
Mist, kind of. Okay, hey, I want you to look at something else, and I want Iker and Karen Stark, Brian Fitzgibbons, everybody look at this. We've also got Tammy Ballard, DNA expert. Can I see that photo you were just showing? You see the disturbance of the gravel on.
So he just literally confirmed it comes from the nose. Comes from the nose. Poor Nancy.
Top of the blood. Scott Iker, let me go back to you, formerly with the FBI, now with Precision Cellular Analysis. I recall distinctly a case I prosecuted and investigated at the special behest of the elected district attorney. And I was very worried because it was originally deemed a suicide. And my boss wanted me to make sure it wasn't a homicide. Well, long story short, Iker, the victim was found naked, a female was found naked in her bed. Number one, statistics say that doesn't happen. That a female commits while naked. Why? Don't know. I just know that it's true. She's lying in bed, right? And head on pillow, takes a gun, bam. That's the working theory. But with a blood expert like Joe Scott, man, he was awesome too. We put the sheets up with light behind it, and we found blood spatter under her pillow, which means her lying there like that and going bam could never have happened, right? So it's not rocket science. You just have to know what you're looking for, and this is telling me something. I'm not sure what. Let's see the picture again. Iker, that the rocks and the gravel are distributed on top of the blood. What does that mean? Are they helping her out? Do they have their hands under her armpits and they're, hitting the gravel as they're walking, and she's already come out, she's bleeding, and the gravel gets on top of the blood as they're futzing around trying to hold her up? What do you read into it, Iker?
Well, I agree with just Scott Morgan. This is definitely a pool of blood that looks like it was spit out or, sneezed out. What I also see is not only some of the rocks, is parts of that bush or the branch that is still at the front of the door there. And that's stuck in some of the blood droplets there. So, we know that all kind of occurred around the same time. He goes to the front door, he gets the branch. How he got her out through that security door, we don't know. But it appears to me that that's happening all at the same time. That's why some of that branch is stuck into the blood area.
Okay, hold on just a moment. We're looking at the gravel. And that's the security door we're going to talk about in just a few moments, guys. But that said, Joe Scott, what do you make about the gravel being on top of the blood?
Yeah, I've had my own opinions about this. It for me, part of it goes to lack of security. at the scene. You've got everybody and their brother walking up to this door. And so anytime you do that, that's why we take great care at crime scenes, Nancy, because you don't know what you're going to be kicking about and not taking your time. You're talking about people showing up at the door. Of course, this is, keep in mind, thanks to Fox for providing this. However, this is not a crime scene image we're looking at. This is media personnel that have generated this, and this should not be happening. Somebody had access to it.
Oh, I am so angry right now.
No, this picture was taken when they released the crime scene on day 2. This was the day they released it. Brian Etten and Michael Ruiz were both able to walk right up to it.
I'm so angry. Brian Fitzgibbons, you and I have gone over and over and over what Joe Scott is saying. The scene was not secured. Pizza delivery guys were going up there. Journalists were going up there. So now, if the gravel on top of the blood did mean something, we can never prove it now. It could have meant all sorts of things. It could have told us how she was maneuvered out, how she may have been falling backwards and back and forth and getting over in that gravel, or the perp had kicked it over in his effort to carry her or get her out of the home. But we can't prove anything now because the scene was destroyed because Nanos released it. He released the scene.
He did.
Yeah, there was a span of, I believe it was 24 to 48 hours where that scene was not held, initially released. You had DoorDash drivers walking up to the front, journalists, and you'll even notice, Nancy, in that photo, the foliage that the porch suspect used is still lying on the ground. That wasn't even collected.
Yeah, but he pulled a lot more than what was left there, don't you think? Don't you think?
Initially as evidence. It's still lying there on the ground. So, you know, what evidentiary value in court of those rocks? I don't know.
Well done. If it's brought up by the state, the defense can shoot it down because the scene was not kept secure. There's no chain of custody, so to speak. So it could have had, those rocks could have gotten there in any way. If they ever did prove anything, it won't be worth anything in court because it will be attacked on cross. Guys, joining me right now, Tammy Ballard, DNA crime scene consultant, crime scene investigator.
Yeah, because they did say that they took biological evidence, which could be plants, right? I hope they took some because he really yanked a lot of that out. This is irritating me. My camera has been crooked all day. There, now I don't look like I'm on the moon.
Reconstructionist, former DNA criminalist for the San Diego Police Department Crime Lab. Tammy, thank you for being with us. I'd like to understand, regardless of what Nanos is saying about how blood analysis could take up to a year, not true. I'd like to understand what you believe is happening right now with the stranger DNA that was absolutely found in the home. We do know it did not match up to Mrs. Guthrie, her family, or any of the workers.
Okay, so stranger DNA in the home. Thank you, Ishi. So do you.
In the home. Let's just go with genetic genealogy is being conducted right now. What's happening?
They are dealing with mixtures. Again, the goal is to find a DNA sample that is going to be suitable to do genealogy. That's your first hurdle. So the limitations with forensic genealogy happen to be related mostly on the front end with this type of scenario as far as mixtures go. So if they have a complex mixture, 3-4 contributors, that's going to be something that they have to overcome with genealogy, which is definitely a limitation. Let's assume they develop a profile suitable for genealogy. Next, you've got to figure out starting the tree building. You've got to start getting the sample into databases. You're only as good as who's in your database, how many people are in your database, and working from there. Then you have the populations. If you have a Hispanic population, a Hispanic genealogy search that you're going to have to do, maybe that's going to put in some additional hurdles into your search. So, I always highlight the successes of the cases like the Rachel Marin case, sad, tragic murder case where her perpetrator was from El Salvador. That's a very difficult search for genealogy, but that happened in record time because it was a great group of genealogists that were able to determine who this individual was. So that's the hope for this case, is you get a good solid profile and you're able to get that into the databases, you're building your trees, and you've got a great team of genealogists assisting.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of. Victims' family self. Stay on top, real time. I hope to see you there. To genetic genealogy testing. We believe it's a blood DNA sample out of the home. How long will it take? Will it work? That we don't know, but the cutting edge technology of genetic genealogy is ongoing. Was the ransom ever paid? Listen to Harvey 11.
We received an alleged ransom note that we forwarded on to the authorities, to the sheriff's department. The FBI called us a few hours later, wanted to had a bunch of questions about that note. There are deadlines, I say plural, deadlines in this letter, and one is looming. Right. When the family is reaching out to say we're ready to talk, this letter suggests no talk. That was made clear right at the beginning.
We received your message, and we understand.
Bones!
We beg you now.
Bones! We've been live all flippin' day, girl. It's the weekend, bitches.
To return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Many people question, was the ransom ever paid? And if not, why? To a special guest joining us, Scott Eicher, as well as Brian Fitzgibbons. Let me first start with you, Fitz. You go around the world with your team trying to find missing people. Oh, by the way, that video is from our friend Harvey Levin at TMZ. We heard Savannah stating over and over, we're listening, we're here, we will pay. I don't believe a ransom was ever paid. See, I would have rushed in immediately and paid the ransom, and as it turned out, I highly doubt that that ransom note was legit, Fitz.
Me either.
I agree. It was missing two essential things.
Proof of life.
Proprietary information and proof of life. Those are two things that in a typical kidnap and ransom case will immediately be delivered. The second thing is it wasn't delivered to the family, right? This went to a media outlet. So, of course, the family and law enforcement had to take this very seriously at the time. But I think as we sit here, on day 48, it's pretty clear that these were not authentic.
Well, there was another issue to you, Scott Eicher. Well, I agree with what you said, Fitz, but
You talking about Fitz? She said, why doesn't he blink? It's concerning. Hey, Bones, don't ask too many questions because it's all effing weird. Just enjoy.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
There was never proof of life ever presented. B, they never contacted the family directly, as Fitz just told you.
Kalila
Scott
did.
Eicher, another
Kalila
issue
did.
I have is the delay, because obviously this is not a burglary, this is not a robbery. None of that happened. When you go in to commit a burglary, you don't go, oh my stars, there's somebody home.
Oh my stars, there's somebody home. I need that. Oh my stars.
None of that happened. When you go in to commit a burglary, you don't go, oh my stars, there's somebody home.
Oh my stars. I could see her like getting so mad at her kids if they said, oh my God. Oh my stars.
None of that happened. When you go in to commit a burglary, you don't go, oh my stars, there's somebody home. I think I'll take her with me. No, that's not how it works. So obviously, one of the only choices left is ransom. But typically, ransom requests happen immediately so the victim's family can get the money together and start the negotiation. There was never a negotiation. All there was a Bitcoin manner of payment. And without any proof of life,
you know what?
and with the delay.
That ransom did not come until the people on YouTube started saying, well, it's not a kidnapping because, it's not, she's not being held for ransom. So at first, was that what it, hang on a second. Did the ransom make this a kidnapping? Because we are so stuck on this freaking kidnapping word. Okay? The only thing that made it a kidnapping was TMZ. So if we take that out of it, if you take the ransom out of it, A, we would have never heard from the Guthries. Possibly. Okay, that's red flag number one. If it wasn't for the ransom, we would have never heard from the family. Number two, red flag. It wasn't called a kidnapping until the ransom. And nobody believes the ransom. Sheriff called it a homicide right away. I mean, I get kidnapping is, I guess, when you want money. Abduction is when you take someone. But he called in the homicide team. That would mean someone died there. That would mean someone died there. There's no kidnapping. There's no abduction. There's obviously a homicide where they took the body. Right? I mean, that's how I see it. Ugh.
Lay in submitting the ransom. I just don't believe it was valid.
I totally agree. And at that last point you made, that it needs to be immediate after the kidnapping and directly to the family, I think are some of the most important parts of it. I mean, proof of life, that's obviously something that Savannah initially wanted. But if you remember in some of the later videos, she was just kind of more leaning towards, hey, we want our mom back, whatever condition she's in. Either way,
Lizzie,
I think the law enforcement, the FBI, and the sheriff's office evaluated those with the behavioral analysis unit, analyzing the wording, analyzing whether it's real or not. And I don't think any of it was real. I don't think the ransom was paid. And that's why we still are in this type of situation and have nothing to.
Okay, so they don't think it's real. Nancy thinks it's fake. Fitz thinks it's fake. So what gives here? What freaking gives? We're going to go back to that nighttime conference too.
To go on at this point.
Also tonight, I want to look at the security door on Nancy Guthrie's front porch. Let's see that. Now, according to a neighbor, this was practically burglar proof. What about it, Dave Mack?
You're exactly right, Nancy. A neighbor came forward to say they have the same security door and they are impenetrable. You cannot break in through the front door with that security door there. That was what she said, that there's no way anybody got through that front door.
I don't know if I agree with that. Could it be subjected to a lockpick, Joe Scott? Would that work? I mean, I'm not saying break the door down. I'm saying a lockpick.
Yeah, but okay,
No.
here's the deal, particularly with tool marks. If you look at that deadbolt that's at the top, hopefully they've documented that very, very well. If they suspected that, you could see pick marks there. And also you would look for any other tool marks. That's a great shot right there. Do you see that guard that's on the right? One of the things here, when you think about the preventative nature of this, can a pry bar defeat that?
I mean, what are those marks, you guys? Because the neighbor, that's the truth. The neighbor did come through and she was like, I've left that, just that door open because it's so secure. Kat says, I can't get over the silence from the family. Yes, that was Maureen on Brian Ensign. Thank you, Lizzie. I forgot what I saw it on. But what are those marks from? Is that just from age, or does it look like she has newer locks? Did Nancy get new locks? But why wouldn't you just break the side light? The side light's right there.
I would say probably not, without raising a huge ruckus in this area. And just looking at that, it doesn't look like there's any kind of insult to that margin there. Area. And just looking at
he said
that,
ruckus.
I would say probably not, without raising a huge ruckus in this area. And just looking at that, it doesn't look like there's any kind of insult to that margin there. But the lock themselves, I suppose if somebody was skilled enough, they could probably pick it, but it would take some time to do that, Nancy.
American homeowners, the FBI has been warning about a type of...
I think that's it.
Plain Anonymous, 520-882-7463. There is a $1.2+ million reward.
Interesting, huh? Interesting. So, oh my God, Nancy. Oh my God. Why did she do this? Matt's drone. Someone needs to make that their profile picture. All right, we've got the drone up. Thank you for subscribing, Dolores. Oh, that's just wild. Okay, so what did we learn? What did we learn that was new? We got some good droning going on here. Oh, shit. So if the ransom's fake, right? Then where in the hell is Nancy? Right? Where the hell is Nancy?
Cut his mic. Cut it.
Yes, this is Mark Z Shark. Let's see what he's saying. Think he was going to try to find that rental or something? Me too, stay humble. How are you, by the way, girl? Checking the construction dump. That was number one.
If they're looking at aerials, the aerials might be a little bit old because there are no trees.
Oh, there's not?
You might be looking at an old aerial.
Yeah, I don't know which one that is then. Hey, Kentucky girl, thank you so much for becoming a deep diver. Thank you. Welcome to the family, the shark family.
Okay, that's Nancy's bedroom patio right there. That's the patio. That's the sliding glass door that goes into the main area. And then that's her bedroom. There's our stepping stones that we were looking at that one day. Yeah. What day was the septic looked at? Let me pull up my my timeline thingy. No.
You see the, there's like a water fountain back there. Pretty nice.
Behind her house?
Yeah, this one right here, look.
Oh. You know, it's pretty common for people, and I didn't realize this, but a lot of houses have a waterfall or a water fountain.
Okay, I'm muting. Okay, so we're going to look at the timeline. What did you ask me now? The handy dandy timeline. What did you guys want to know? What date did what happen? Has anybody seen TM lately? I miss TM. Why are we taking an 84-year-old woman other than to keep her quiet? Exactly. Exactly. There is no reason. But what was y'all's question? Oh, the septic. Okay. Let's see if we can figure that out. February the 8th. Ask and you shall receive. That was February the 8th. That was before we ever saw the masked man footage.
And they were around this area right here. I mean, they were like so close to the area.
Isn't that the Gutierrez guy?
Who?
Isn't his name Daniel Gutierrez? He's running for something here.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. Let me look it up.
Hold on, where's the
I thought he was going to the rental property that's behind her house.
drone?
He might be losing battery.
Yeah, it was him.
Oh, let me see. Can you see a picture?
It's loading, but that's who just passed by.
Really?
He's running for Congress.
Oh, shit.
What?
Let me try to get you a picture. Hold on.
What happened?
This guy just drove by.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I was like, wait a minute.
Who is he?
If you got an interview with him, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I'll
He's
interview.
running for Congress. I'm 100% that was him.
Who is it?
I mean, look at all these like
He doesn't
entry
care.
points too. There's one right here. I mean, there's so many entry points. There's their bedroom right there.
Someone running for Congress. I don't know.
What happened?
Oh my God. I was reading something online.
Oh.
People are savage.
And then look at the wash back here. I mean, it's just like
Is that's the house. Let's go up a little bit. That's the upright. That house is so close. It's crazy how close it's unbelievable how close that house is. But if there was anybody that could have,
yeah, isn't this the Airbnb?
it's crazy. No, I've met the people there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so then probably they
I
just.
thought that was the Airbnb, the White House.
What is that?
So you go through this road right here, and you go up, and it'll
Mark
take you to the back, and
Gonzalez
it
from
takes you to that
Texas?
drive.
What?
On this road right here, coming to Nopal.
Mm-hmm.
But seriously, you go stand in their yard because they've let me park right here.
Really?
They told me we'll give you 2 minutes. They let me park right here.
Yeah.
And that is.
Jeez, who was that? Jeez, man.
And that is so close to her. It's crazy how close to that yard it is.
Close, huh?
He
Yes.
told us we'll give you 2 minutes and don't come back. Now he's like, done. Thank you, done. We were there for like 30 minutes because I was playing with their dog.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Misty Haynes? Misty Haynes called it into FBI? Called who in? I'm confused. I don't know who Misty Haynes even is.
Yeah, it is close.
That's
Crazy, huh?
who's with him, Misty Haynes.
It's crazy to me how they say it's in a desolate area, nothing around, it's very desert, and sure it looks like that, but when you get out here, it's really not.
Yeah, and see, look, this is what the wash that I've been freaking saying. This wash right here, you probably went through there, but that's the one that goes all the way down.
Why would
All
a
the way
Texas
down right here. Look.
congressman be there?
Look at this, guys, right there. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. Look at this, all the way back, and then you go into Nancy's backyard.
Yeah.
I've never
Look at
seen
that.
a Misty Haynes.
Let me show
I
you
saw
again.
coyotes running through there
Did you?
when I was in the wash.
Let me show you guys again in case you guys didn't catch that. Okay, here's Nancy's backyard. You go back up, you go right, and then this wash goes all the way back here. All the way back here, and then there's that road right here.
And then it connects to
Behind Green
Minnesota.
Eyes. That's who that is. I remember her from before. When they went on the search, I think she was at the Hobby Lobby.
It's not as desolate. It's not as...
See, there's that main road right there.
Yeah.
There's that main road. And I parked there so many times, like, just to show the people.
As long as
And
you
it's
stay on
hard. What I'm trying to say is that when I park there and I want to show them that this goes all the way to Nancy's house, and it goes like that.
You see the power line?
Yeah, the power line.
As long as you stay by the power lines, it's you're not trespassing. Because it's a power line easement. It's a power easement.
And it's like you're right here. Look, you're like right on top of Nancy's. That's what I'm saying. There's so many like entry points.
She don't drop them in mine. Come on in, Misty Haynes.
And then right here, there's like a little area that goes from the neighbors to Nancy's.
The little walkway.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why people think that that's an Airbnb, and it's not. It's I know the owner and who I've spoke to him, and
she knows the owner,
gotten his kind of input and stuff. So
I kind of want to see something real quick.
Huh?
I'm really impressed with that because it's hot. I'm really impressed. I'm like mini 5. Here we come, because that's cool.
When you get it, I'll show you how to do the controls differently.
Yeah, that is neat.
Because the controls when they're stock, it's just you're gonna get frustrated. But let me show. I want to see something for myself. Because that's what the camera was, right? When they had that video footage of the guy walking by. Remember that?
Oh, this is the girl that
With a
came out and
backpack.
searched, I think.
Remember?
Did they ever put footage out of the guy walking by with a backpack?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
When?
You'll see. I'll show you right now.
Was it recently?
It was like, it was.
Wait, what?
Like right here, look. They had video of the guy.
Was it nighttime?
Yeah. You've seen it.
Okay. I didn't. And it came from this house?
Yes, it's right there.
Really?
Yes. That's what I was
her name?
tripping out too. I was like, wait, it was that house? And when you're here, it's so different. You know, it's so different when you're seeing it.
And then versus on top.
Versus on the TV.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, because on the news, it does.
Right. You're just like, because everything looks the same.
Yeah.
I thought you guys.
Check this out, guys.
I thought you were just saying she
I
was
wanted
an
to see this for my
Arizona
own.
searcher.
So this was the video
What's her name?
that you guys seen. I'll show you guys the video in a minute. I want to see where he's coming from. So we're going to go back up. Oh, look at that. You can be coming from anywhere.
Yeah, there's a big desert lot, and then the houses connect on the other. It's like a roundabout up there. It's not a road that they can drive through.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, they're coming from over here.
Are you sure it was that house?
That's what I was told. I'm almost sure.
See,
Yeah.
we need to figure out which ones are the Airbnbs, which ones are the construction, and we need them on a map so we know what's what, because this has just turned into fuckery. Absolute fuckery at this point. Thank you, Lizzie, for the $4.99 super chat. Was the rental house the same as the one carrying out boxes? Apparently not. I was told no, that the gem house was not, no one moved. So I don't know. We need it confirmed. Thank you for your super chat, because it's driving me nuts.
There are. Like, look at all this.
We're hearing some are the Airbnb, some aren't. New construction.
All right, let me bring it back home.
That is extremely weird. If it would be that. If it was that house right there.
I'm going to look right now.
I've seen it. I just didn't think that it was that house.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
They're not all on the Airbnb, which is weird.
You can't park there.
Uh-oh.
You can't park.
Uh-oh. Who's getting yelled at now?
You can't park here.
Don't run over my drone.
Right? Don't back up.
Don't move.
Who's that?
What up? Yeah, if you get the 5 Pro.
Who is that?
Are you gonna be jelly?
You better learn and recognize the theory about the cone.
Is that CN? Oh, thank you, Ishi. What a generous super chat. I love you too, girl. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Coming in super hot.
Coming in hot. Just like the fajita.
That's so nice of you. Thank you. Kelsey, my BFF. Thank you, Kels. Gifted 10, dropped 10 on us. Chloe, FBI, Chrissy, pretty girl.
I don't know. It was.
Oh, my bad.
No, you can.
The shit.
I'm live.
Stephanie, Larry,
Yeah, no.
Choclata, and Montuckian. Welcome and thank you so much.
You live though?
Yeah, I'm live.
Say hi.
Like the one I'm giving you.
Oh, so they just, oh, okay. I will.
CN.
What's up, everybody?
You just
Chilling with Mark the Shark and
You absolutely
don't film me,
Say
Juanita.
hi to me.
Casey Searcher, Deborah.
Dang, can I get a minute?
I said you're
Thank you, guys.
You are? I hope you want.
Nice, buddy.
We take you over to
Are you soaking that?
Yeah, every like 5 seconds I'm soaking it.
Nancy's.
Helping a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe that was Juanita.
Where is it? Oh, let me grab some water.
I have some like that's not cold. You want it?
No, I have some.
Did Juanita just get there?
Well, I'm getting there.
How's your day going?
Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
She's so funny.
Good.
Juanita.
Just hot. No, just hot. I'm like a little bit like, I'm like lagging today. Like, I'm on a lag.
I
didn't come to fucking dance. Okay. I came to party.
Damn. That was like 2 gulps.
No, well, no, it's kind of a garage, but it's more like
You get to go inside, even if there's nothing.
it's like a carport.
Did you see the little thing that looked like blood drops? I know they weren't, but
Probably mosquito zap, but we'll look at it.
What is the temperature there?
near there.
Yeah.
And the cement blocks, yeah.
What? 2 houses down.
Oh my God, it's 100 degrees, you guys. Extreme heat warning until 8.
He was locked up. He's still locked up.
100%.
Until 8 o'clock Sunday.
I was like,
Yeah, that's old. We
Right.
covered that.
we hear some of those things. We're like, dude, they're way off. Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
These
"Nah,
guys need to
y'all
be
are behind.
careful, dude.
Behind." But it's crazy.
It's the heat of the day right now, too. 4 o'clock. It's 100.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot.
Their 4th truck.
It's like their 4th truck,
Okay,
yeah.
so like, is this the company? Is this the
Is
office?
that headquarters?
That's weird.
That's the 4th truck.
3% humidity and 100
Well established. Like they wouldn't fuck up,
degrees.
but that's the kinda, yeah.
So there's been a van, there's been a truck, there's been something, and then there's that.
That's wild. What are you doing, Mark? Holy crap. All weekend long. Today the high 103. Near record high temperature. Yeah, there's no way I'd be sitting out there all day. Nope. You know what's crazy though? It's going to be down to 66 tonight. Once the sun goes down, it's cool. The moon tonight is a waxing crescent. Let's see. Saturday 102, Sunday 100. Stays in the 90s, high 90s all next week. Ugh. That's hot. That's hot. He's buffering too. I wonder why. Yeah, that's crazy. And he has to walk for his truck. I thought they parked at the neighbors. Thank you guys so much for your support. Anyways, I think I'm gonna hop off here. I've been on here a long ass time, over 7 hours. I gotta go make dinner. Every day I'm buffering. Oh, he's overheating. It's 100 fucking degrees. No way. No shit, right? Props to Mark the Shark. Go check him out. I'm going to share his link in the chat so you guys can pop over there. Tell him J for J sent you. Hold on. Or go cartwheel in or something. 104 in Phoenix. It's a record. Oof. All of your... Exactly, Kels. We would just get an Airbnb with a pool and stay in the pool. But yes, everybody stay safe. Lock your doors. And I'll check my emails and we will go through some of what you've sent and stuff like that in the next live. You guys have a great night. And see you. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.